What's up? What's going on? I just decided to get up here today, and I ain't got time for no video. And I am in my room chilling because I've been busy, 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 busy. Y'all got me all natural. I need to turn my damn camera off. What is going on, y'all? What is going on? What is up? It's just a lot going on. Let's see. I don't know where to start. Uh, I don't know. Like, greetings to everyone, but we are in some serious end game times. And it's really where you're gonna be. I'm just get right into it. And whoever is meant to hear this can hear it. I'm not gonna be up here long. And I'm gonna do a video. But what they used to say, the old saying, you're gonna have to either mildew or barbecue. If you are stuck in the old mindset, like I've been saying for years, if you are stuck in that Piscean era mindset, then you're gonna fall deeper into it. If you were coming into the age of Aquarius, where you have been working on yourself, doing your healing work, doing your shadow work, you know, you don't have to be perfect, but if you've been trying to heal and let things go, come into the collective mindset, then you're gonna reap some rewards. You're gonna reap some rewards, but whatever, either way, you're gonna get a paycheck. You're gonna get paid either way. You're gonna get rewarded either way. The thing is, what have you been focusing on? That's the thing. What have you been focusing on? And condolences to the families of the people, even the little young lady, that 19-year-old lady, that that kind of bothered me. But at the same time, you want to be able to control your emotions, because it's gonna be stuff that you're not gonna have to let surprise you. This has been going on even in some areas where they have actually broken into the houses of these little teenage girls. The migrants or immigrants have broken into the houses and assaulted these little girls, and taking them out, unalived them. And so this is this is not nothing that's unusual. This has been happening. It's not safe out here like that. Stay vigilant, be aware. I know a lot of our ladies and kids are single, and you don't have you might not have protection as far as a man that's with you to go with you places and stuff like that. But at the same time, the ones that don't have that, even the ones that do, you cannot just come so dependent upon someone until you feel like they're just going to protect you all the time. We're going to have to start teaching our girls and our children and ourselves better self-defense. We're going to have to start practicing more. Like Michi X says, shout out to Michi X, and what she said on her live. Go check her out. She has survival kits on her website. Not only does she have survival things like how to survive when the grid goes down or the lights and stuff goes out and stuff, and food that you don't have to worry about cooking and different things, but she has like the bulletproof items and the different things for if a disaster would come. That meaning not just with the grid going out, that means like storms and stuff like that. Like they just did a documentary on Katrina and how those people suffered, and she does a live, Michi X, about what we could have did, what they could have did, so they didn't have to go through that. And we as a people need to be prepared, because by us being who is this? by us being a minority that has always been targeted, we would suffer the most. We would actually be most vulnerable and stuff. So we really have to think about things like that. It might not be where help would come fast, if at all. We need to be prepared with some things, and she specializes in that. And there's other people on YouTube that specializes in telling you what to have prepared, and the things you need. You need the straws in case you can't drink the water, because you do know you can't boil the water and clean it. The only thing you can get from boiled water that's clean is like the steam. But as far as the other stuff, it's not gonna the water is not clean. The water that's in the pot is not clean. You would have to actually trap the steam. You definitely would. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You would definitely have to be able to trap the steam and go about it that type of way. Yep. So, what I want to say is, and it's okay. I am not up here trying to be famous or get popular or none of that. And whoever is meant to see will see it now or later, I'm just going back and looking to I want to say the name right. The little young lady, may she rest in power and rest in. I mean, we could say rest in peace and power, but when somebody's life is cut short like that, how peaceful can they rest? Because that was so unnecessary, in my opinion. I mean, damn, like a 19-year-old, and some of these comments. What was her name? Dakara? Dakara, is it Takara? I don't even want to say the name wrong. Dakara, the little 19-year-old girl. May she rest. May she get. I mean, Jesus, I don't even know what to say. But I'm hoping she'll rest. But I don't understand how she could rest. Not right now. Her life was cut short. Rest in power, but I mean, it's gonna have to be some. That's gonna have to be some time healing done, because she was taken so young and so suddenly. Dakara Thompson. So she went missing, and this is in Baltimore, and all of a sudden they found her body. Come to find out, it was a legal immigrant that did this to her. I mean, and it's so many comments that I've read. So many horrible comments about was she buying like illegal substances, or was she tricking, or was she trying to, sell some cookies? Listen, she was 19 years old. That ain't no excuse for her to be reckless, but come on now. She left her keys and her wallet in that car. So what if she went to whatever? I mean, I ain't trying to make no excuses. Yes, we all can do better. That's a kid. At 19 years old, you're not even grown. Okay, let's say she was going to do some nefarious stuff. She still should have came back in one piece alive. That is no freaking excuse. That is no freaking excuse. And this is happening too much. Actually, this can happen to somebody that's not even trying. They will scoop people up off the damn streets. It's been going on. A lot of our women and girls have been missing, children have been missing, and they don't talk a lot about it. This ain't got nothing to do with what she was doing. And no matter what she was doing, she should have came back in one damn piece. It's no excuse for none of this. It's no excuse for what's happening to these children and these women and whatever, because of these people here that don't supposed to be here, that they have allowed to come in and open the borders in these sanctuary cities, and they are targeting the most vulnerable, the women, the girls, and the children. And they know this. They know that they're gonna target this. They know that the people that let them in, they don't care. They just trying to get whatever agenda they trying to get, a vote or get back in office, and then they gaslight us and tell us the reason why they doing this. But if we put them in office, it wouldn't be so bad as it is now. But neither choice is great. All of us is some shit. You know what I'm saying? We cannot look to them. We have to save ourselves. We're gonna have to start teaching our girls that it's very dangerous. Our women is dangerous. They're gonna have to be trained. We're gonna have to start being our sisters keepers. We gonna, if we can't get we don't have enough men because they are feminized or feminine, or they in prison, or they dead. We're gonna have to start policing and protecting ourselves and looking out for each other. We're gonna have to do that, because what happens to you affects me. What affects me affects you. I am my sister's and my brother's keeper. If my brother and sister want to be kept, I mean, I can't make anybody do anything, but the people that want to thrive, not just survive, because we don't need to walk around in fear. We don't need to walk around afraid, but we do need to be aware, and we need to get more in a group mind setting where we are able to get with like-minded people and have groups and look out for each other. Like if you got something going on in this private, and you still need to let somebody know, where you're going, your whereabouts, or have somebody tag along to make sure you're safe and stuff like that. You still need to be honest, even if you're doing something that you might be kind of, don't want nobody to know. You still got to be aware that you are part of the team. You need to survive, and you need to come back, and you need to thrive. So we're gonna have to get more out of this secretive stuff and be more honest with each other. We're not living in a perfect world. People do stuff. People got addictions. People got habits. People got little stuff that they do that they might be ashamed of. I mean, you ain't gotta tell nobody all your business, but you need to be like, look, I'm going somewhere, and you need to make sure that I come back. I need you to track me or linger behind, or kind of scope out at something. So we gotta do better. We gotta teach our girls, you know what I'm saying, that you gotta be careful online. You can't just meet up with these people and go run off with them and stuff like that. These people coming into your inboxes and pretending to be other people and stuff like that. A lot of time they praying, and they in their country, they are vicious. They are. This lady said that them people come over from some of them countries over to Trinidad, or where is it that Nicki Minaj is from? They come over there from them islands, and they know how to do some stuff with a machete that it will blow your mind. We have to be trained, and we have to be vigilant, and we have to stay together. Even our children going off to colleges. I always said that I've been to college a few times. I have been. It's what you make it, but most of the time people don't get jobs for what they went to school for. And I really think that, even though I have been, and I don't condone nobody for going, because if you specializing in something, that's all good. But it's good to learn a trade and have an entrepreneur mindset, because if you working for somebody, they can control how much money you make. It's best to work for yourself if you can get to that point. If you have to work for somebody else, and then you get to that point where you entrepreneur. But my opinion, my kids always said it. Some of my children always told me like that they felt like it was a scam. And I agree. At this point in my life, I push education. I believe in education. I do. But I believe we should be teaching our kids. And I believe we should be teaching ourselves. And I believe we should be educated in different STEMs, learning as far as STEM, science and reading comprehension, language arts, and the true history of our people. I don't believe in this indoctrinated stuff. I don't. I never really did co-sign for that. I don't believe that we should be sending our kids to universities, and then when they get out, they don't have a guaranteed position with a company. I don't think they should get in that type of debt like that, because that's what we did. Like, we went to college, and now I went for the trades and I could work. It was hard work, but I made money. But when I went for the degrees, it was very difficult trying to find work in those areas. And it's not because I went to school for something stupid. It's just that most of them, look, I'm gonna break it down to you. They told us to go to college and get a good job and this and that and the other. Those people that's going to college, those people that we see, a lot of those European people, the Caucasians, they have people that they have businesses. they have positions. They know somebody that knows somebody a lot of times. And even they get a few of the black boule people that they put into these high level positions to make us think that oh yeah, we can be like them and this and that. But if you're not in these certain groups and you're not of these certain bloodlines and stuff like that, even if you do get in there, you ain't gonna, if you don't play their games with their sororities and their cults and sacrifices, and even on these jobs, you know, I done had these high level jobs and stuff. If you don't do certain things, you gotta sacrifice the stuff that you might not want to sacrifice, and it's not worth it. And I wouldn't do it. So if you're not willing to do to play they sacrificial cult games, you're not gonna get but so far. I mean, you're not going to get but so far. No, you're not. And even if you do play the game and get far, you got an expiration date. It might not be where they take you out, but it might be where they clone your ass, and people think I'm crazy. They might clone you. You might done sign a contract that you didn't read. It might have been written in blood and all. They got all. I'm telling you. I done been around the elite, and it's always you gotta make a sacrifice of something that you really care about. And I'm not willing to do that. I never have been willing to do that. I haven't. That's why it's been a little tougher for me, which is I don't take nothing from my journey, and I don't regret it. Because honey, it wasn't very hard for me to become a famous person. The thing is, I couldn't get with the program of doing certain things. I couldn't do it because I didn't want to, and it wasn't worth that to me. It wasn't worth for me to gain the world and lose my freaking soul, you know. No. And I'm glad that I was like that, you know, because a lot of times, you know, you have to really sacrifice things, your body and your mind and your soul and your family members and stuff like that. And I'm not willing to do that to get money and get fame and get notoriety. You know what I'm saying? I never was, and hopefully I never will. But I'm just grateful that we entered into this era, and you know, as Mama T was saying, it's going back into Saturn and Pisces retrograde. So that's going back to, yeah. Check out Mama T. It's going back to let you know that have you really healed? Have you really done the work? Are you sure you ready to go into the Aquarius age? Because see, we left the Piscean era and went into the Aquarius, but now it's retrograding back. So it's gonna check. You gonna either cash that check or you don't wrote the check, you gonna cash it now. It's gonna show you whether you ready to go on over to up in heaven, which the rapture done happen in the twinkling of an eye. We thinking it's a physical rapture, but this thing is mental and it's spiritual. It's done happen, baby. You gonna be in a state of mind of heaven, or you gonna be in a state of mind of hell. Like the song say, I wanna go to heaven. I wanna go heaven. I'm praying. What say? Get myself together, cause I got somewhere to go. And I'm praying when I get there, I see everyone I know. I wanna go to heaven. 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 You wanna go? You wanna go? Yeah. You want to see everyone you know. You going to be in hell right now, or you going to be in heaven. Because whatever you involved in, you're going to go deeper in that. And you're going to be tested. You're going to be tested to see. Saturn is a straight father. And he want to see like, oh, are you really about it? You sure? You sure you working on yourself? You sure you healed? You sure you done got over that, this and that and the other? Are you sure? And the people that apologize, are you sure you're really sorry? I think you need to do a little more. Like, what about how they oh, everybody's talking about this. Like they were saying they tried to take the black people to court for saying that they were the real indigenous Indian people of America. So the black people were like, yeah, we ready to go. Because I know I'm ready to go. Yeah, let's go. I've been waiting for this day. So once when everybody was like, let's go to court, now they're talking about they sorry. They apologizing. I want you to join these $5 Indian clubs that they done took our identity, done told us we were colored, done told us we was mulatto and black, and it went from I'm black and I'm proud to the African American and Negroes, more Indian, then color. Then now what is we now? I don't even know what is it. Still African American? Because they'll try to change. All of a sudden now they want to apologize. Look, ain't nobody trying to join nobody y'all shit. We trying to get our own severity going. Ain't nobody no. You gotta do more than apologize. You gotta do more than apologize, honey. Yeah, I ain't gonna be here long. I done been out here 20 minutes. Oh, it's time to get off. Yeah, it's time to go enjoy myself and connect with nature. I'm thinking, have I talked about everything? Y'all better get on this AI, learning about how to implement it into your everyday life and into your business and stuff, because everything going to that, and you don't have to fear monger, but you have to face the unknown and your fears and learn something. Better yourself. Better yourself. I mean, learn how to communicate effectively. And reading comprehension. If you don't know, then you can get up here on this YouTube and different go on the internet in the AI and ask how do you communicate effectively and reading comprehension and stuff like that. You got to know this and not be in fear of it and use it to help yourself. Cause it's ways that you can use your creativity. You can. If you just got to put in the work, it's not going to fall out of the sky into your lap. You got to put in the work. Work on yourself and work on your strength and your weaknesses. Strengthening your weaknesses. Work on yourself. Get to know yourself. Look at your chart. Figure out closer to the time you can if you don't know what time you was born. And get to know thyself. And work on yourself. From within. That's where it's at now. From within. Create from within. Yes, it ain't about putting on no show now. You like they say, you gonna meal do a barbecue. It ain't about putting on no show now. It's about Saturn, that straight father, because he been kicking all of our ass for a while now. He said, "Are you sure? You sure you sure? Are you certain? Are you ready for this? You ready to go into this ground? Are you ready to be about the collective? Are you ready to be about unconditional love? Are you ready to be about a mindset of helping you, not just yourself, you gotta have self-care and self-love and know you worth something, but also caring about your fellow man. Are you sure? Are you sure you don't work on you? Are you sure you sorry? Are you sure you really changed? Are you really sure you been doing that shadow work? You letting that childhood trauma go? Are you sure? You positive? Cause honey, if you ain't, like I said, you gonna fall deeper and deeper and deeper in sin. Deeper and deeper in the lower self, deeper and deeper in hell, or you gonna rise on up, honey. You gonna rise on up to where you know what I'm saying, connecting with your higher self. And then, a lot of the times they up here talking about how what's her name? Kelly Price is talking about how mean the black women are, and then you got this other lady, which I should let you listen to this. What y'all think about this? I ain't gonna be up here long. About this lady talking about how we, let me see. Here we go. And he up here kissing up. I don't even want to hear this man talk about it. I ain't even gonna say no names, because I told him, I'm like, he's talking about how beautiful she is and stuff like this. And let's listen to a little bit of this. I'm gonna let you listen to it. Talking about how beautiful this white woman is. And I'm like, baby, you have not been around a lot of white people, because she very basic looking. This is a basic woman here. Which I ain't judging no, I ain't judging no woman, but I mean, I know what look good. But here we go, a little bit of it. But he is talking about how lucky her. Listen, she talking about how we black women got so many attitudes. Which, do y'all really want to start taking polls? Some of the stuff she said is true. If y'all want to do the who's got the best twerk and who can do the y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. She said we got it when it comes to She said we got it when it comes to who can do and who can do the best twerk and all that. We got it. She said we got it, but our aunties and our sisters and all of them, they lying to us.
Man, she started off already cool.
Man, he gotta do all that. I really want to find the one. I really want to find the one with that man that everybody be talking about. They
a season gang. I need you guys to lean in.
I really want to find the one about that man, Anton Daniels, that got her up here. It's a little short, cause he let her talk a little more. He let her talk, so I'd rather hear him, because this man here, he is really pandering, talking about how fine she is, and I'm like, baby, you have not been around a lot of white people, because I've been around some elite European women, and let me tell you, they really keep themselves up. They really keep themselves up, and they features. I don't know how they do it. I don't know, like, do they get with certain bloodlines? I don't think, me personally, I really don't think that. I really think indigenous black women are really beautiful. Like I'm an artist, so I look at features. So I really admire like a lot of my women, like the women that I grew up with and stuff in my bloodline, my clan, the Scottaroo of the eastern of the east, coming down. They came down through the Appalachians on up from the Great Lakes. Yeah, I know where I come from, and migrated thousands and thousands of years ago on up into the Carolinas and stuff like that, on through Virginia, because you know Virginia. Oh, we about to get deep now. You know Virginia and Carolina, they won't no borders. It's really not any borders now. They just got imaginary borders when they colonized it, but it's really not really any borders. Actually, the only thing that's really real are the ley lines and the dragon lines and stuff from the geometrical formation of the earth. That's the only thing that really matter. But you know when they stole the land and usurped it and drew they maps and all that, but it's really not real maps. It's not really what's going down. Like the earth is not gonna bow down to them. The earth got its own, you know what I'm saying, grid lines and ley lines and stuff like that. But yeah, Virginia, and it wasn't really a separation between Virginia or the Carolinas. So it was like just one. Like it wasn't no South Carolina, no North Carolina, no Virginia. It wasn't even no Canada. Like that, it stretched the land mass the way they did the ley lines and the dragon lines. Our indigenous ancestors, the land stretched so far and wide until the area that I'm originally from. It was the Contentna Creek was the trade route for our ancestors, and where they did where they fished, and they did traveled and all that. I didn't know that it stretched as far as it did. It goes all the way up and through the Roanoke Rapids, and it goes through Wilson and all. I mean, it just goes so far. Roanoke, it stretches. It was like it empties into the Neuse River. And those waters did not look like that down there in that eastern North Carolina area where I'm originally from. Those waters, the Tar River and all that, the Neuse, it did not look like it looked now. They polluted those waters. And I had this crown low when I was walking around in the area, just meditating, because I do when I'm there, I do a lot of connecting to nature, as I've been doing since I was a kid, and didn't understand why I was always in the trees. I mean, I was always literally in the freaking trees, and I'm still to this day, that's what I do. Like as a kid, I was always outside in the trees. I mean, climbing like the tallest tree. I don't climb them like that now. But I do still be in the trees. Like I'm connected with the trees. I was a baby doing that. So and it's funny that I'm a wood. I'm a wood element in the Asian. I'm a wood element in the Asian zodiacs and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't just study like one thing. It's pieces to the puzzle in the Bible. It's pieces to the puzzle in the Eastern religions. It's pieces of the puzzle to the Eastern astrology, and even the Hindu. I get a taste from it. I get a piece of the puzzle from everything. I don't limit myself, and I'm grateful for the Baba Hemmet. Grateful to him for learning that from him. I like how I admired and took on the example of how he would do it. He would not limit himself to knowledge of anything. He would know a lot of different cultures and stuff like that, of spirituality and religion and philosophies and stuff like that. Even You know, even things that they tell you not to read, that might be the stuff you need to tap into, because they're telling you not to know this stuff because they don't want you to know what they know. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times. But yeah, the people of the area that we are originally from, they were called, they said it was Tuscarorum. The only reason they called them that because they couldn't pronounce the name. But it's actually Scottarure. And those people ended up along Highway 17 only because they didn't want to deal with those people coming in and taking over the land, so they moved to the swamp areas. But that area of Greenville was theirs. All of that, I'm talking about from Roanoke Rapids on up until Lumberton area, all that. That was, and the big battle happened in Farmville. That used to be the capital of that area. Of that was Contentna, not Contentna. Is it Contentna? The place near Snow Hill, it was the capital. But the big battle happened in the 1700s right there in Farmville area. And it's still stuff in the ground to depict what happened as far as the arrowheads and stuff like that. And they mostly took out the women and the girls because that's who owned the land then. The clan mothers, that's why they was targeting the women, because the land passed down to the women. And I noticed that with my grandmother, I noticed a lot of her mother and her grandmother and them, they passed away early. And I always wonder why they passed away so young. And my conclusion is that the women own the land. And I felt this before I even did any of the research. It's like the women own the land, so they took them out because they know the women would own the land. The land belonged to the women. And then I wonder how the land ended up with the women. Some of the women, like in my grandma area, my grandmother ended up with it because it was theirs anyway. Like they was only doing what was right. That was their land. The land belonged to the women anyway. So yeah, that's a little history on that. And the names, a lot of the names, even the Aracruz, that's a name that they gave in their books, but you know, it's able to be found. The truth, you can't hide the truth forever. You really can't hide the truth. I think I talked about everything as far as we need to start looking out for each other, and how, the lady, she was saying that, let me get back on topic. She's saying that we are not feminine. And our here we go.
Yo,
he do a lot of talking. And he
feel like
he really pandering to this woman.
Waking up all natural with nothing but naturalness.
She said they wake up natural.
Y'all want to start taking polls on very specific things? Because this delusion.
She said we are delusional about.
It's holding you back. You think you're up.
That we ain't really.
And you're not.
In character as black women. That's what the white lady is saying. She's saying our men.
I'm really frustrated. Y'all made me have to do
prefer
this.
them because we don't act as feminine as we should, and they want to be with the European, the white woman. But well, I've had some white women or European women and some Asian women to tell me that they didn't tell me in no harsh way, because I've been around a lot of the elite women. I don't too much mess with the one. I'm gonna be honest. I by me being in education in some of the areas that I've been in and worked in and lived in, I be around the elite ones, so they'll tell you, like, I noticed that y'all be on y'all men, as far as about, cheating and stuff like that, and y'all, it's cool. It's cool. Y'all be, like, get in their face, like, right in their face and tell them, like, I'm not gonna put up with this, and I'm not taking this, and blah, blah, blah. She said, yo, we be on I had an Asian girl she had a salon, a nail salon. I had an Asian girl to tell me this, and she was kind of young. Maybe she wasn't young, but this is funny. She told me, I'm going to get back to subject. She said that, look, she said they be over in their country, and she said they don't be looking good at all. She said some of them will look deformed in the face. She said they'll get up there on the internet or whatever, and they'll sell themselves to get plastic surgery and get their face done. She said then they'll find them a rich sugar daddy over here in America. Some old bald headed. Because most of those rich men don't look good. Them European men that's got all that money. It's rare you find a Chad or that look real good and got a lot of money. But he out here doing all kind of diabolical shit. He probably sick and spreading shit and working for the them and spreading disease. If he really look good and he a billionaire and he a Chad, come on now. Is most of them that's really got it together, they got a wife and they wife be going through it. Cause I'm saying I be knowing, cause I've been around these elite people. I ain't been around like just the low rate. I deal with everybody on the different levels, but I noticed that the ones that's really elite got a lot to lose. They not gonna come in your face and call you no N-word and spit and doing all this trying to prove that they better, because they got too much to lose, and they kind of know that racism is a systematic military tactic. They know that. The elite ones, they know what time it is. Like, they know where they come from. They know the da. They know the deal, but they not gonna just come right out with it. It's gonna be more where they'll be so I've worked at these elite jobs, and when I say elite, I'm talking about with the high level people like the surgeons and the top level ones that come out of school with the GPAs and they put in these positions. So I've been around those types or whatever. I've that's not all I've done. I've worked my way from the bottom too. I worked around people that wasn't regular people, and then hood people, and then people that might not be elite, and they just regular common people. But I have been around been chosen for some of these elite positions around these elite people. And they don't come right out with it, calling N-word or acting like that. They be jealous though. They be jealous of a sister, especially if you got, decent looking. You got decent looking body and you got decent looking face and stuff like that. And me, I always thought I was just plain average looking, but evidently I must not have been as average looking as I thought, because some of the jobs that I've worked, I've been, the white women have gotten jealous of me and told me that I've had surgery and all this kind of stuff, and I'm bootylicious. I mean, just jealous, and the sisters do too. But all women tell you, all women are alike. All women are basically alike. They've taught us to be jealous of each other and compete. Cause I have been around some women of all calibers now. I've been around the elite women. I've been around the hood women. I've been around the mediocre, like middle class, just regular church. I've been around the church. I've been around the hood women. I've been around the elite women. I've been around the hood church women. I've been around the conservative church women. I've been around the women that's Indian and into the Hinduism. I've been around the Spanish women. I've got Spanish sisters. I've been around a diversity of women. I've been around the Honduran women. I've been around not just Mexican. I've been around the Guatemalans and all that. So I've been around the Dominican, not just the Dominicans that's fairer looking like the white Dominicans, or the ones that's like light skin looking like Cardi B, because Cardi B would be considered to be black. Yeah, we look. A lot of us is like, oh, she's so. But they consider her to be black, and if she's in the Dominican Republic, she's not considered like a white Dominican. And I've also been around the Dominicans that's darker, like my complexion, like brown or whatever. They consider the black. So I've been around a diversity of women, and I get along with a diversity of women, and Africans. I've been around African women too. So I've talked and I've conversated. I haven't just been around them and just not opened up, and they open up to me. Like I had a few African girlfriends that one of them would tell me how when they are little girls, this is so interesting, how their mothers and them train them to be wives and stuff like that. Yeah, how their mothers and stuff train them to be wives. Hey, what's up? Hey, 7 grams. What's going on? Hi. Greetings to you, brother. Greetings. I've been looking at your stuff. Y'all go over and check. Whenever y'all look at this live, whoever looks at it, go over and check his stuff out. He is deep. He talks about, I enjoy your streams. I be binge watching your stuff. It's so good. It's so good and informative. You so deep, brother. You so deep. Oh yeah, you are so deep with your stuff, and I enjoy and I appreciate your support. I really do. I appreciate your support. 7 grams, 7 grams in the building. 7 grams. Oh yes, oh yes. Oh yes. So yeah, I'm actually what was I talking about? The how the women are different diversities. Yeah, the African lady would tell me how as a kid they are actually trained to they're actually trained to be able to uh for a husband. And she said that she was with her man and they had like wars and stuff in Africa. She said this man would actually go out and find bears and kill animals to feed them. And I was like so intrigued with this story. She said they were in some kind of war over there. I don't know if it was Rwanda or she wasn't that old back then. That was like in what year was that? 2000 and like towards the 2010 or 8 or something like that. It was a long time ago, but it wasn't like 30, 40 years ago. But anyway, she was telling me how she was with her baby daddy. I don't think they had got married yet. But when they was in Africa, how he would go and hunt and kill animals because they had to hide in the woods and eat because they were like running from I guess people taking over their village. I don't know if it was apartheid or I don't know what was going on. But she said that they had to run away and stuff like that, and he would go and hunt. She said this same man, now check it out. She said this joker went and got his education. Not only did he go and get his education in Africa, he came over here to the U.S. and went to school too. I guess he got like a master's or a bachelor's. Not a bachelor's, but the master's or the PhD. He was going to school to be some type of diplomat or something like that, right? Well, don't you know he brought her over here? Like some of them, they might come over here and you think they're single, but they got a wife or a woman they've been with all their lives. And them women the same way. They got a man that they love in their country. Like that's why I try to tell my family members, these men, I'm like, you might think that you can go over there to these countries and these women, they look beautiful because they eating off the land, they eating the pure food, they eating the organic, they growing their own food, and a lot of times they're not using a lot of chemicals and stuff like over here. We look good, but we would look even better as far as body wise and naturally without getting the surgeries and stuff like that. And if it wasn't so much GMO and a lot of experiments being done on us as far as the food and the air and the water and the even what they do to our parents with the vaccines and even with the brainwashing of the European beauty standards with our women, how they want them to be lighter and they want them to wear certain types of hairstyles and they are influenced to look like a certain type of phenotype. But in some of those other countries, those women are not influenced like that. The God that they look up to looks like them. Like the God that they venerate looks like them. It's not like over here. We've been raised indoctrinated as children to worship a God that doesn't even look like us. So a lot of times when you get in school, by the schools have been integrated, by the time I got in school, all you had was like most of European or white teachers, and they didn't know how to deal with us. My uncle even said that. My uncle was like, when they took me out of my school and put me into those integrated schools, he said it crashed my self-esteem because I didn't see teachers that looked like me. And see, that was the first attack. They made us think like, oh yeah, we're gonna all be together, but it really was they wanted to watch us and indoctrinate us even more. You know what I'm saying? Because we were doing so well on our own, and I don't think we knew it because of the you know, the propaganda and agenda and the people that they have for us to go into their restaurants and eat at their establishment. And like Claude Anderson said, shout out to Claude Anderson. We had our own bus that companies. We y'all they they really smooth with their trickery because they made us think that they destroyed Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street wasn't destroyed until we started going to their living places, moving into their neighborhood. We started eating at their restaurants, riding on their buses, and forgetting about our own and leaving it. When we left our schools and started voting and left human rights, because around the time that we did the civil rights, that's when they killed the king. It was a freaking king of Memphis. The Memphis, Tennessee, it was a king of Memphis. They got rid of him. And when we went to doing civil rights, that's when we really failed. We didn't know this. Like we were under a spell, and it's okay. It's okay because you gotta learn from your mistakes and not repeat them. And when you learn how to strengthen your weaknesses, this shit can't happen no more. That's what I'm saying. When you learn to study the real true story, not his story, but a real true story, and you strengthen them weaknesses, we really was fighting amongst each other, the different tribes and stuff, like the clans and stuff. Like even down there in my area, from my research, because see, I've been searching a long time about who I really was. Didn't just start with, YouTube or people on YouTube talking about we were already here. This started with my grandmother telling me this before I went to school, and I would get kicked out of the social studies class because of arguing with my teacher. Boy, my teacher would turn white man would turn red in the face. I guess because he didn't know. Like, he probably thought that, because a lot of them people were like, I mean, we be getting mad at these ignorant people, but they don't know. Like, I had to realize, like, I really did a study one time in my city, and my son said, my son tell me that I was born in a sundown town. Well, my son tried to wake me up. He's like, Mom, okay, thank you for, moving away a little bit from there with us, but Mom, you was raised in a sundown town. How in the hell would I know that? I don't know that I was raised in those. I don't know that I was always till I was about, when did my brain develop? I was a hot rocket. Like, I didn't take no shit. I didn't take no shit from them people. So I wouldn't know that I was in no sundown town because I wouldn't look. If they would have took me out, I probably wouldn't have known it till a long time later. Because when I get mad back then, I would get numb. I don't have respect to persons, and I never did. Listen, I'm telling you, I never held my head down. And I was a person with low self-esteem. I'm telling you, you wouldn't have never known it back then. Because when it came to racism and stuff like that, I did not take no shit. I'm just surprised I'm here. Like, I really was protected because I was a person that would actually go to the freaking I'll go to the governor's mansion. I'll run down on my attorney for showing racism towards me. I'm telling you, I got witnesses. It's not just me talking. I did not care. I did not have respect to persons. You could not make me feel bad about myself. The only person could make me feel bad about myself was me. Yeah, I had some issues, but it was me fighting myself. But nobody better not, I better not see nobody in school bullying nobody. I was always a person to try to, I have my Bible because I was raised, my grandmama raised us in church. I have my Bible in one hand, but I have my fist balled up in the other hand. And I'd be ready to save somebody because I got them Libra, Libra placements make you want to help people and make you want to, look out for the weak and be, but then at the same time with Libra, the opposite polarity is Aries. So, you go into the Aries and you ready to kick some ass. So I was always a philosopher and a good-hearted person. But then when you turn me green, it's a problem. So my son's like, Mom, you know you were raised. I was like, well, baby, you might got a point. He said, look at these articles of what was happening back in before you were born. He said, Martin Luther King's because he gonna study stuff. He said, Martin Luther King ran through there. He had to hide in some place because and he said, Ma, they was taking out the men and shooting them in the back. This he said they compared where you grew up to Mississippi. I said, no, that ain't true. It won't that bad. But when I read the articles and stuff, he got a point. And I posted it. It's in one of my posts probably from a couple of years ago. I posted the article because it was pretty rough. And I'm like, I had to do some research. I'm like, why was it like that and blah. A lot of that stuff is military. I found out that a lot of that racism is really not the fact of the thing they wanted. It was about that land. They wanted that land. They used it. He even admitted it a few years ago. Maybe a few years ago. He was talking about it a few months ago before he died. That Pope, he apologized because they used that doctrine of discovery to take that land. Now, when I was down in that area a few years ago, I was looking at. I don't know how I be finding these PDFs, but honey, I done went up there and searched and found some PDFs of when they first came here. When they first came in that area where I was from in the 1700s, it was somebody with the last name just like Eminem, Mathers, and it come to find out they made that movie that they took off of Netflix. They took that movie off of Netflix called the Salem. It was called the Salem series of witches or something like that. But that man was in that movie, Mathers. It was really deep, but they took it off. But I saw the whole thing, but they didn't do no more. They didn't shoot it no more, and they took it down. Well, I went in that document and found something that he said from the 1700s. He was trying to say that they was committing witchcraft down there. The people of the land, which it must have been the Skarure, because that's what we really called our clan. Is called the Skarure. It's not the Tuscaroras, but it's the Skarure, the hemp people. He was saying something. I said, how in the hell did I go ahead and find this shit? It might be done white clean them, but it was saying about that they were trying to venerate or get in touch with an entity called Leviathan. I'm like, so what? So he talking about Leviathan. I'm like, oh, so Leviathan's supposed to be like the sea, something similar to in my opinion, this is my download. Leviathan is something similar to Godzilla. So I'm like, so the indigenous tribes was trying to get in contact with something like Godzilla, and that made me think of that movie when those people were underground. Remember when they was in the last Godzilla and King Kong? That was good. How they was channeling Godzilla to come and help them because those gorilla tribes was had that spell over that ice dragon, and remember that? If y'all seen it, it is so good. That most recent King Kong with Godzilla, and they underground. That little girl getting signals to go down there with her mom. Her mom is a scientist that adopted her. But when they get down there, come to find out, I don't want to tell nobody the movie that ain't seen. I'm into that sci-fi stuff too. The dragon, it's an ice dragon that can blow ice and freeze everything, and it's so good. I might look at it tonight if I have time after I enjoy myself. But anyway, that they were channeling Godzilla to help them, cause he the only one that could come and help them. And King Kong had to fight him like hell to get him to listen. But it was a entity that was able to channel Godzilla to go in down there and help them people, so him and King Kong could work together or whatever. So yeah, so I found that document. I'm like, so you mean to tell me that this Mathers man, because see, these people act like they were evangelists and missionaries coming over here. Don't you know they were wizards and stuff too? They had went to the Library of Alexandria and all over the world and try to get our spiritual practices so they could use them against us. And they had somebody helping them in the background that looked like us that we don't see, because the people that was really working against us, the first people that came over here looked like us. Why you think we trusted them? Because the white people hadn't got over here yet. They are the puppets that they used, but the people that came over here was the black nobility and stuff that really came over here first, was people that looked like us. So yeah, and that's a whole nother story. I ain't gonna get into that. But okay, getting back to the subject of talking about the indigenous and how, that area started off, and it was, a lot of racism is military found that it's about them keeping the stealing. And a lot of the inventions, all the inventions and stuff was done by indigenous people that look like us, but they knew how to go to the queen and patent it and get the copyright and stuff for it. You know, that's how they established themselves, because they stole a lot. That's how they didn't know how to use a lot of that stuff, because it was taken from people that had the technology. We were very advanced over here in the Americas. Come to find out, I was trying to say, okay, well, we were here. They said this place is so ancient and so old. We the old blood, like we the ancient old ones. That's where we come from. We are very ancient. That's why we still here. Very ancient bloodline. This place is not new, and it was very advanced when they came here. It was something like heaven on earth. They killed, like, just in that area, they killed 200 female plants, cause you know we had all the food there. Like you don't supposed to have no lawn. Your lawn's supposed to be a supermarket. When you walk out of your house, you supposed to be able to pull all the stuff you want to eat off your trees and get them out of your yard. They don't supposed to be. That's they mess that they got where you mow the grass and then lawn. That we supposed to have food in the yard right there. Everything that's in that yard is supposed to be able to feed us. I'm telling you, I done my research. It does not supposed to be no lawn where you looking at the grass. That's supposed to be food. That's your supermarket. And come to find, on top of that, we didn't need no refrigeration, y'all. We stored our food for thousands of years, fermented our meat. What? We didn't need no refrigerator. Look it up. We didn't have no refrigerator. We knew how to preserve our stuff. Remember your grandmama and them, if you know about them grandmamas and stuff, using them preserve jars, them mason jars. And speaking of mason, okay. So, yeah, going back to the European woman and talking about how we don't act feminine and stuff like that. And yeah, the elite ones ain't gonna just come out. I'm getting back to it. They're not gonna just come out and be like, on some old trailer park trash. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid. They ain't with the trailer park trash stuff. Oh, I'm better than you and I got your man. No, them elite ones, they deal with certain types of men. They not gonna, and they keep themselves up. They ain't gonna be in certain places. They ain't even gonna shop in certain supermarkets and stuff like that. You notice that they fit. They say they act feminine. They're gonna be in certain places, and you're not gonna see them. They can't have no kid. Even if they get pregnant, a lot of times they gotta keep a certain front. They gotta get rid of the baby and all that. They can't have no kids before they get married. Even if they got pregnant, they better not have no kids before they get married. If they want to get with Chad, a certain type of Chad and all that, you know what I'm saying? And they better not have no certain type of reputation, or they better be able to clean it up and act like, they holy or whatever. So, yeah. So they would tell me like, yo, y'all on the same thing we on. It's just that we do it differently. We be on the same stuff, but it's just that y'all a little too forward with it. That's how they talk to me. It won't no, disrespect. And I was like, I appreciate the knowledge or whatever. And I was in a situation where I was married. I got married as like a teen. And when I say teen, 19 is too young to be getting freaking married. My grandmother's mother got them women was getting married at 16. That's too young. That's a child. I got married as a child because 19 is a child. Our brains don't fully develop until we like 30. But I did it and I don't regret it, because with me, if I probably wouldn't have got married and I went to college anyway, but if I would have probably it was not safe, and it's not even safe now. We send our kids off. I'm getting back to the subject, y'all. We send them off, and those European people have people watching over their kids in groups. Our kids are sent as sheep to the slaughter. Nothing wrong with going to school, but a lot of times our children get out there, they're not guided. They don't have no real friends. Those people that they are hanging around are agents. Their parents might be agents, and they might be trying to, get them all out there in them sororities, and they pass the girls around, and you don't never know what they got to go through. And then the boys, a lot of times they compromise in them sororities where they have to be, with other men and stuff like that. I'm just giving you the real deal or whatever. It's time for us to get back to being our sisters and brothers keepers. We ready for these kids to get out of the house at 18 and, oh Lord, I can have you don't know what you sending your kids into. Cause I'm sort of glad that I didn't just, cause I was able to leave and go away. And I even was able to go away in the music industry, but I'm so glad that even though it was a rough route, I'm so glad that I didn't take that route, because being that young and being exposed to a lot of um different different contracts that I wasn't aware of at that time. I was aware of like the music industry and how they want you to sell your soul. But being that young, if I would have went to the industry when they wanted me to go, it's no telling like what I would have did. Like I don't know. Like I could say, oh God, I wanna, but I don't know. Like I might would have succumbed to some of that stuff. I can't say that. Oh, if they'd have offered me this, so I got involved in this, and they told me they were gonna pay me this, and I wouldn't have signed, and I would have read the whole contract because I wouldn't have read the contract like I was supposed to. So in my mind, I was trying to stay as an independent artist, and I was trying to not get involved with people that was, and I'm glad I didn't because they was trying to sign me, but I wouldn't do the blues music because I was raised as a Christian. And then later on, I was like, oh, this is crazy because I done started singing the blues and singing secular music. But I probably didn't need to sign with those people because it's no telling. Because when you sign certain contracts, you signing in blood a lot of times and things that you don't know about. So you got to clear that up because it brings certain stuff into your life, and you could be signing something to sacrifice yourself and not knowing. So I'm kind of glad it worked out the way it did, even though it wasn't perfect. But anyway, like I said, those women would tell me like, yeah, you married and stuff like that, but you need to go ahead and sue that dude because he might not have a lot right now, but when he do get it, honey, it's coming to you. Let me tell you something about Becky. I respect Becky because let me tell you about Becky. I done been around some real elite motherfuckers that go skiing. They got their little money put away. They family done left them some money. I done had one lady where she got married. She said one side of the family gave her husband $10,000 for a house, and her side gave him $10,000. So when they came to the closing table, honey, they came to the close. They got good jobs. They done been to school, and these people done been to school. I don't have worked with the people that give you medications while you in surgery. What you call it? Anesthesia. It's an anesthesiologist or something like that. While you in surgery, they giving you the drip. You don't even see them. They come through and make a 200, 300,000 and give you the drip while you in surgery. But she had got hooked on some stuff and they had to go to rehab. Her husband was a lawyer. See, these people have issues too. They have their issues too. So, she was like, yeah, girl, when he gets some money, you'll get it. I would make it so he doing all this stuff to you and you trying to work. She said, yeah, I would make it so he wouldn't even have hardly this kitchen sink. But see, let me tell you what I respect about them. They gonna look out for themselves. Well, they with a black man, a lot of them not. I ain't talking about the ones that want to be a sister and want to be like us and want to be, they ain't been raised. But them ones that's been raised by them some way somehow, they know how a man think because they'll sit there and they'll act like they putting up with a lot from these men, but you'll never see them coming. Them Becky will pull the rug from out under them and they won't even know, and they love it. The men, I'm telling you, the men love it. I had this white man tell me, he talking about, I respect y'all black. This was a professor. This was a professor. This won't even no regular. He was somewhere. They get to drinking a little bit, boy. Them exquisite boy. They'll talk. He said, I respect y'all black women because we know what y'all gonna do, boy. You don't never see them bitches coming. I said, what bitches you talking about? He said, you don't never see them white women coming, our women. I said, you don't? Why not? He said, because they will never tell you. They'll act like everything okay, honey, and pull the rug right from under you. I started laughing because I said to myself, she's smart. Because why would you tell somebody what you going to do and get in their face and nag them 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 and fuss at them? Because my pastor used to say that make a man hate you. And she was a wise, may she rest in power. She was a wise woman because she tried to tell us. She said, listen. And I mean, you could say she was being like a, what do you call them? A pig me or grooming us to be pig. But she was just telling us how this patriarchal society that we've been in for a while goes. She said, my pastor would say, honey, when you nag a man all the time and get in his face and fussing and stuff, it make him hate you over time. She said, and also, I ain't listening to some of that stuff. I was like a teenager. I was like, he not gonna do me like that, pastor. She said, let me tell you something, honey. When you fussing with a man all the time, and nagging and nagging and nagging, she said, and then you think that when they do something wrong, you put them out. She said, why you gonna put that man out and you know you're gonna get right back with him? She said, all you doing when you put him out and you know you're gonna get right back with him, you just giving more of the, like a cow and a pasture. She said, you giving more room to your, giving more space for your cow to roam. That said, what? Which when I break up with, when I be like, we breaking up, I'm thinking it was the end, but you know, you married, it don't be the end. It don't. That marriage thing, that contract, you better really look over that contract. I believe they done did spells over that contract too. Cause it's easy to get in, it's easy to get down there. Well, it was easy for me. It's easy to get down that aisle, but that's just something else trying to get out of that contract, honey. Anyway, so yeah, my pastor would say, and you need to not get to be a certain size, cause if you get past the size, her thing was a size 14 back then. She said when you start getting out, losing your shape, then they start looking other places, cutting their eyes, and then she'll say when they come home from work, you don't have that Noxzema stuff all over your face. And we could say, well, your pastor was a pick me and she was training y'all to be submissive. No, she was training us to survive in a damn patriarchal society, because that's how that shit, been for a while. It might be changing some now, but honey, there's still a lot of patriarchs that's, trying to won't go sit their ass down, okay? And they still judging women. And they been judging women harshly for a long. Look at Cardi B. All she done did, they ain't made her forget about being a stripper or a prostitute and all that. And why did she say that she used to rob men and set them up to sleep with trannies and drug them? That should have never came out of it. Which she's funny to me. I don't agree with all her stuff, and I think the lady's she's a hood ghetto raised in the Bronx lady that got money. What do they expect from her? Like, she's being herself, her true self. That's who she is. But at the same time, in this society, oh, that's not ladylike. I mean, and some of the songs she making, they feel like she's what you call it when they put you up there to be the machine puts you up there, a plant. Yeah, a plant to take Nicki Minaj out. And I kind of feel that way too. But regardless of that, she is funny to me. But the thing is, this culture, the way they look at women, it's still a little harsh. So, that's just, she was just being, she was just being, hey, hello, how you doing? Yeah, she was just being, hey, everybody. All right, okay, how I say that? Opinyema. Oh, Gondare, am I saying it right? I like that. And it say Nasty Dallas. Okay. How you doing? Yeah, but my pastor was telling us that, and I mean, I listened to some of it. It really helped me, cause one thing about it, I tried to keep myself up. I did. I would work. I remember one time, not because I wanted to keep my husband, but it did probably have something to do with competition, because I was very competitive. I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. I was very competitive back then. I wanted to be the best at everything. I wanted to look the best. I want to have the best cooking. I want to have the best. And that's too much. I would listen to all that music. Let me tell you about that music. Oh, my God. They either had us thinking we was a 5-star chick, a hustler, a gangster, or we was, I don't know what it is, what you done to me, but it's caused me to act in such a crazy way. Resistance is down when you're around, lights fading. Something about, I don't want to be alone, and my heart starts beating full time with thoughts of loving you. That's all we thought about. Or silly of me, devoted so much time to find you a faithful boy. I nearly lost my mind. Y'all, come on, y'all, man. And look, what's the other one? Love should have brought. Now that's kind of bad, but I was kind of really, I was still like a young teenager then. But that Boomerang song, love should have brought you home last night. You should have been with me. Should have been by my side, oh baby. If you cared anything for me, then love should have brought you to me. And what about this one? 7 whole days and not a word from you. 7 whole nights and I'm just about through. I can't take it, can't. They had us on some Heartbreak Hotel or either some 5-star chick or either some, competition where you, what is that song? He's mine. You may have had him once, but I got him all. We was in that music, they had a spell on us. Man, when I broke that, I was in, and I was a big music. Like, I made music, I wrote music, and I was also like really, I was like into music. Everything in my life with music is serious, that frequency. So they had us on that. If I rule the world, imagine this, imagine that. I free all my, and that damn Tribe. No, it's not Tribe Called Quest, but that EPMD. What's his name? The woo woo. It's the sound of the police. Like, they had us on that high vibrational music. Then they took us down to that sampling music. The bands were cut out. The frequency dropped. And we was either on that gangster ride with me, Hail Mary and a come quick see. And then what is it? Many men, wish death on me, Lord. And what about this? When I listen to this now, I be like, how in the world did we not see this here? And that man done passed away. He passed away very early on. What is this? It ain't no fun if the homies can't have none. It ain't no. I never liked that song. I mean, the beat they put it to it. The beat was cool, but when you listen, go back now and listen at what they saying about women. Oh, when I met you last night, baby, I done, and I give you. I mean, the beat is cool, but listen at the stuff they said about women. That's wow. And all his music, look, that I have no problems with Nate. May he rest in peace or power or whatever. No, I did listen to his music, and his voice is so smooth. But imagine how nasty work that was to put that smooth voice to that degrading, abusive talk about a woman. I mean, what was we listening to? They really put it on us. And I'm about to get off here because I've been up here for a while now. But imagine that. But listen, I'm getting somewhere. This is important. How they say, this is important. Stick with me now. So imagine that music going from all that high vibration. Then before that, we had the funk in the 70s, which I wasn't born then. I was born later on. But I'm saying we went from that era to the damn them playing the record player and we, dancing and all that. And now we get here and we see that the women are angry. The women music now is talking about how they not taking all this from no man. They not gonna stand for what their mothers and their grandmothers and all us went through. They taking it real far to the real far to the left. Now you have to have balance. I get this generation and how they feel about how our generation and our grandmothers and our great-grandmothers. Because see, you got to think about it. You can't just say, well, these women now, they around here with these long eyelashes and they act like they act. It's really like some damn Chucky doll shit stuff. Yeah, they really be like, they be acting like Chucky dolls. Like they put on this stuff and they be like, whoo, whoo. They got that whoo. And it's sort of like the energy of Shegmet, which is the lion goddess or the protector goddess or whatever. But it's like it's like too far to the left, like demonic, where they a little. I get it. I get how they feel because we went through a lot. My grandmother and them, they mother and them went through. Do y'all know what women? I mean, do y'all really want to know? Like, do y'all? I ain't gonna get into it because I think you need to research. This is some stuff that take time to digest. The men went through a lot, but they hid the whole women genocide. They done did it a few times, and they did it to a lot of our Black indigenous women. They took them out. They abused them. They raped them. The little stuff you see now that's happening on a little scale, like with what happened with our sister, the little girl in Baltimore and stuff like that, and our girls is getting missing, and the abductions and the trafficking of our women and the essays and all that. That's on a small scale of what has happened through the generations, and this trauma has been passed down. I'm not even saying nothing ain't happened to the other women. Like, I'm not saying that it hasn't happened to the white women or the age but we've been here the longest. Like, come on, we are the ancient old ones, so we've been here the longest. So it's passed down to us and in our genes, that all that trauma. So we're not just dealing with unpacking. I ain't making no excuses for this behavior, because this stuff is really going too far to the left. In my opinion, it's time for the healing of the womb. And Dr. Phil Valentine, shout out to Dr. Phil Valentine. I know you be thinking I be on you, but I be laughing because you sound like some of my male family members when you be talking about how these women act now, because it's a mess. It is a mess. But he talks about the unhealed womb. And when that womb is unhealed, it's rough. It's rough. And I have compassion. I have compassion for my sisters. I'm not a judge. I'm not a judge, or I ain't gonna say I ain't a. I got that Maya energy, but I'm not a harsh judge where I'm like, oh, I want to just throw them away, because I understand where that's coming from. Because I'm not saying that I was acting like that every day, but when I used to get angry as a teenager, oh, I could get into their energy. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, well, I don't understand. Like, cause you notice if you observe like somebody that's been on drugs real bad, when they get clean and get their life together, they will hate somebody that's actually where they used to be. They'll look at a person that's strung out and out there like they used to be, and they'll hate them. Cause I done seen alcoholics do that. I done seen alcoholics be like clean, and they done got older now, and they on their medications, and they living their life, got their credit straight. When they see other people that drink, they can't stand them. That's like, when you got to be careful with that, because that's meaning that you didn't accept and love all of you. You got to love your shadow self, and you got to love that new you and all that. You got to embrace all of you. Yeah. Yeah, it ain't gender thing to me. We all in this system together. So we all fucked up, not just men or just women. Oh, I mean, right, like, we healing together. Like, some of us, we are all, you're right, in a way, we're all healing. It's not a male or female, because if the women, think about it, they made the men think that that if you see, they got the men thinking like that if you treat a woman a certain way, then it's okay to treat them, but it's hurting you, because as a man got the feminine, a man got the feminine and masculine side within him too. And that ain't got nothing to do with male or female. That's the creative side. That left side is that creative side. Like, I teach my men in my family, the younger men, I'm like, when they say feminine, people don't understand what feminine energy means. They think it's you acting like a girl and wearing lipstick and all that, eyelashes and high heel shoes. No, when you tap into your feminine side, that's tapping into your creative bag. That's tapping into things that you do to create things. Like, you might can draw, you might can cook real good, you might can build a house. It's tapping into things that you take from the other world and bring it into this world, creating. That's the feminine energy. The masculine side is more logic and thinking. That's the logic, making things make sense and stuff like that. But that feminine side is tapping into that subconscious. Yeah. So yeah, definitely. I had to learn that too. Like, I learn stuff every day. I told my people, I said, I hate to meet somebody, because I just met I didn't meet them, but one of my family members just came in contact with somebody that know everything. You can't tell them nothing they can debate. I said, well, dad, he should have been a politician, because I really know about politics too. Politicians make you feel good about gaslighting you and make you feel like they're gonna save you and they got everything figured out. So I'm like, yeah, my intuition was strong as a kid. I get that's right. Yeah, mine was too. When I was a kid, I was weird. Like, I was always in the trees, and I didn't understand that till I got grown and got into my spiritual bag. Why I was always connected into the, and I have a wood element. in my Asian zodiac, I have the wood element, so that makes sense. And I just realized that recently. That's why I be so connected to them trees, cause I'm a wood. I mean, I'm a wood rabbit, a wood maybe a wood rabbit or wood element. Yeah. So yeah, my intuition was it was so. My intuition was strong too, and I was weird. I was weird. I was still in, like when I was a kid. I was still stuck in the other world. I had to come back to this one, cause it's like I was not all the way here, and by me not being all the way here, it made me, I guess, weird. It took me a few years to come back. Come here. I didn't like it here. I didn't like it here. I thought the people were mean, and I was very sensitive as a kid. Very, very. I had to get tough skin, like you don't know what. Like I am so proud of myself, cause honey, I was so sensitive. Like any little thing when I was a kid would hurt my feelings. So I'm like, I won't completely all the way into this world. No, no. Mm-mm. That's right. It's definitely not. It's definitely not a gender thing. But at the same time, we all are healing, because we got not just dealing with this trauma and childhood trauma from now. We got stuff that's been passed down in our DNA that we got to clear up and heal. And even right now with this Saturn, because I be looking at Mama T. Look, I'm not even trying to act like I know. I be checking out Mama T. And I be looking at Fleur Burn. I be looking at all of them. I look at the financial stuff. I look at I be trying to know as much as I can. I know I don't know everything, but I be trying to tap in and figure out how to implement what I know into everyday practical life to help myself and to help others now. And I'm still figuring it out. And it's coming together. It's taking a while. Like I had to get through like a 7-year, a 10-year hump. I don't know what. Because I read something where something just transited in my chart. And I'm like, this shit is true, because it's like my relationships and stuff, like that chart won't lie, because it's been crazy. I've been going through it. I really was being. I was like, what in the hell did I do in my past life? Because it seemed like I had to clear up some serious stuff. Even my relationships with my family members, like everything is improving because I'm working on myself, and I'm going into their charts and looking at what is their significance in my life, what kind of karmic connections we got. Even my relationships with my ex and stuff like that. I understand like why I met this particular energy is because some past life connections. If you go in that chart, look, everybody ain't got no $300, $400, and $500 to be going to. A lot of times you can go and seek somebody, but it's best to learn yourself. Once you can learn and know yourself and study your chart. Look, I did not know how to read my chart when I first started out. I did not know how to look at those houses. My cousin was like, you need to learn the houses. She's like, you need to learn. Shout out to my cousin Serene Tiffany. She was like, girl, you need to learn them houses, because I told her about the astrology, but she got deep into it. So I said, yeah, I do need to study it and learn. Look, when you start learning and studying, you can strengthen your weaknesses. You'll even realize why you got with people that you got with, and what the connection is, and what you need to work on, and what y'all did in a past life and stuff like that. Because your mother, whatever you had with your mother, whatever sign your mother is, and it's what house, your moon, even your moon sign, that's talking about the mother. And that fourth house energy, that's the April, May, June, that's that Cancer, the mother. So whatever your mother energy is with your mother, that's the people that you seem like you meet. Cause okay, I'm gonna tell you about mine. So my mother chart and the energy that my mother carried, that's what I got into in the relationships with my marriage, and the most significant relationships that I had as far as a male connection. It was me still dealing with the energy of my mother. I had to overcome that energy. That's what I faced in the relationships. I couldn't run from it. So it'd be like the mother thing setting the tone or whatever, or whoever, raised you or whatever. So once I cleared up that and dealt with that trauma and da 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 da, it's like I understood it all 360 and stuff. So it's Cancer. You a Cancer moon? Oh wow. You need to study your chart, because that's deep. You need to look at what house it's in and you need to look at the characteristics of that house. And also, I'm gonna give you something too, cause Mama T, I looked at them for about 4 hours last night. I looked at it more than one time because I be studying. That stuff was deep. Mama T got a stream that y'all need to check out about that Saturn. You know, Saturn is retrograding back into Pisces. Don't you know? Don't you know she's saying that if you got the degrees if your degrees is from 22 to 28, that Saturn going back into Pisces retrograde gonna affect you. You're gonna feel it. Even if you got degrees that's from 22 to 28, that's that Saturn energy gonna affect you. And you need to look at your 12th house because you know Saturn is going back into Pisces and the ruler of Pisces is Neptune. You need to look at them Neptune places and them 12th house places. I got a stellium. I got a stellium in his I got a stellium in the 12th house. So I'm really looking at my chart. Matter of fact, when you go look at her stream, bring up your chart. Because I had my chart up and I was studying. I was looking at, okay, I got this at 22 degrees. I got this. I've been studying mine. I broke it down. And also, you know, when you got that damn Pluto in there with your moon, you got Uranus in there. Because I got some of that going on. That's some upheaval. That's some unconventional thinking and you know, that era that that's a whole generation of that Uranus in that Libra. That's a lot of unconventional thinking and you able to channel and stuff like that. So you need to get to know your chart and your houses. It's not hard. You just gotta study. I love Mama T. Yeah, Mama T is good. Yeah, she is. She was recently on the Black Magic 363. I look at all that and she was going in up there too. She just did something with Oklahoma. I think it was Oklahoma. Yeah, she's good, and it looked like she go deep in her Patreon too. Yeah, so yeah, that was up there. Her in Phoenix. Ty Phoenix was up there last night for about 4 hours, and Flu Burn. Okay, I'm gonna have to check Flu Burn out. On J Dream, I love her. I listen to them all. I've been listening to some of them. I've been listening to some of them. Some of those other people. You know, some of those lunar people too. Mostly I listen to some of their stuff. And who else do I? Oh, I like whatchamacallit. I be into Seven Bomar. You know, Seven Bomar. He done took that technology. He done took the spiritual thing and put it into that technology. He got some stuff going on where I think he got a class where he teach you how to make movies and all that. I think it's only like $100 for that class or whatever, you know, whenever, you know, I be trying to give people the information. But yeah, he got that Sybil. That Sybil, he got a subscription where you can do, I think you can do it for like free a little bit. And check it out. But he got that Sybil AI. And what else? If you pay, I'm putting y'all on. If you pay $20 a month, cause see, you know, you can get Chat GPT and what else? You can get the Chat GPT and all that stuff and try it out in that deep sea for free. But if you only pay $20 a month, I'm telling you, even if you don't got it all the time, if you pay that $20 for that 1 month, and you go up there on that Chat GPT Plus and know how to talk to that, learn how to communicate with the AI. Don't be scared of it. Man, that AI it'll put you on to the point where they even got some free stuff that you can do with the Chat GPT Plus where you can make some moves, like figure out how to, we're gonna have to learn how to put most of our stuff digital. Cause each of us got gifts and talents that we can harness and use to benefit ourselves in the community. You can use that Chat GPT to start a business and making some money right quick. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it'll put you on to some ideas too where you can put something together. That Chat GPT Plus. Because you know you can use the free one, but if you pay $20 a month, I'm telling you, you ain't even got it every month. Just do it when you can. That stuff is amazing. Because they got one like, that Chat GPT Plus do everything, but then they got a free one too. I think it's AI something. Let me see. They got and you can put some stuff together. You really can. Well, you say same here. I block out a lot of chats. Okay. I hear you. Yeah, but we gonna have to get ahead. You know, that's our stuff. Cause like Mama T be saying, she said she don't think it's artificial intelligence. It might be ancestral intelligence. Yeah, she said that's our stuff. Like that. Come on, we know that's our stuff. Come on, we know. Come on, you get that. Yeah, that's our stuff. It ain't nothing to be afraid of. You just gotta use this stuff as tools and know how to use it. Like even the Bible, I don't throw that. Noble Jew Ali said, don't throw your Bibles away because you're gonna need that to judge those people or whatever. So you gotta use this stuff as tools and don't be afraid of nothing. Cause it's all your stuff. It's all in you being grounded and balanced and having the pure intent and stuff like that. That's what I had to learn not to fear myself. Because I ain't lying. When I was a kid and stuff, even as a teenager and where, I grew up, it was like a haunted road and stuff like that. But it wasn't nothing but them ancestors unrest because they were pissed off about what happened to them. That's all it was. Now that I understand, I know now. But then I was like, oh, God. But I ain't even afraid of the dark no more. Like, I used to be afraid of the dark, but I'm not even afraid of myself. Like, a lot of times when you be having dreams, like I try to tell my family member, she was like, I'm having nightmares. I said, girl, that's probably you. And you running away from yourself because we don't look like we look in this world and them other aspects. We don't look the same. Like, it's been times when I done seen, nothing exists. Nothing. Thank you. Nothing exists without... And man, if people really knew who they were, I'd be like, sometimes I be wanting to like cry because I be hearing how people talk about themselves and people that look like them, and I be like, do you realize I be standing on business because I used to hold a lot of stuff inside and to keep the peace and just not say nothing, but now I be like, yo, I gotta just go and tell you, like, do you realize how amazing the indigenous American black people are? I said, do you realize how amazing they like, even in their bullshit, even though they got some issues and stuff, like, because of the trauma we've been through, but do you realize how everybody follows the indigenous African American? Like, do you realize how amazing you are and the people over here are, even the ones that's sleeping on the street? Like, and I'm like, they be like, I need money and I need to be a certain this one. I said, okay, so what? We doing blue pill today, right? We doing what are we doing today? We doing the manosphere, right? Like, by the time you 30, you gotta have your value increase. Look, I be studying everything. I get with it. I be like, by the time you get a certain age, right, you need to have a certain amount of money because you need to be a high value man. I be looking at it, and then you can't date a woman that has one child because we don't do baby mamas, and you got to be a certain size. You got to be fit and feminine, and I'm playing with them. I'm playing with the men in my family. I be playing with them. Cause I be like, yes, and yeah, and we don't do certain black women. I said, we don't do certain black women because, we don't do, what do they say? Don't do Rikishas and all that. I said, but let me tell you something. At least, I'm not telling y'all to get involved with no drama women, but you got to understand, like, some of these women, they have not been raised. They ain't been raised like some of us. Like, they're gonna have to be taught and learn. Unlike some people don't even know how to like, it's some women that I tell how to properly bathe and I don't do it. I wouldn't get up here. How in the hell did that look for me trying to help my people or help the women that I love in general? And I'm up here and telling them stuff like, oh girl, you need to bathe. No, I will pull them to the side. This how real I am. I would be like, listen, let me talk to you, and I don't want you to get offended, but I don't know if you know this, but this is how you're supposed to, properly clean yourself. And you can go to the Dollar Tree, and baby, you can get this. And I tell a man that too. I'll be like, look, if you don't have it, I'll go buy it for you. Just let me know. This is the stuff I do. That's why can't be on here. I be doing stuff for real. Like, if you don't have it, let me go to the Dollar Tree. I can put you something together because I know they'll get up here on this and you got to spend $100 to get this kind of body stuff. But baby, I can get you some cheap stuff that'll have you smelling good for a couple of days and you can't get to a bathing site. And this is how you need to be doing, because you cannot be out here sleeping with everybody and expecting to be healthy down there and clean and smelling good, because people will rush you to get clean so they can do what they need to do to you. But then when you be smelling, they're going to talk about you. They're going to laugh at you if you know. You got to have a certain type of deodorant. Even with the kids, I'll be like, babe, you got to have a certain type of deodorant. It's got to last. Because if you in school and sweating and walking and all this, you got to have it to last at least. And you don't need no aluminum in it. I know that might be a little expensive. Do you need me to get it for you? But it's stuff you can do that's cheap to keep. People don't even, ain't nobody took up time to tell these people how to brush their teeth. And they don't know. They don't even know. They don't even know. But we expect them to be doing so much. And ain't nobody took up the time with them to tell them how to properly to even bathe and keep their teeth. It's not expensive. It's been times when I didn't have a lot, and I know how to have a lot, and I know how to not have nothing, and I know how to be in between. I'm just keeping it real. I don't care if nobody try to use. Look, you can't use nothing against me, because guess what? I'm my worst enemy. I'm my biggest friend and my worst enemy, me, myself. I'm telling you. I know how to have, and I know how to be without, and I know how to be in between, and I'm glad because let me tell you, the way I grew up where my grandmama and them had like a farm. We had our own food. It was like a Garden of Eden where I walked outside. I know about that. I could walk. I don't know how she kept it going. I don't know how. But I could walk outside and eat. I could go feed the chickens. I could walk outside and pull apples and stuff. I grew up like that, but that ain't my whole experience. And I'm glad it wasn't. Because if my life had went like that and I didn't know the hardships, I wouldn't be able to relate to nobody. I wouldn't be able to relate to everybody. I know what it is to have and live the good life. And I know what it is not to have nothing. I know what it is to have him. I know, I'm very aware. I'm very aware of myself. I'm very aware of my status. I'm very aware of how people feel about me, but I don't let that dictate of who I am. I don't let that dictate of what you like. Like, I'm a very strong, independent type woman I can be, but I know in certain areas that I go at now, in this climate, I got to have a man with me to be safe. I know that. I'm not this, I'm independent and I don't need no man. I be like, no, y'all niggas got to protect me, because look, we dealing with some other stuff now. Like, I don't know if I'm safe going into this grocery store. Like, I don't know if I'm safe riding out here tonight by myself. I tell them, they be like, you a real one, because most when I say, listen, I'm very aware. I know what climate that I'm in, and I know it's a lot of women being, I'm a girl that I know how to use weapons, and I know how to protect myself, but baby, there's always a Billy Badass out there bigger than me. Okay? They might be like, I'm going to try this bitch. And they might win if I'm sitting up here walking in my ego and thinking I'm a independent, mad and angry and ain't on my damn square, standing on my triangle. No, I be trying to, every day when I wake up, I be trying to balance out, ground out, take my shoes off, go out in nature some kind of way. And I don't even be able to go in nature like me. I'm used to going into my own fucking woods. I ain't even gonna lie. My little wood area. I can go out that motherfucker naked. Go out there and lay out in the damn woods. Maybe they got cameras. Probably don't, because it's private property. But you never know. They probably got drones that can see my ass. But I'm used to, I grew up in the damn, like I said, I grew up in the country. I'm used to go outside, I can go out there naked and secluded in the woods. But I'm not there now. It's situations. It ain't even that I could be there. But it ain't for me to be there because I need to experience the world. I can't do that now. But see, even in that, I got to find ways to be able to connect with Tiamat, with Mother Nature, Daughter Earth. See, the universe be testing you. You cannot stay in your comfort zone. See, I had to get out of my comfort zone. I could have stayed where I was and stayed in the comfort zone or whatever. It wasn't perfect because you dealing with family is a lot sometimes. Like, dealing with family, a prophet is only without honor amongst his own country and his own kid. It be some shit you want to be at, but you got to get away from there sometimes. You got to go out and you got to experience life. You know what I'm saying? They say, I never say I don't need women. I would've want to be here without y'all. I know, but I know that. But I deal with a lot of men in my family, and they be telling me how difficult we are. They really tell me they don't want to get married. They don't want to have no kids. And I'm like, damn, is it that bad? And they be like, yes, it's that bad. And they be trying to show me examples of how bad it is. And what make it worse is I be standing up like, yo, the sisters ain't that bad. Y'all need to work with us. Like everybody might not be healed. And you know, they all going, then we go out places and here we go with the attitude, acting nasty. These is men that's available. They might not be perfect, but they know how to treat a woman and all that. Here we go. We out to the place. I'm trying to stand up for you, and here you go with the attitude, talking nasty to these men that's already don't even want to deal with us because they saying that we don't act right, and they like, oh, I'm gonna have to get me a woman of another culture because everybody don't act like you. You know, if I could find one like you, fam, then it'd be cool, but everybody ain't like you. That y'all generation gone now. Then I go out to the store, and here they go proving my point. Like, I'm like, come on, y'all. Y'all ain't, listen, it's been times when I went on these jobs and I be catching hell. I be catching hell. Oh, these men, honey, the men, they been bad since I was a little girl. That's what made these women mean now. These girls now mean because they see how they treated their mothers and their grand. Them boys I grew up with in the country was horrible. They was horrible. Not all of them, but a majority of them. And that must have come from the raising or something. Because you wouldn't think that boys in the country would be that bad. I always thought city men. You know what I used to think? I used to go visit up north when I was a kid. So I thought the New York men were nicer than the southern men. So I was like, well, I'm going to get me a, I never did. I never did it. I just thought that in my head. I was like, I'm gonna get me a city man because he'll be nicer than me. Cause them women don't have to cook all the time. They don't treat them like slaves. So I'm gonna get me a city man where he wanna get my, take me on trips and buy me name brand. I was a teenager then thinking like that. They seem like they go. How you look at the music videos and you be like, yeah, them women up there, they will tell you like, girl, we don't be cooking for them like that. That we don't cook for them like y'all do down there in the South. That's what they my cousins and my friends. Because, I've always been diverse. Look, one thing about me, I always been diverse even with women, honey. I would deal with a woman from all over the world. Yeah, women done had enough. Look, the women I be dealing with women. Look, the women I grew up with were beautiful. Some of them be look like they could pass for white women. Very vanilla. Some of them be cocoa. Look how daughter Umar said. How daughter what you say? No, city dudes ain't. Oh hell no, I learned that, but not the hard way. Huh? I didn't learn it the hard way because I just sat back and observed from looking at what in the hell. Look, they wanted to sign me with. I was supposed to be in New York with a group where I was gonna be like, how in the rap thing they had a lady that's a hit. Man, I'm glad I didn't do that because, yeah, I didn't think the city dudes be doing all the stuff these country dudes be doing, but men are men. Yeah, I used to be like, oh yeah, they seem like they treated they don't. Cause the country guys expect us to be. Back then, they expect a lot out of you. Like, the girls from the South, the men from the city, when they come down and get them a Southern girl, they feel like they in heaven. Because, the Southern woman will go out there and make some money. She'll try to look good. She'll cook. She'll clean. She'll be loyal to the man. I don't know about this group here, but I know my group, that's how we was. We was looking good and we'll have a career going and we'll come home and cook and help out with the kids and support them. I mean, that's just how we was on that ride or die type stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that won't even good. That won't even good. We were doing too damn much. Then when you do all that and a motherfucker don't want to act up, you be ready to do something to them because you done invested too much and helping them go to college and helping them being a lawyer and they being a lawyer, they doctor, they nurse and all that shit. And then a motherfucker want to buck up and try to act like they gonna change her. Oh hell no, nigga. I done invest. We building an empire. You better sit your ass. So you gotta be careful. Even with that. We people, But at the same time, yeah, them city dudes a trip. You ain't lying. You right. It's gotta be both ways. And you know what? I will say that my ex-husband, he was an amazing person. He was an asshole, I like them Aries, Leo energy And that's some past life shit. That's you know, them Leo, I like a man to tell me, I like a man to be in charge. I like a powerful man. I do. I like a man that know what he talking about. I ain't I don't even like no man I don't even like no man gonna do everything I tell him to do. I ain't even gonna front. I might have a little low step, but I'm secure enough to know I like a man take charge type man. He ain't gotta be no hood. He ain't never had to be in the streets either. But you know, back in them days, most of the guys, they was, you know, kind of like, you know, some of the guys was like smart enough to look decent, but they be in the street still, but they be like maybe the head don or something like that, and you know, knew how to carry them. You always like the man that knew how to carry himself. Like he know how to carry. He ain't just, oh yeah, what up, and cussing in front of older people and acting like a old scoundrel and stuff. I like somebody that might do that little stuff and he ain't have to. Like I just didn't want to mess with them church boys because I knew they weren't about shit. I grew up in church. I'm like everybody in my family is like pastors and stuff, so I won't with it. No, he ain't have to be no. See, these girls now, you got to have 10 felonies and you got to be coming out of prison and nope, I won't with that. But back then we didn't have the internet, so you couldn't check to see if these niggas did a bid or not. Anyway, so you couldn't really check like that. But I ain't gotta have all that. I ain't gotta have no thug. But I do like that energy of a man, you know, taking charge and stuff. I like somebody to be able to help them, but they be able to put me on my square too. Yeah. Yeah, it gotta be both ways. It really do gotta be both. Yeah, we gotta have a balance. See, we got married and stuff back then because we didn't want to be committing adultery. It wasn't the right reasons to be getting married. We were getting married to legalize sex, mostly, a lot of us. And we should have been focusing on healing and stuff like that because the music frequency wasn't right. And it might not be right now, you know, but at least now I see people talking about they're going to put the girls is talking about they're going to stop selling drugs, and the girls is saying they're going to stop trying to be gangsters. And this girl was saying by the time like Mama T and them showed this girl, she said that even young NBA Youngboy and them is making peaceful music and stuff like that now. She said even Little Uzi Vert and whatever. It might be little Uzi Vert or what's his name? The other one that I like, that song that they done got him, but I like his music. What's his name? The one from Chicago. The one that they got with the long locks. It's not Little Uzi Vert. It's the other guy. The one that made that song with J. Cole. Yeah, I like that song he made or whatever. But when they start trying to change, honey, that, you know, excuse me. But you know, like with Boosie done did a lot of trash. But when Boosie started building them houses for them kids and them mansions, you see how they come for him? After he done did, I guess it's time to pay the piper, because this is that energy of Saturn, the strict father, is karmic debts. Either you getting your reward or you paying your karmic debts or whatever. But when he built them houses, it's for them kids. They don't want you to take that money and give your kids nothing don't look like, or build no generational wealth. And they say, yeah, after all the crap Diddy did, when he started trying to start a political party and help the black people, that's when they say, oh no, he ain't about to help no D niggas. Like, they don't want you to. It's okay to be their slave and run her down up and down that court and be like the Romans had them gladiators and stuff, the paid slave, the rich paid slave. But when you start trying to build, notice they ain't building nothing. They can't help us. They can't help the community like they want to, because if they do, they might, you know, that ain't what that money for on thing. To help and be, it's for the, just make us think that, oh, I can be them. I can be a star too. And look what happened. Yeah, it really do though. Yeah, you're right. It goes both ways with the with the relationship thing. Yeah, he helped me. I mean, I ain't even gonna say it was all bad, but you know what? I can't put nobody down, because you know what? I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna keep it real with you. If I attracted somebody, it's because we had a lot in common. I ain't no better than the man I attracted. So I can sit here and say, oh, he was bad. Well, if he was bad, I was bad too, because I stayed with him a long time. So, honey, they say, look, what they say, you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas and stuff like that. But look, that white lady was saying that the men choosing them because of the way they act. But the man was telling me that them white women don't tell them what they going to do. They just go ahead and do it. And I think this white woman, or the Becky or whatever, she be looking out for herself, because she know at the end of the day, she feel like the men, the black man, the white man, whatever, she feel like, you know, I don't think Becky, I think Becky might know them better than we do. Like cause think about it. The white man made them the first sex slaves to the Moors or whatever. So the white woman always been having to have to be acting a certain way to please the man. It's been passed down, so they know how to appease the men and act like they supposed to act. And they keep up with how to look, and they gonna keep up with how to the ones that's on it. You know, the ones that's the top notch ones. They gonna keep up with how to act and smile and carry themselves to get along with the patriarchy. Because if you notice, that white woman be going through hell with her husband, because ain't no, a lot of them is into a lot of stuff. The men into that woman they get married because they putting up a front, but that woman put up with a lot. But she, at the end of the day, she gonna carry on the legacy. She gonna probably live longer than him, and she gonna get the inheritance for her children. You know, they made it so, and the system has made it so that we, as the woman, we don't have that with our men, because it's been where the woman it's imbalanced and stuff like that, and they made us feel like we had to make it on our own, and the men got so this got so imbalanced. Like, we ain't thinking about building no families and stuff like that no more. Which I would say it's the village. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the village and stuff, and the like, I ain't even gonna say a man's supposed to sit there and be in a woman's face and forever and ever, but he's supposed to be there to help. Like, he's supposed to be there to help. And it look like the only way for them to, our marriage don't last though. Our marriages don't even last. I think because we basing it off of them. They marriages don't even last. They stay together because of to build their empires and stuff like that. But we ain't even gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. When they get too hot, we ain't getting what we want to get. We gone. They say that white man is the least likely to divorce his wife. That white woman will divorce him first, but he don't do the divorce. And I don't think the black woman do either. I think the black woman, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I know the one that stayed the longest is that white man. He don't care what he going through. He will not divorce his wife. I done seen this man with millions of dollars in North Carolina. His wife was strung out, and he talked shit. He talked pure class. Matter of fact, he was my realtor. He was talking clear. I done seen his wife walking the streets with the baby, trying to get high. I ain't lying. I seen this with my own eyes. Yeah, I don't talk about him because, look, I didn't never really talk about let me tell you, I kept a lot of my ex secrets. The only time I exposed my ex, when my ex tried to expose me, I had to protect myself, but everybody told me I was wrong for that. But he came for me. Like, I will go to my grave with stuff. Like, I know how to build an empire. I'm not one of them that, I like the old me. I used to be bad with this. But now I'm more authentic and transparent because I've been working on healing. That's the only reason why you got this version of me, because I've been working on myself. But the old me, let me tell you, I put on a front. You would not think that nothing was wrong. I get up here probably and talk and act like I'd probably be doing, the old me would probably be taking a picture in front of a yacht or a Lamborghini with a suicide door, all that bullshit. Yeah, and I'm looking like, I got the... You definitely wouldn't see this right here. I wouldn't get up here pure natural. Like, hey, what's up? No. No, honey. No. You would not see the natural me. No, you wouldn't. You would see me with because I'm a makeup artist too. I'm an artist in general. So I know how to do the aesthetics, and I know how to draw the pictures and all that. But at the same time, I know beauty and I know what people like. So you would see the image I want to present. That's what I used to do. I present which it's not good to just, I guess you gotta be vulnerable around the right people though. Like, it's not good I just be raw. But at the same time, like, I had on makeup last night. I was all dude up because I was getting ready to go somewhere. But then I changed my mind. I was like, you know what? I'm going to bed. I ain't going nowhere. I'm chilling. So yeah, I know how to, I still be, you know, I do what I do. But I'm just saying, I love myself so much now until you still meet all of me and everything. Like, my ex would my ex had a lot of issues and I did too, but I make it look good. Like I wouldn't tell nobody nothing about him because I know that made me look bad. You think I'm gonna sit here and talk about the kids, my kid? I'm not that crazy where I'm gonna go outside the group. Now I might talk some shit to the inside group, but like I'm sick of this motherfucker. I'm tired of his shit. Like I'm fucking him up. But I'm not gonna go out here and just rah on that man and blast his secrets to the people. Because I always read that scripture in the Bible where it said in Proverbs that you know, you don't want to make your husband feel ashamed when he goes before the other men. Like I never wanted him to be shamed in front of other men. They looking at him like, damn boy, he married that woman, she make him look bad. Like I always thought like that. Like I always thought about, even though couldn't be perfect, but I always read like the virtuous woman and all that, you know, and I wasn't, which I ain't saying that that's all. A man's supposed to be virtuous too. It don't supposed to be just be, you can't expect, listen, if you going out here, all my life, I never had a girlfriend who wore, what? You go, boy. That's what I'm talking about. You, well, you a bad man. You know how to pick them down. Where you be picking they ain't wear makeup. That's good, cause honey, I used to look, but I took care of my skin. I look good with it or without it, but I ain't lying. Honey, I used to wear. I used to wear. Now I don't even really wear makeup no more. I wear it every blue moon. I'm in a hot. It's only because I'm where I need to be at. I'm in a hot tropical environment, and it's too hot to wear all that stuff. It's too hot for me to wear all the. And you know what? Before COVID, I was natural before COVID. My hair did not have no chemicals in it because I was wearing my natural hair for years. But I'll still put on my wigs sometimes, and my wigs and eyelashes and stuff. Sometimes I did. I ain't even gonna front. And I got, hey, the game proof. Hey, the game proof 14. How you doing? Greetings to you. Greetings from MaSunGoddess777. Yeah, sisters don't need it, but look, come on now. You gotta understand, they done brainwashed us to want to look. They brainwashed us to supposed to want to look like the European, the lunar women. So we feel like that's what the men like. So we be trying to look. We be brainwashed to feel like before we wake up and get from under the spell, we be trying to look as close to that as possible. I won't never into the skin bleaching stuff though. I used to go tan at the. Look, this is how crazy I was. I'll go exercise and then I'll go in the tanning booth. You know them white people be tripping. I'd be like, yep, I'm in the tanning booth. And then when I would go tan and I would go to my job, my boss be like, yo, what you do to your skin? Because your skin look real like golden and baked like bronze. She's about what you do. She was real fair. She wasn't white, but she was real light skin. I said, girl, I got in that tanning booth. You ought to try it because look, it'll put a little bronze on your skin. She's talking about, you a wild lady. I said, yeah. She's talking about, I never would have thought that you would have got a. Them white people be like, you in the tanning booth? I be like, yes, honey. I'm trying to get dark as I can. I'm a trip. I've always been a trip. It's just in my chart. I be going against the status quo. But you don't want to be too rebellious where you burn bridges. But yeah, I've always been going against the ties. They be like, the white folks be like, you're going into tanning? I'm like, yeah, but I ain't put on no sunscreen. They be looking at each other like, what kind of nigga is this? I get my ass in the tanning booth after I work out at the gym, honey. Because I wanted that bronze, like that deep. She was saying, too. She was like, what you do to your skin, girl? I was like, girl, I got in a tanning booth. And then when I go out in the sun, people think that the sun make them darker. Man, that sun do something to your skin. I'm telling you, that sun, I've been knowing that. My skin, when I go out in the sun, and I notice when my daughter go out in the sun like that, she don't need to wear no makeup. I be like, you don't need no makeup on because the sun doesn't put your little bronzing on make your face looking, it doesn't give your face a little like bronze glow. That's wonderful though. The women, what they religion, because the religion I grew up in, we didn't wear makeup. We did not wear makeup because it was against our religion. I went to church with some red lipstick on, boy. They called me Jezebel. Look, I was a trip. I be fucking with them old religious, mean church women. They used to get me back there in that office and tell me I was trying to be Jezebel. I was like, how y'all don't get out of my fucking... Then I used to wear blind. Well, I wear blind. And I was the head, look, Lucifer. I was the director of the choir and the lead singer, too. You know that, Lucifer was over that music. So I was over that choir, boy. I sing right before the pastor get up. So look, they would get me back there and tell me how I look like Jezebel, and I had a little, I didn't wear the full blonde hair. I had a little blonde easy then. I had a little blonde curls in the front. And that little lipstick on these thick lips, boy, them church women, they be mad with me. Somebody said they in Arizona trying to get all that sunlight. I ain't dark enough for me. What? No, I'm not. I'm not neither. Oh, that blonde be looking good though on me though a little bit. That blonde, I used to be clay. I just got out of that blonde hair. Even with the locks. Look, let me tell you how bad it was. I done put blonde in my locks when I first got my locks. I was so addicted to that blonde hair, honey. I had to go through some more healing. I had to. I ain't even gonna sit here in front. I had to get my spine together. Don't you know that shit broke my... I learned. I can't wear no blonde hair and blonde in my natural hair. Don't you know that shit broke my locks off? I bet you I learned my lesson. You know what I color my hair with now? All natural flowers and fruit. I don't use no chemicals in my... The spirit said, what is you doing? What are you doing? You done went natural, and now all these years you've been wearing the blonde weaves and wigs, but you gonna go and put blonde in your natural hair? You know better than that. Don't you know I learned my lesson? I can't wear blonde in my hair, and I don't even want it no more. I don't want it. I done found... Well, it's stuff we used to do, because when I moved away from my... No thanks to Madam C. Walker, but when I moved to this area that I moved to in North Carolina, these Dominican women taught me how to do my natural hair without using all them chemicals anyway. Don't you know my hair was down to my butt when I was a kid. But my mama couldn't do it because she, they had them where they had to go to work and we were latchkey kids. So she put a Jerry curl or something in my hair. And it grew, but it don't, my hair grow without chemicals. It grow real long without chemicals. But it grew long with the chemicals. But that's why black women ain't got no hair. Because of them damn chemicals. Even that hair color. We allergic to that shit. And it's not tested. My hair always been a nice length, but our hair grows without chemicals. We don't need chemicals. All we need to do, the Dominican girls taught me way back in the day, blowouts. That's what they do. They got the same hair texture as ours. Blowouts. And they taught me how to use bananas, avocados, and fruits and stuff. When I started doing that, my hair was good. All hair is good. And I got thick hair, but I'm saying I never been without edges. Even after all the shit I done did to my hair, I done wore every hairstyle you could put. I'm telling you, I ain't even gonna judge nobody. I done wore every hairstyle, every hair weave. I done had a Jerry curl, a perm, a relaxer. Honey, I done had the micro braids. I done had the sew-in. I done had the invisible. I done had so much, I don't even care for it. And I done had every eyelash. I thought I looked good with them, but I probably looked silly too with them eyelashes. So I remember one time, see, I worked with them elite folks, so I couldn't wear this shit on the job. So when I got out work and I go out, and I put it on then. I had on some diamond eyelashes. I thought them things looked good. I probably looked like a fool and thought I was looking good back then. That nature do. Nature do. Them chemicals be killing us, yeah, because I looked at this documentary where this police officer said when she go to the morgue to look at them black women, because when they shave their head when they die, she said they had black, like their head was burnt through the scalp with the relaxers is killing us. Them relaxers. And they causing, what is it? They causing causing your uterus and all that to be fucked up and cancers and all that stuff. But see, I stopped using relaxers like, how long ago? Oh my God. Jeez. Probably like in the mid 2000s. I stopped alone. When I was led to stop, I stopped. Because I always felt weird when I put that mess in my hair anyway. And what happened was I was like, you don't supposed to do this mess every 4 weeks. Then it be smelling funny. And then when you be having your cycle, it make us act crazy. Like when I have my cycle, And I put that mess in my hair. I was like, this ain't it, cuz nah. And I'm so grateful that when I moved away, I met up with these Dominican girls and they showed me that they had my same hair texture and I ain't had to do all that. Yeah, we ain't gotta do that. But they didn't tell us, our mothers, that they didn't. Madam C. Walker, I don't want to offend nobody, but a lot of these people, they put into place to get us away from nature. Everything was to get us away from mama nature, daughter. Everything was to get us away from nature, man. I'm telling you. Even the doctor office and going to the hospitals and stuff and making it so they could get our afterbirth and our blood and our samples and stuff like that. Because we had our root doctors. They demonized the root doctor. They demonized the midwives and killed them and made it so they couldn't deliver the babies because they wanted our melanin and DNA and all that. And they don't do that. They don't go to the doctors we go to. They go, just like Flirt Burns said, they got their own supermarkets that they got kosher or whatever. And the Ariel's got the what is it called? The la halal or the my son know how to say it. They got that lamb there. I be going to their butchers. I be going to some of their butchers and get my lamb and stuff because I know they not gonna hurt their home people like they hurt us. They don't give a damn what they put in. Man, they don't give a damn what they put in these supermarkets and these fast food. Some of these restaurants, you know what I've been doing for a long time? Cooking my own damn food. I do not look for, like when I was, even a long time ago, they be like, oh, I'm going to Red Lobster for Valentine's Day. I'd be like, look, I'm going to make us a lobster. You can go get a lobster. It might be high as hell now. But back then, a few years ago, you go get you a lobster for maybe like $30, $25, $30. You get a nice size lobster. Yeah, he be fighting in the plastic and all that. But if you boil a little water and throw them in there, clean them, throw them in that water with some salt and stuff, he got a lobster. And then make you a nice, decent steak. I make a, what is it, a spinach salad, put some strawberries up there, a little green onion and egg, and put a little cheese up there. I got what Red Lobster ain't even got, and a fully loaded baked potato. I got what Red Lobster ain't even gonna sell you. They ain't giving you no whole lobster, they give you lobster tail. And I do this for my kids, because a lot of them Valentine's days, me and my ex-husband, we be at odds, so I'll do that for the kids and stuff. I be like, you know what? I'm gonna introduce these children to some, nature. Yeah, nature gone. Yeah, nature give us, yep. Yeah, I be like, I'm gonna give these kids something and teach them. I always taught them to eat different varieties and cook for them different varieties of food and stuff like that. Because that's what my grandmother, because my dad was busy all the time. My mama was working. I was a latchkey kid, but I thank God for thank God for mother. I don't know where I would be without my big mom. I'd probably be right here, not knowing how to wash my ass and that's why I don't look down on. I be like trying to teach people, but I know I was somewhere and I just was like, well, I'm not gonna work with this. Like, I can get sick. Like, I had to leave. I was like, look, I took this little part-time thing a few years ago. I'm like, y'all not washing y'all damn hands. Y'all not gonna make me sick. And y'all got bed bugs on y'all coming in here? Oh, hell fucking no. I'm gone. I can't do it. Like, excuse me, y'all. I'm allergic to that shit. I'm not better than, but I'm saying I'm not. Look, let's kill them or something like that, and let's get the hand washing thing down pat. Cause I'm not gonna be sitting over getting beat up trying to work. That's why it's good now to try to figure out how to go digital and do cause it's some crazy shit going on out here on these jobs, man. It's some crazy shit. Like, if you got to do it, that's cool. But get on that AI. Get that chat GPT plus and figure out what you can do, what you already know how to do, then digitalize that shit. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you something good. Ain't nobody else gonna tell you that. They ain't gonna tell you that. Well, they will, but it's very few. It's very few. You're gonna make it now with what you know how to do from your creative gifts from within. And if you can do it digitalized, or even where you can have your site where you go out and deal with, your clientele, your what is it? Your group, the people that need your product or need your service, then yeah, that's where it's gonna be. It's not gonna be depending on these companies. And y'all see how many of these CEOs done passed away in 2025? They dirty motherfucking billionaire asses hiding, I believe. I don't believe they did. I believe they went underground because they know this is their year of karma, Saturn return, and they done did these people so dirty. How all these CEOs, these billionaire CEOs died this year? Yeah, it's weird. I cannot listen. I had to leave the medical field. I had to leave right before COVID. I was led to leave. The spirit was like, look. And they was like, you making a lot of money? You gonna leave now? They paying, they don't raise the. I said, honey, I wouldn't give a fuck if they were paying me. It didn't even make me stay. I'm telling you, they was talking some big money. They done talked some big money to me and told me I had to sacrifice some stuff. I ain't even gonna get too much deep detail. But with these jobs, in some of these jobs of these elite, you got to sacrifice stuff. I ain't willing to do it. I'm not willing to do it. I'm not gonna do it. Fuck that shit. You know what I did? Them motherfuckers was like, yeah, but you gonna have to take. This is before COVID. They was like, you gonna have to take a vaccine to work. And I used to work at this motherfucker. And I was just trying to work PRN and per diem, and y'all gonna tell me I gotta be vaccinated. And after all the shit I done took to work in this field, yeah, underground not gonna help. Ain't no escape. No, you gotta face it. Yeah, not taking no jail. My family wouldn't listen. No, they wouldn't. My family wouldn't listen either. My family wouldn't listen. They would. They all, matter of fact, but my favorite person took it, and he already had some issues with his kidneys. And I believe if he had not took it, he would still be here. Cause Lord knows I would need him. I be talking to him in the other realm, but damn, I'm like, oh, I mean, damn, I needed you here now. I mean, my grandma already gone. Like, I ain't got too many. You know, the real ones, we ain't got too many people that we can really fuck with. You know what I'm saying? We can't be real with too many. Cause if you a real person, you ain't got a whole lot of people around you. You ain't got a whole lot of people that you can really, because people really don't know how to, you know what I'm saying? It ain't that they bad. It's just you might be it's too much because you're authentic and you know yourself, and that's a little scary for a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Can't handle that. Oh no, I done took enough. They done experimented on me. Look, I'm a Vietnam fucking baby. My daddy got a Bronze Star, so they don't tell what the fuck he did over there crawling through that jungle. And that was our own people. That was our people that they didn't tell us that we was over there. You know what war was about? Them trying to get their spiritual artifacts in that temple. Those were our people, the Moors. Them were black people over there. Them Asians was black. Yeah, they waiting for us to die out because they supposed to pay us. Because what they did to our fathers and our parents, that Vietnam shit passed down to us. They was exposed to Agent Orange and all that over there in that jungle. They know they supposed to compensate these kids. A lot of them kids fucked up. I'm grateful because I be healing myself, honey. I be doing I'm talking about I be doing qigong. I'm gonna do a module and show people what I be doing. I have been planning to do it. I need to stop talking about it, but I'm gonna get on it. I be doing breathing exercises. I be doing stretching exercises. I get rid of that stale energy. I be beating on I got a little short up here where I'm showing you I'm under a tree on my where I'm from. I'm under a tree and it look like I'm just going crazy. I'm shaking all that stale energy off of me, but I'm beating on myself too. I be doing a lot of stuff. I be doing stretching. I used to be going 6 days a week, but honey, I got a little older now. I'm not doing those 6 days at no damn gym. Back then I was swimming. I was doing the weights. I was doing the ellipticals and all that, and then walking. So I do walking and stuff now, and I do the weight. I do my weights a few times a week. I do my legs and stuff because you got to do that if you wanna. You gotta do that. You gotta do some strength training. The original Asian was us. Yeah, you're right. The original Asians was. That's right. Asiatics, and then I think about the 5%ers, and they talk about the Asiatics. Lord, I be into them more. Look, I be into. Oh man, look this. If you don't know about this brother, Seer the Duke of Tears go deep into them Moors. He be on it. He be talking. He go way back and tell you about all this stuff about the Salisbury. What is it? The Salisbury steak story? How they lied about the Indians, how they were really the Cowboys were really the Indians, how they he tell you that Salisbury State story talks about how they actually, and that might be Dane Calloway got the Salisbury State, but I know it's a Seer the Duke of Tears up here. A Seer the Duke of Tears. He talks about how they went and did a Hollywood movie script talking about how they won all the battles and the Africa stuff. And even with that white lady talking about how we came from the Gullah, the Geechee Gullah came from Africa. She wrote a fantasy book, and then they put that into the freaking history books. That's how they did. He talked about how they were Cabbage Patch babies, how a lot of them Lunas, the whites, was Cabbage Patch babies, and they brought them over here to the Americas because it was too many of us, so they needed to create them children. Oh man, man, they needed to create more people so they could take over our lands, and they had them kids in them little movie theaters that looked like little raggedy builders telling them that we stole their land. They was indoctrinating them Cabbage Patch babies. Look it up. Look, don't go by my words. Look up them orphan trains. Look up them orphan trains. Look it up about what this holiday we just celebrated is really about. But if you can go to Deep Sea, look it up in Deep Sea. But Deep Sea is okay, but if you get too deep, it's good. But that free stuff is kind of, it'll go a little ways. But if you really want to go deep with this stuff, you want to get that Chat GPT 20. You want to at least pay the $20 a month. But look, go look in Deep Sea and ask them about what is the real reason for the Labor Day shit. It's going to blow your mind. That shit is based off of how they have child slaves. And most of them child slaves were little white kids, man. They had some of our children mixing that, the indigenous black children. But they had, this holiday is about, they had children working in the mills and stuff. They had their little hands going in between these things, getting lame. Man, that's what that holiday is about. Salisbury State. I be telling everybody to listen to that. Yeah, I rock with Arceer. Yeah, me too. I love Arceer. The Duke of Tears, man. And his wife, what is it, Cardone? She got all that natural stuff for your hair and your skin. Oh, man. It's called Cardone something. And he be advertising it. She comes up there on Black Magic 363 sometimes and advertise her products. Where she make them by hand from home. That's his wife. Yes. Yeah, I be rocking with him too. I'll sit there and listen to that stuff and go back over it, and then I'll screenshot it and I'll study it and come to find out that mess that stuff he be talking. When I compare it to research it, it's just truth. It's true. Yeah, ask it about the child labor and what happened during the child labor, Labor Day stuff. Yeah, because sometimes them things go into illusions. But that thing, I believe it don't be illusions. I believe they say it's illusions sometimes because they don't want us to know the truth. That damn AI get deep because they say in this our DNA that they took when they be trying to test to see if what they fake, trying to tell you from Africa so they can take you away from the land. Somebody you from the tribe or your Aruba or the Zulu tribe, so they'll put you in Africa and your ass won't be thinking that you from here. But they take that DNA and use it for them damn, they using that and they using them ancient stones from them mountains, so you know it's our stuff. Yeah. It's that probably they don't want you to believe some of that stuff because they probably going deeper than what they want them to go. That AI probably going deeper than what the programmers wanted to go. Yeah. Sure is. Yeah, Cordoba Organics. Yes. Cordoba Organics. Yes. I rock with her. Yeah, she got some good stuff. I plan to get more. I be trying to support. You know, I be ordering. I used to order stuff. I hadn't in a while, but I done turned other people on to ordering stuff from I be supporting my people from what's their names? Night and Day. Night and Day, I ordered that stuff from my mom that they got and she loved it. That CBD rub was for pain. I ordered that. I ordered some cookies. I ordered some of the CBD cigarettes and stuff. It was a while. It was maybe like a not long, but not recently. I ordered a few things from them and it was some decent products. But you know my dog ate my cookies. That damn dog ate all my, I only got like 2 cookies. His ass got in there and ate all the cookies and slept for a day. Looking like Anubis. And his name is Shango. He ate my damn cookies. I do try. I mean, you know, hey, they trying to make look, I'm manifesting more wealth for us and more transferring of wealth and all that. What else? It's some stuff we can be investing in too. I don't know if y'all do. I don't know if y'all do stocks or whatever, but look at it for a long time. They get this information here. I'm like, man, go ahead and tell me what I need to invest in. Hold on. Yeah, I'm back, and I think it's real cheap. Am I buffering? Okay, am I back now? Can you hear me? Huh? Can you hear me now? I had to go and do something, but I'm back now. Can you hear me? I went out. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said? Because I'll put it in here. I'll type it in here. If you didn't hear the stuff I said that you need to get. I went right back out. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Did you hear me? Oh, wow. Did you hear the stock I said get? If not, I can type it in here. No, it's me. I'm changing the screen. I'm thinking while I'm changing the screen, looking at this stock, it's staying up here. But evidently, when I go to the other screen, and it's going out. You didn't hear it, did you? Okay. Well, then I'm going to go out again, but I'm going to type it in the chat. Let me type it in the chat for you. Let me type it in the chat. Yeah, he said let Amazon go and get this one here. This is the one that's powering it. And when I come back in, I'm going to say it. He said let Amazon go because they going. I had a hard time ordering something from them. And I'm a prime. I'm like, what the hell going on? I had to do all this stuff to verify something. I'm like, but okay, I'm going to tell you. To let Amazon go and this one. It's called CPNG. CPNG. Copain. CPNG. It should be cheap too. It should be pennies on a dollar. It might be a crypto. It might not actually be a stock, but it's CPNG and it's cheap right now because it's coming out of over there. So it's not expensive. And I'd rather for you to hear me than I type it in. CPNG. CPNG. That way. Yes, that way nobody won't be. They ain't interested in listening to me. They don't think I'm talking about nothing. They ain't nobody interested in this stuff. So, you know, you got it. And then I'm going to give you another one. CPNG, yeah. Copain. I'm going to spell it for you. I'm going out, coming back in. COUPANG. 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 That's about to be serious, man. Not right now, but COUPANG. COUPANG. And I'm going to give you another one that's gonna outdo Tesla. Already is, but this motherfucker gonna bang. This is what I be doing too. I don't just be like, you know, you gotta take that spiritual stuff and you gotta make it, you gotta help your people too if they, you know, they want to help or whatever. I be trying to put it into some practicality. I mean, like, even if you don't have it right now, in the future, if you can, because I didn't have a lot. I was paying bills and stuff. I was paying bills and stuff and taking care of other people and trying to help the family. But I had put a little bit into that XL something that Dr. Field told us when I took that class, XLR or something like that. It popped. He knew what he was talking about because it sure popped. It sure did. I mean, I didn't come off rich, but it did go up. Well, you know, that stuff, and I didn't put a whole lot in there. But you know, if you get it while it's pennies on a dollar, when it really bang and stuff, and it might take a little, don't mess with it. Whatever you gotta do, try. Cause you know how stuff will come up. You be like, dang, I can get that money. Yeah, that's what I invested in. I couldn't find I don't think I could find the XLM, but I sure did invest in it. I went invested in that XRP with them little pennies, them little working pennies I had. I sure did. I bought me a little bit of here, and then I turned around and bought me a little bit that week, and I, you know, kept buying, you know, because you can you can do a few dollars, like you can buy a least amount. You ain't gotta spend no $300 and $400 at one time or $1,000. You can put in. You could buy like $50 worth or $30, $20. You could keep building. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Cause I had to let some habits go. I had to be like, look, I ain't buying this, I ain't eating out this week. I ain't gonna buy this week. I'm gonna eat from home and make the food I got and take that money and let it and then put that into my little, see if I can get me some crypto. You know what I'm saying? It's a way. You do not gotta be, people be like, yeah, when I get my tax money or when I hit the lottery this week, I'm gonna hit this pick 3. And no, just even if you don't have nothing, that's different, but you're gonna have something. Like, you might not have nothing today, but something coming, I'm telling you. You might be like, dang, you know, I can't see that right now because I don't have no this and all. Don't even think, be like, hey, it's got, cause I've been there, like, I've been there where I was like, damn, yo, what's up? Like, why is it dry? Like, and I had got off the grid in 2019. I completely got off the grid. I thought I could live off of nature for a little bit, but I was still working some too. But I had left the medical profession. I was trying to live off nature. I was thinking about getting me a tent and going in the woods, like for real. I was like, look, and I was really upset because. Let me tell you this other one before I get all off into another story. Let me tell you this other one, okay. He said Tesla is out. It's called SYM Symbiotic. He said Tesla ain't doing it. He said SYM Symbiotic is a company that's way cheaper. You ain't got to pay. He said you ain't got to pay even a fourth of what he gonna be doing with them. He said he got them robots he playing with us with that can walk you down the street and all this crap. He said these people, SYM Symbiotic, he said they got the stuff that do the heavy lifting where, like, if you got a business and you like, yo, I don't wanna pack that material. I'm gonna let this thing do it on automation. They got that. And this crypto or stock or whatever, SYM Symbiotic, it's called SYM. It's gonna outdo them robots he got any day. He do a lot of boosting up, making you think that he, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but this here, yeah, I told you. Check. It ain't expensive either, is it? It's probably so cheap you looking at it. It might be so cheap you like, damn, this ain't about nothing. Man, that Luna, I ain't gonna say the cracker word. That he said that's gonna boom. And you know, I believe he know what he's talking about because he done went broke investing and stuff. And when you make them take them risks, you get that feeling. Cause I had a feeling too about what you call. I'm like, he ain't popping because matter of fact, when I seen that guy over there in that African country that got that car that you know that, what's his name? I'm thinking about that man that was supernatural, but that ain't. Remember Simeon Tokyo? That's who came to mind. Gratitude to Simeon Tokyo. You know, Simeon Tokyo was the last ascended Christ that they tried to kill him over there in the Congo, and he put his body back together on flying in the sky. This is really happened back in the 1900s, yo. Don't nobody talk about that. Look that up, Simeon Tokyo. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I'm glad you know about that. But it's this other man that they don't try to kill recently that invented that damn car. I don't went over there and look. They ain't got that motherfucker for sale over here, but they got it for sale over there in China. That's that car. He done got with them, and it start with a K. That car can power your house. You don't never gotta charge it. That car ain't that much either. I think that car is under 40. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody know Jesus, and that's really ISIS. And Mary and them, ISIS and the Israel is ISIS, Ra, and the Elohim talking about us. Israel is within us. We the 12 tribes of Sheba and the shit. I mean, the story is all twisted, man. But yeah, the last ascended Christ, and there was another man over there, not in Congo, but somewhere over there that he was doing something on a boat or something. He was doing some kind of magic gun. Something they couldn't kill Simeon Toko though. And he flew away and told them that he was coming back with more people like him, didn't he? They could never kill him. They said they took his heart out. He assembled it back too. Simeon Tokyo. They don't know nothing about that. But they better learn. They better catch up because we in the end game. We in the end of an era. We in the end game. We in the Hunger Games and the what? They trying to play the Squid Games and all that. But it's gonna be all right. It ain't a time to fear. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting fearless. Like I'm not afraid of a lot of stuff. Like even I realized that death ain't even what they told us, man. It's like getting into a car. I ain't saying I'm ready to leave or I'm ready to go, but I'm like, hey, if I gotta go, you know what I'm saying? I want to go when it's my time. And I want to go out like a goddess. I don't want to go out like no damn. I ain't doing nothing stupid though. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be no. I'm not gonna be no. I'm gonna have control of my emotions and I'm gonna transmute my energy and use it to benefit myself. And I'm trying to build an empire, like not just for myself but for the collective. Like I'm trying to establish something that's bigger than me. Like it ain't even about me. It's not about me and me being, Lord, I'm planning to go walk. I need to go get ain't this something? I gotta go out here and do some. I gotta go out here and do some magic, yo. Cause it's raining. I'm trying to go swim. No, you didn't. But it ain't gonna rain all damn night, and I'll go swimming at night. I sure will. I ain't scared of the dark. Yeah, I'm trying to go. Not right now, but it'll be done by the time I get ready to go get in. I can get me some salt water. I can get me some water. I haven't been in a while. Yeah, I gotta get in that water, man. Cause when I'm home, I be like at the ocean all the time. I'm an ocean, mountain, nature. You know what I'm saying? I love that type of stuff. I love hiking and all that. But you gotta be careful as a sister doing that, cause them crazies be on them hikes and them trails and stuff too. You might gotta kill a motherfucker by taking a motherfucker. See, I'm a crazy motherfucker when I need to be. I'm not a crazy person. Just like I teach kids and all. Like I'm so good with kids. Like I just counsel my little people, and I was like, look, you cannot be involved in all this fighting and stuff at school. And that drama energy, you gotta be like able to know when to get away from that type of energy, like, cause you a popular like little girl, but you gotta know that everybody not your friend, cause you don't want to be out here, and you a pretty little girl, so you don't want to be out here letting people drain your energy and pretend to be your friend. Then they get you at a hotel and get you somewhere out of the country and try to shanquilla your ass, or do you like they did put your ass in a free. You a pretty little girl. They're gonna be jealous of you, and you love, like you well loved, so people can feel that. And I don't want to hurt nobody over you, so you better watch your step, because you don't want your people to. You don't want them to bring out a joker out of your people now, because I'll get crazy. I'll get crazy over you, but you don't want that, so you better walk circumspectly and stay away from these little crazy kids, because these kids, you know what I'm saying, they be agents too. Like I love children, but some of these children ain't right. You know, they some of them, you know what I'm saying, they some of them, I know. You know, I will shoot. I want no angel, but I want no evil little kid neither. But some of these kids, they agents. Yeah. Yeah, jealousy real. I told her, I said, listen, you know we love you and stuff, but at the same time, you're gonna have to have a humble spirit with it, because everybody ain't loved like that. Like everybody ain't got nobody there. I was like, you know, I'm not rich, but for you to be okay, I'll make sure. Like she was like, yo, my dad, I need for my dad to give me something. And I don't put him down. That's not my baby. This ain't even my baby daddy. This my people baby daddy. They ex or whatever. They was with for like 13, 20. And he doing, we had a relationship with him though. Like, we was cool with him. And I ain't even gonna lie. We loved him and stuff. Even though he wasn't perfect, we try to, we try to do the village thing where we like, yeah, he a part of the family. They got a kid, married or whatever, so we gonna help build him up. That's how I always been. I've always been like that. I'm like, yo, he having a hard time or whatever, but he full of shit. He full of shit. But I ain't gonna tell no kid that. She gotta see that for herself. You don't put nobody dad. And I was like, look, your dad's struggling right now. I got you. Don't even ask him for nothing. Like, don't bother him right now. She was like, I'm about to ask my daddy because I need a spray down, a book bag, nah. I'm like, look, you don't even need no book bag. You need to go to the Dollar Tree or Walmart. Look, these kids in this generation, you can't tell them no mess like that. You can't tell them no mess like that. Look, I'm like, y'all ain't slaves no more. Y'all kids now got it made. We were latchkey kids. I ain't never seen my mama and daddy. I'm like, I just seen I just seen my grandma. I ain't never seen my mama. My mama was always, they were living their best lives on their jobs and pretending like they was at work. And y'all kids just got it all now. Y'all. Yeah. This ain't my baby daddy. This my people baby daddy. Like, I'm trying to, like, we doing a village thing. Like, I don't speak bad on him, but he going through a tough time. But I know when he could, he tried to pay his child support, even though he don't be there, because he got a lot of issues. And oh my God, he got a lot going on. And he got so much potential, but I don't know why he sabotaged himself. But you know what? One thing about him, he's smart enough to know how to pick some decent baby mothers, but lately, I don't know what he got going on, because this energy done changed up. So now, he done started messing with these young. I'm like, boy, I want to tell him so bad, you messing with these young girls, you know what they'll do to you? They ain't like these older women you been dealing with or these girls that we raised, that I do, these girls I raised, the girl I raised, she ain't no angel, but she did halfway decent, halfway decent girl. Them one of them girls like that, where you can talk to her, she'll go sit down. Them girls he dealing with now, my people like, I don't want that. He was like, well, can the kids come over? He said, can these kids spoil? They are spoiled. Yeah, look. They'll call the people on you. Look, I be playing with. I'm like, I'm gonna beat your tail when I. Well, I don't want to have to call the people on you, because that's abuse. Look, this little girl done ran it down on me how abusive that I was with my kids. She done ran down to me that what we were doing back then was abuse, honey. This is Johnny Cochran, Oprah Winfrey. Not saying that she, Oprah got some mess with her, but she got the same card as Oprah. Like she's Napoleon and them. She's smart. She's an attorney right now. She ain't even 10, hardly. She ran it down on me that we abused, that I abused, and my generation abused them millennials and stuff, and how we, and I had to think about it. It made sense. I'm like, well, maybe she got a point. This little 9-year-old ran it down on me and how we was abused. Look, I was like, you know what? Maybe she got a point, because, that's, we were raised by the baby boomers, and they beat the hell out of us, and they didn't have time either, because they was taught that, oh, I gotta leave the farm and go work at these factories and make that money and go get this education and fit in. If I get me a job, then I got it made. Like, they told them that they go and get a job and it's all good. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, if you do the family business, you can go when the job in and they don't need you no more, you can still go work at home on the farm or whatever we had going on, man. I'm telling you, like. But this little girl told me we was abusive to the millennials. She said, that's abuse, and I don't think that you should be doing children like that. So I had to think about what she said. I'm like, you know what? You full of it, little girl, but you got some valid points. Like, we didn't know no better, but at the same time, we had to do what we had to do. But at the same time, we might could have done better. Might could have done, like our parents might could have done better. They spoiled. They are spoiled. They are spoiled. I told her, I said, you know them kids used to be slaves, right? She looked at me like, are you, girl, bye. I said, yes. I gave her the history on Labor Day. I said, you better be glad that you was not born back then. She said, I said, you better be glad you weren't back then, because you would be a little pretty girl like you. A little pretty little girl like you. And when we be at the store, them older white men be like, we was at the pool, and this white man gonna say, this a pretty little girl. I'm like, no, honey. Don't look the other way. Don't even say that about that one, because I don't take that as no compliment. Don't be a compliment to my people. No, because I know that they, back then in them days and stuff like that, they see a little girl like that. They were marrying them off at younger than 16. Creepy. Yeah, talking about she's a good looking child. No, that would have been one, because they sexualize our little girls. You know that's what's wrong with these girls. What's wrong with us? They sexualize. Go look up the oh my God. It started before this, but what's that old racist president name? Lyndon B. Johnson. He had a little bitty black girl on the stamps pregnant. Yeah, they sexualized our girls a long time ago. Then they did the Black Hollywood with the Black Jezebel. Look that up, the Black Jezebel Museum. How they sexualized the little girl and the black woman as early as like 8, 7 years old. Yeah. Oh, no, we don't do that. Neither let a little girl. No, we don't, because they were doing that. Oh, they were doing that in my time. Them men was doing that back in the days during the Generation X and stuff. Yeah, we had a lot of, if you know, it was a lot of child abuse and assault because they had the parents at work and the babysitters. It was a lot of weird, even amongst the siblings. It was a lot of molestation and stuff going on. It was a lot of stuff going on back then, honey. Sure was. It was a mess. Yes, it was a mess. It was a mess. The children was not safe. They was but it wasn't that they were being abducted and taken away so much. It was happening, but not on the big scale like it is now. But it was happening within. The family members and the friends of the family were messing with the kids and stuff like that. Then they wonder why these girls fast as hell and wonder why the boys is gay. Their first experience was one of their family members. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we violated most. I believe it's everybody violated, even the boys. They don't talk about it. The boys, I done had some stories where the father violated their own daughters and sons. This some shit. The mothers too. I didn't know mothers did shit like that till I moved to this other city, and they were talking about how the mamas and the mamas sleep with their sons. I said, oh hell no. Where am I at? Because I wouldn't imagine the mother doing that. Like, I put them on a higher pedestal, but especially one of us. I was like, no. And then when I moved somewhere else in the South, that man was telling me that this one woman, she slept with all her sons. I said, well, don't that mess them up when they meet a wife or a woman? Talking about, no, that taught them how to treat. I was like, oh hell no. I wish I would. I wish I would sleep with my daddy. I wish I would screw my sons. I wish I would. If I do that, go and chop my head off and throw me in the ocean or burn me or something. Because, honey, no, they got too many people out there that I can go see. And they got too many toys that I can go play games with before I go. Where they come from? Oh, no. It ain't got that bad. This mess got to be passed down. Because I don't think you just wake up one day and say, but a lot of them elite people, they do this. They marry. You know what? If I married somebody that I was some kin to, it's because I did not know it. I wasn't aware. I didn't know that we were all from the same clans and stuff. If I'd have known what I know, if I'd have known then what I knew now about my history, I wouldn't have never dated anybody in the area where I grew. Because most of the time, the people that are originally there in the area where you grew up, I ain't talking about like in New York and places where it's a melting pot and you got people moving in from all over the world. But the people that's still there in the area, where you grew up and that's always been there for generations, they are all family members. Do you know that? But even if they live in the hood, see, I'm thinking like if you go a few cities over and you deal with somebody then they not no kin to you, that's a lie. You do you realize how? Let me read what you said. I knew a girl who had her father's child. Oh yeah, I didn't know all her son. What? I used to think that was only. No, it's not. I thought that too because I thought how many our people. I didn't think they were doing stuff like that. But you gotta think. You gotta think that. Okay, I don't think it was the slavery that we think it was. Like we coming over on these ships, but maybe they did that intermarrying when they had to go into prisoner of wars and what is it when they had to go into the because I know where I'm from they had to leave. Do you realize how much land? You realize how much land they even Martin Luther King said how much millions of acres they took a lot of all this land belonged to our people. They took the land and they had to live like my group. They had to live the Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina was one land mass. It was no geographical marks or like they doing now. They doing imaginary stuff. That's not real. The maps are not real. It was no South America and North America. It was no North Carolina, South. It won't no all that was together. And see, if you can find a map with the dragon lines on it, the ley lines, that's the real location markers, not this mess they done did when they stole the land in the 16 and 1700s and stuff. Or whenever, I don't know how early along, because they say when the Moorish temple fell, that's when they really, started trying to do their stuff when the Moors fell. And they say the Moors were deep in not just Morocco. That's the new Morocco. They say the real Morocco and Turkey was here. They say the Nile. They say the Mississippi River is the Nile River. This is older than over there in the Middle East, them pyramids. They say in Arizona they got the we can't get to them, but they say you can. They say they got the Tahuti temples and the Isis temples in the Arizona mountains, and you can go through there to get to. They say you can go through the Arizona them mountains that they got blocked off to get to anywhere in the world. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Yeah. Yeah. The Grand Canyon. Yeah. Yeah, they said you can go through. They said that's how. They said that's how. They said everybody know that, but us. They said that's how them people be coming over here undetected. They know how to travel through the Grand Canyon to get here, but we don't. They said you can travel through the Grand Canyon and go to anywhere in the world. Somebody said they walked here from where? Somebody said they walked here from way far away. They said, "How did you get there?" They said, "I walked there," and they were serious. So they was like, "Yeah, he must have came through the Grand." They know how to come. They know who we are. They know the story. So I'm thinking like that when they took the lands and they said my people, which it happened, they moved near the swamp. Cause that area where they got land at, my folk, it's like lower, they got the black, think about it. They got the black people in the hood and then they got the black people in the areas that's flood zone. So I'm thinking that's a swamp. Even like Texas, Houston, that was built out of a swamp. And even down there where my people live, they own a lot of land, but where they at now is the land that flood is a swamp. They said they got when I went into Deep Seek to look it up, they said they moved in them areas because that's where the colonizers didn't want to be around the snakes and the alligators. And they intermarried with each other and got close to each other so they could survive out there in the swamp. Cause that was like a land that they wanted the good land. They got the good. They took the good part, but they didn't want to go down there in the like I'm thinking about like Louisiana. When you think about down there in the swamp and down there, our people were surviving out there and built that up and was thriving along that. I know my folks is that Highway 17 and it runs a long way. I said I didn't know I was no kin to all them damn people. I'm even some kin to Tupac and them because his mother. They not the same tribe, but they sort of is the same cousins of the Scotturure people down there in Lumberton. And people used to tell me I look just like Tupac. They were like, you Tupac little sister. And I always wonder, like, why they saying that? But when I do my research, where his mother comes from down that way, it's all mixed in with the people that my people too, my group. So we do have some similar features. Yeah. Yeah, everybody know who we are but us. You're right. Oh wow, yeah, I love Tupac, but I got one of them people that he believe everybody was an agent. He don't believe that. He don't believe that he won't. He believe that they had compromised him, and that he's saying that it just don't seem right. Like the story, like, and he's like he was telling me how he felt like they compromised all of the Black Panthers and stuff like that because they were doing something to help the computer. He said they might have been working. He said he don't know. They might have been working from the beginning, like for them people. But they established a lot of good stuff. Listen. I believe it was some good Masons. Because when I researched, a lot of them presidents was black, was passing. Even Elvis Presley was passing. When you go all up and through them Appalachian Mountains, all through Kentucky and them places, and coming on down through Virginia, through the South of West Virginia, them was indigenous people that mixed in with them other people. And a lot of them people that was looking like they were white people, they were passing. Because I have people in my family that could pass, but they're black. They say they black, but if they wanted to pass, they could pass. But a lot of them people was indigenous people. A lot of them we thought were working against us might have been helping, and some of the ones we thought were helping, like Booker T. Washington and them people, I don't know for certain, but some of them people was working for them. I believe we had a lot of agents and stuff. Your dad was right. But he was a lot of them was passing. Most of the people back then, if they want Cabbage Patch Babies, meaning they grew from the lab or whatever, because when they talk about that Adam and Eve story, you got to think about a woman didn't come from a man. So, that was some Yakub stuff. They were creating people and stuff, because it said in the Bible it was still more people, but the God that created them didn't want them to know nothing, because, Yeah, they were. They was agents. Because why in the hell, when the Booker T. Washington and them went to that Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and then they blew it up and all that? I don't even believe that. Look, that Frederick Douglass man, how he have all that money? Won't he over that bank, the Freeman Bank? That won't no regular nigga. And Madam C. Walker, Sid of Duke of Tears talk about that book called The Blue Bloods, The Blue Veins. That's them black people that were in them societies. How was Madam C. Walker and them able to hang out with Elder Fitzgerald, with all them rich elite? Because they all is the same people, the same bloodline. They just, even that Harlem Renaissance where they used people that from other countries that look like us, but they was trying to wipe the real history of Harlem. New York was, come on. All them Indians they chased out of there, them real indigenous people, and then replaced them with the $5. It's just a mess. I believe they got agents all in the neighborhoods now, kids and stuff they train and stuff. I be trying to tell people, like, look, you got to be careful. They will try to trigger you. They not going to get into no trouble. They might make it seem like they going away to trouble, jail, and they get you. They know the real ones. I'm telling you, they know. They know they can pick up your frequency. You got to be vigilant now, because they be spraying the area doing frequency stuff so to get you to get, triggered and stuff, even with your own family members. I'm telling you, you got to be vigilant now. I believe it, because, that's what the old dirty, oh my God, you did, wait, why did you say this? Why did you say this? Because now you done trigger something. Why did you say that about ODB? Because what's be said he was a chief on the land, and they had to get rid of him because he should have said too much. He broke the oath. Oh, you done triggered me now with that. ODB was deep, but Dane Calloway said, not Dane Calloway, but what's his name? Ron Hayes, Chief Pontiac said that ODB was a chief. I believe it. He said that ODB was a chief. And you know this lady just got up on this podcast. It's up there on YouTube. I sat there and looked at it. She said that her granddad owned a part of Manhattan, and she got a black soul food restaurant there, and that outdoes the white people. She said that her granddaddy had ships that them black people had ships, and they was going to. He said, now I know some people say she didn't really exist. I don't know, but this lady said her granddaddy was picking up Harriet Tubman or something. Now I don't know how true that is, but she said them black folks owned that island, and they had ships back then. And guess what? Ain't you seen that movie Antebellum? That movie is true. They was kidnapping them elite Moorish and Indian chiefs and Indian royalty clan mothers and the princesses and the daughters, taking them from one city to another like they did that man on the 12 years of slavery. They was kidnapping them and taking them away from their places and putting them in places as prisoners of wars. They wasn't getting them from Africa. They were taking you like from Mississippi to North Carolina. Matter of fact, my elder is 100 years old now. She said she remembered them getting people from as far as Oklahoma, Mississippi, and all these places out west and different places out south, bringing them and dropping them off in South Carolina and North Carolina. That's what the slave ships. And them getting people and redistricting them around the United States so they could take them away from their land and then putting them in them schools. When you go look in Deep Sea, you will see that they had them schools that, like over there in Canada, where that man they killed, where he was getting ready to bring that queen up on charges before the lizard queen died. They killed that. He wasn't no real Indian, but he was like a he said they took kids from there and they never seen them again from that orphanage, that Catholic orphanage. He said they took them out of their homes and put them in schools, put them in them Catholic schools and stuff. That's what they were doing and teaching them what they wanted to teach them. Just like they had a school in Florida that Tasha K talk about it. Her uncles and stuff went to it. Her great uncles and stuff. She said they took them black kids and put them in them schools and taught them, and they would beat them and abuse them and kill them. She said there was so many kids done been buried, you don't even know. They was taking them indigenous black children and brainwashing them to teach them. They said kill the Indian and save the man. That means take the mindset of the Indian away and you got a new identity. Give them a new identity. Kill the enemy and save the man. We was always here. We was. Oh, Arcir said she was real? Okay, because Dane Calloway said she won't now. I take everything with a grain of salt. And I messes with Dane Calloway. I fucks with Dane Calloway too. But he did some research and he said that Harriet Tubman, he look at some of his stuff on there. He done went and cited them on it and they took it down. Because he said there was some lady that put it up. It won't really. And he said it wasn't a Nat Turner either. Now, he said he did a research. I looked at the stuff. It looks credible, but I didn't do no deep study on what he got. He got the receipts, though. I do know that. That's the Dane Calloway. Well, I mean, either way, come on. We know, like, it was probably some people doing that. Come on. Ain't nobody gonna sit there. These black people now, the way we is, you think we gonna sit here and lay down and say, yes, some massa, you can beat me and rape me and I'm gonna work for free? Man, we gonna be taking some, we gonna be like Killmonger, right? Motherfucker know that. We gonna be like Killmonger. Damn right. We gonna say, I'd rather die free than lay down as a slave. You damn right. Going out like a god or a goddess. Ain't know who. I know me. I mean, I'm not going to let nobody hurt me and my family, and I'm going to just go and be, I ain't going to be on no, I'll just, you can fuck me every night, and I'll be your love slave. My man, I'll be done bit somebody's stuff off. I mean, at least I got me one. No, I don't, who? I'll have my head raised up. I believe they done did something to me in the past life anyway, because I've been studying I've been, you know, you can really go and study and whatever weaknesses you got now. It's some stuff they done probably gouged out your eye or they done did something to you in the past. Like I'm like, why do I have a lazy eye? I done went back and figured that out. They said either they done got me in, I done seen too much. They said I done went in a deep sink and looked at this shit. It said either I done seen too much and I didn't use my sight right, or it's a veil that was over my eye when I was born. It was a veil because I couldn't handle all of this because in the womb it's so traumatic until they was shielding me, and it said either that or they done patriarchy done got me, and they didn't want me, or either now this here might be true too because I know I got a north node in Scorpio and I got a south node in Taurus. Or it could be this right here. See, I be studying myself. I be telling people, get to know yourself. Because I be trying to find out, like, why did these family members act so fucked up towards me, too? Like, did I do something? Was I their master or something? Did I take them out? Was I a bad mother to them? Were these my children? I be holding myself account. I be trying to figure it out. I want to know. The inquiring minds want to know. I be trying to know. Like, I don't be sugarcoating shit with myself. I'm like, well, if I was a fucked up individual in the past life, then I gotta balance it out now, cause maybe I need to show these people a little more compassion, cause maybe they dislike me for no reason now because I fucked them up in a past life and they feel it in their soul, but they can't really remember it, but they feel it, so they just be coming at me, cause I be like, I ain't do that to them. Oh, you do? Well, you know, depending on the house. Well, you know, depending on the house, mine is going from the material, because you know Taurus is very material. We into the material world, into finances and to having property and to having things and having security. We're having land, having that house, having that right, that right bank account. And then I got the council thing going on too. So that some of them places is security too. But when you got that north node, that's going from the material world to the spiritual. You got to invest from that, wanting that material stuff and putting all them investments into the spiritual, depending on your house too. Depending on what house you got that north node in too, you got to look at the placement of that house. But you can go to, do you know your chart? Because you can start now, you get deeper than this, because once you look at your tropical chart, you need to look at the Vedic chart. That's the one dealing with the Hindu Indian stuff. But so I look at my tropical chart, and I look at my Vedic chart. And let me tell you who else is deep, but you might not want to mess with him if you scared, because people think he's like talking about evil stuff, like, but this guy here, and he done changed up. He not who he used to be. I think he more so done got out of being a male or female now. I don't think he even associate himself with a identity. I really don't. But I still fuck with him because the stuff he be giving me, he be banging on, man, this shit I used to be scared of. But oh, you did. Oh, you ain't did it. Take your time. Matter of fact, it took me a while to get to that, because I had to get familiar with my tribe. Look, let me tell you, this stuff is stuff that we did in past lives, but now to do it again, you gotta really study that tribe. Look, let me tell you what I did. I wrote that whole damn tropical chart down and was studying it for a long time. Man, I drew that circle with them angles in it. I still don't know how to read those squares and all that, but I know how to go and look at it and tell something though. From me looking and just visualizing it so much, I can read and tell you like I can read your chart. Like I can actually read your chart, but I wrote my whole chart down and studied it. I wrote it down like a book. And then after I did that and got comfortable with it, and I'm still getting comfortable. You never fully, even today when I look at that tropical chart, I find something new. I'm always finding something new out about myself. It's amazing how that's such a roadmap to yourself, to your soul, and what you used to be and what you headed to now. Because that north node, Mama T said the main thing you need to be looking at, if you, like now since we in the end game, you need to study your whole chart, because you want to know your Venus. your moon and your sun, but that main thing is that north node and that mid-heaven. Those are the things of your, when you're looking at your purpose, you know, what you trying to find out your purpose. Oh, you be on that Bobby Hemming. Shit. You know, I mean, look, I used to do, boy, I remember when I first got on Bobby Hemming, I was doing them rituals, and they work. You know that it's cause we believe it. It's cause we believe that stuff. It worked. Boy, my mom was like, "You going to hell?" You know, my mother is like my mother's like, "You better get that stuff away from me." I remember. My people are real religious, boy. My mama like, that ancestor. I said, you better stop that, because you gonna be an ancestor one day, honey. I had to get on her. I was like, don't you like me better as a person? Since I'm a better person as a spiritualist than I was as a Christian. You couldn't stand me as a Christian. I was an asshole. I said, now you say I'm such a loving, kind person that I'm dealing with the devil. She's like, all you deal with is demons. I said, but I'm a nicer person now. You like me better since I deal with them demons and the devil. When I was dealing with the so-called Bible, you said I was an asshole. Well, I'm gonna tell you this person then. But he not as popular as these other people. But honey, he was a big follower of Bobby Hemming too. Oh yeah, you know what? I gotta meet you one day. Please. I love people like that. You know, I was just telling my people that when they bought their car. What about the three sisters? What about the three Shayola? What about Shayola, Shadana, somebody? I got that red. I just looked over there the other day. I said, I gotta do the three sisters ritual. Hey, look, that works. Shit, he said that bring on that old goon energy, on that protection energy. Look, I just told my people that reason. I said, you better put some meat on that, raw meat on. Damn right. That shit work. That's our shit. That's our stuff. It ain't nothing big. You got it. Oh my God, T-Asia, Shayola. Oh my God, yeah. Oh, Bobby did his thing. Bobby, the spirits was using him. Bobby did his thing. Bobby did. I got a screenshot that. I got it written down. I just looked at it. I said, I got to get that. What is it that gin? He said, you got to use 3 different types of alcohol. I got a recipe written down, too. And you said you dozed off in that meat. That raw meat. Yeah, that red meat worked. Because, see, that's our stuff. That's why they told us it was evil, the root doctors and the voodoo is the devil. And they use that shit against us. But they don't know how to get, look, they don't want us to tap in. Because, you know, when we tap in, I had a situation for a family member, and I don't know how I got these motherfuckers in a circle. I walked around there like I was on the wall of jail. And they probably knew they didn't really know what I was doing, but they know I was doing something spiritual. I got them in a circle, and I was able to walk at the trail around them. I was just doing my mantra, just walking. I was just walking, and they couldn't move because they were doing some kind of picnic. I said, I got y'all motherfuckers. And look, I was just doing my mantras walking around. I asked the spirit, I said, he said, I lined it up perfectly then. I didn't even have to force nothing. I didn't even have it, just fell right into my hand. The enemy fell right into my hand. Shit. Shit. And I remember one time I went somewhere and I forgot I had my stuff, my crystals and stuff in my bag, right? And I had to go in and they had to check my bag. Don't you know they got scared as hell when they see I had my little crystals and stuff. Them motherfuckers got scared. They got scared as hell. They don't like it when you messing with that because they know that's the real shit. They know that when we go talking about that Jesus stuff and turn the other cheek and all that, they know that's that stuff they done indoctrinate us with. But when you tap into that real, them motherfuckers get scared. They don't fuck with you like they do when you fucking with that real shit. That they do when they know you fucking with that fake shit. When you tapped in, they know it. They like, oh yeah, I ain't fucking with this motherfucker. He ain't nothing to play with. What's that smell? This don't stop right now. Yeah, they like, I ain't fucking with them like that. Mm-hmm. Daggone right, because everything they got us speaking is a spell. Look, we supposed to be speaking, I think Hidonishi is what the language I'm supposed to be speaking. You know, I thought it was Cherokee, but that's not it. It's called Skarure. And the language we supposed to be speaking, the language that the Cherokee speak is Hidonishi or something. It's something. I got it written down. But yeah. I let go of religion at 18. I had tried to believe, but fearing God never made me. It didn't. In Lil, fearing in Lil. What's his name? Marduk and them. Yahweh, the Anunnaki guy, right? And 1 minute he cool, the next minute he want to fuck you up. I don't even buy into them curses. I stopped buying into that a long time ago. I don't buy into them. I'm not cursed. This my land. I been here. I ain't wandering around looking for shit. I had everything till y'all motherfuckers came over and burnt down my fruit trees. I walk right out into the yard and eat everything out. What? I ain't wandering around. I ain't lost. No. No, I am not wandering around. I always been here. You might not need you might be wandering. You go into that. You might not supposed to be here. You wandering around and having to destroy and take people's shit. I ain't had to take none. This one mine. My mama gave it to me. Tiamat. A Queen of Sheba. It never made sense to me either. And look, I was in this. Grew up in church, but I was always sneaking on the zodiac and messing with that stuff. And you know, when you open the Bible up, it say kill a witch and don't study the stars, cause they don't want you to. They don't want you to know about that stuff, cause that's what they use against you. They burn the trees down. The female trees produce the fruit. I know in my area they burn 200 to 300 female trees, fruit producing trees. I done researched my stuff. Like I researched it. Like I've been doing it for a long time because my grandmama said we was Cherokee, and we might be mixed in with some Cherokee, but I know it's the Skarure. They called it the Tuscaroras, but it's a Skarure. And I've been trying to learn the language because I'm trying to establish. Like I have to use the technology, but I'm trying to establish going back to my name and the ways and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Cause I ain't joining their stuff. I'm doing my own stuff where I can, establish the family trust and all that, and the family, the banking, and you can do that. You can do that. You can do it. You can have not in the physical right now. You can start from nothing and just write how you want to establish it and just build up on that, and then you can take it's a way to take a life insurance policy and use that while you are freaking live. You ain't gotta wait. You don't have to wait till you gone to use like a certain. You just gotta set it up a certain way. It's this lady up here, and that I mean, even though I'm involved in that, I want to get with her because she tells you how to set it up like that. I don't trust everybody because they don't know. I don't trust everybody like that. But you can use your life insurance policy as a bank now. Not when you dead, but now. And then you can use it also to fund a trust. When you pass away, you can use it as a bank too to fund the trust. It's a lot we don't know. That's why, look, when they on drugs and doing bad and fall off, they still be all right because they got it set the way they got the stuff set up, stuff we didn't know about. That's why they told them to keep us uneducated about finance. They don't want us. The main thing to keep the Indian from knowing about, or the indigenous, or the Moor. I say the Moor, indigenous Moor. Don't teach the new Moor about finance. Don't teach him about building an empire as a family. And don't teach him about universal law. I would say universal law. And what else they don't want you to know about? It's the family structure, finances, universal law. And I'll say even about how sex and making love, the energy of that, and how powerful that is, and how it's not really something you should do unless you manifesting. It's okay for it to feel good, but you want to be able to study astrology and look at the times of the times that you making love to this particular person, and be careful who you give your energy to, because that's even serious. Like with your ancestors, and you supposed to be talking to them about who you're gonna be in union with, because you want to make certain children. I ain't know all this shit. You want to make certain children on certain times of the year manifesting the type of God. You know what I'm saying? When you know better, you do better. But it's serious. Like, they don't want us to know that. They don't want us to know about the spiritual stuff. They want to take us away from our ancient. They took us away from nature, and if we would have stayed in nature, nature would have told us, like, when you connecting with grounding and Daughter Earth and Tiamat and Mother Earth, you get it. Like, I can feel stuff before it happened by taking off my shoes, and I'm not even in the area that I'm from. Like, I'm close to the city, but I find me a tree and still do it, and I be like knowing, like, I be still getting downloads and stuff. Yeah. I got kids. I got a lot of kids too. I got like 3. And I'm supposed to have more than that. I'm probably supposed to have more, but I think I lost 1. I might have lost 1 or 2. I ain't never get rid of no kids now. But I'm saying I was always real active, and I might have lost a child and didn't even know it because I was so busy. Like, I didn't take the time to, even when I was pregnant, I was working, and when I did sit down, they had to make me sit down and put my, like a machine. I'm like, I didn't even, back then it wasn't cool to be enjoying your pregnancy. Like, it wasn't even though I was married, though, it wasn't a thing to be proud of. Seemed like, it was more oppressive for women and stuff being pregnant. Like, like, you're gonna need maternity leave, and you had to kind of, it wasn't that, it was that shit wasn't that far back where I should have been having to act like that. Like, I gotta hide my pregnancy and stuff so I could get my 90 days up and all that bullshit. Yeah, I had to kind of hide it a little bit because I was being discriminated against, even as a married woman. Shit was rough, a little rough back then. I wish I knew. Look, if I knew what I knew now, I would have had my kids, because that's a beautiful thing. But I might would have had them with more healing in my womb and more healing in my heart and more trauma healing and stuff like that. Because I chose based on where I was. Like, I was a child that didn't know what the hell was going on. I'm surprised. I am surprised that I made it this far, because my brain really didn't develop. We don't get a fully developed brain till we like 30 years old. That's when we grown. Do you realize that? They lie. They tell you that you grown at 18 and they get our kids all out there to these universities. They children being looked over. You might not think so, but they stick together. Ours all out there being sent to the slaughter. I ain't saying it's bad to go to school, even though I feel like I went to college. I feel like it's a scam. I mean, I feel like that our people don't have no businesses, so we gotta depend on somebody to hire us, even if we do get degrees and stuff like that. And if you do get the job, you gotta go through a lot of bullshit. And being a black person, I mean, even with my trades, working in them elite jobs, I had to go through. You gotta go through something. You gotta fit in somewhere. You gotta make sacrifices of things that you don't want to sacrifice if you're gonna move up to a certain level on anything. Shit, you're gonna have to. But yeah, I mean, our kids are out there unattended for the girls, getting in these sororities and stuff. It took a counselor to tell my family member about this, because I be trying to tell her, because I know about the college life, and I'm glad I didn't go. I went to college, but I'm glad I didn't go when they wanted to send me away on a scholarship. I didn't go. I thought I wanted to go, but now when I look back, I wasn't ready for that, because a lot of our kids get out there and they get passed around to girls and get diseases, and then they get. She told my people that they make them women sterile when they go off to college. That's why you see a lot of women with a lot of education. They ain't got no kids, they ain't got no man. A lot of them been used as you get trafficked in college. Think you can't. They watch your daughters and your family members when they go off to your sons too, cause they compromise the boys. And they make them to join these sororities. I know. I done had friends. I done telling you. I know about this stuff. They had these men doing all this weird stuff to get into these sororities, And they had these girls doing stuff just like with the music industry, just like with the sports industry. It's the same thing for these colleges, man. The same entity. The same type of entity. Yep. That's why they got our people going in this stuff. Yep. Yeah, they think they grown at 16 and 15 now. I wish I knew what I knew then, but I guess it won't time to know all that stuff. Guess it won't time to know it cause if I knew it, I wouldn't experience life. I would have just been like, okay, I ain't going this way. I ain't going that way. I'm not gonna make this mistake. Yeah, they think they grown, but look, this is the funny thing. They make it illegal for these men to mess with these young girls at age 17 and 16. But they getting touched in the household most of the time. That's why I don't understand it. I could not have no kid and I ain't look. I'm telling you, my first child, my mother practically raised my child, not because I couldn't be a parent, but my mother was so obsessed with my daughter. My daughter was so beautiful. Like, all kids are beautiful, but my daughter, she was a black baby. But being that I'm a indigenous woman and I have the E gene, we can make any kind of baby with even a black man. So my daughter looked real exotic when she was a baby. Even when she got up, like, she looked real exotic looking. Like, with her, she looked like them people that are my family. Like, we indigenous. She looked like them. They real to me. They real. I mean, my family members are all diverse. Some of them got like, they look like movie stars. So I ain't gonna lie, they look good. Some of them all different complex. Some of them dark. Some of them brown. Some of them pecan. Some of them look like they can pass. You know what I'm saying? I got a cousin. She the most beautifulest woman in the area at one point. She indigenous black lady. And she ain't mixed with nothing. She just was, they got them features and stuff. So the nurses was like, oh, her daddy wasn't there right then when they was like, oh, is she Asian? They didn't say is she mixed or is she, they was like, oh, cause she, real chinky eyes and all that stuff. They say she looked like an Asian baby. But my mother was obsessed with my daughter. It wasn't cause I couldn't raise her or nothing like that. And I had a husband and all that. My mama didn't want to be alone. So I was like, I was real young, country girl. So I moved out with my husband and I was like, yeah, Mom, she can stay here with you and keep you company and I'll be back and forth. But I shouldn't have did it. I shouldn't have, cause I'm real motherly, like, but I was a mama's girl back then. Yeah, I was like I probably would have never left home if I probably wouldn't have never left home. My mama won't crazy as hell. I probably would have been one of them girls that just stay up under my mama and just we traveled all over the world. Like, I done been to state. We got family up north, so we'll take trips to Tennessee and all over. But I was just a mother. I'm a mama. I was a mama, and even though my daddy wasn't there all the time, I still was like a daddy's girl. Like, when I went around my dad like, what you want to do? What you want? Where we going? Where we going to? We going out? We gonna have fun? And what you need? You got you. You my girl. You my only daughter. You know, I thought we were cool. Like, you know, even though I know he you know, him and my mom had us, but I thought I was a daddy's and a mom. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I got up and my mama let me go, I understand that why she wouldn't let me go down there with them when I was a little bitty kid, because there was a lot going on to my daddy house. You know, my daddy had money, but my mama ain't about that. Even though she do like money, but my mother would never be with a man just because he got some money. If she don't like that man, my mama is not. And she one of them women that she was always independent, like, and that can be good and bad. Like, yeah, I wouldn't have been through nothing if I knew what this. If I knew this, I would just sat in the house and I went outside, bro. I'd be like, fuck y'all. I ain't about to be your friend. You about to stab me in my back. I ain't dating you. I ain't gonna have no kids by your monkey ass. You ain't gonna stick by me. You ain't right. You just no. You ain't. I don't trust you. You asleep with my man. You ain't my real girlfriend. No, I ain't going to this job because y'all motherfuckers is the devil. Y'all want to work somebody to death. Don't want to respect the fact that I got to get off for. You won't even let me off for my people funerals. Right. I would have knew too much, right? And you wouldn't have did nothing with your higher self by sending information back, because you would have been scared to live life because you know you done saw the future. It would have been too much. It'd have been too dang much, right? You wouldn't have did. You wouldn't have experienced. I wouldn't have did nothing. I probably wouldn't have never had sex. If I could have saw the future, oh Lord, I probably would have stayed a virgin until I got up out of here. I was scared to do that anyway. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Look, I'd rather look at it on something than to actually do it. I like that. Look like it hurt. Matter of fact, the first time I seen that one-eyed snake, I was a big girl. I ran. I wasn't no little girl. I ran from that mug. That man teased me about it, right? Teased me about it. And he was a rich boy. His daddy was a pastor, $1 million maker. Back then, he was black. His daddy was one of the elite. He was like, I was in a Christian school. I seen that one, and see how bad. See what I'm saying? This shit is sick. I'm at a Christian academy. This is a pastor. So you see why? Now you see why I ain't mess with them church boys. You see, right? You see. Because I could have been a first lady. And I was already like a minister of music, a Sunday school teacher. But I knew to stay my ass away from them motherfuckers. I knew they were the devil. Back then, I knew that. This was one of them $1 million, pastor's child. He was bad as hell. Bad. Just bad. Always bad. But when I think back, I don't know what he was going through. Because you know them kids be going through some weird stuff too. You know them. Some of them pastors be on the down low and they be. I never know. I didn't think people did stuff to that. I ain't saying that people did or didn't, but I'm a little deeper now that I've matured and I've grown up, and I know people be masking addictions and other stuff with what they actually going through at home. They can't tell. They don't have nobody to talk to, because honey, it's wild out here. In the home, it was a battlefield in the home. It's a mess in the home. People be thinking people got silver spoons in their mouth because they got a knife. Sometimes people in the hood might not have no money, and they might like not have all of this and that, and it might be a little, but some of these people in these nice houses and these churches and living in these suburban places, they be going through more hell than these poor people. And they ain't got the love that you think. They just got the front that look good, but they catching a lot of demonic shit go on in these houses with these religious people. I'm telling you, it be a lot of shit going on. These kids be suffering, and you be like, they bad. They so bad. They got everything they want. They daddy and mommy. Shit. It be rough. I grew up in a religious household. And it wasn't easy. It was not easy. It wasn't. It looked good. Like it looked like I had all the fun. Yeah, they had the good jobs and all that, the nice houses and all that, the decent cars. We ate and all that. But I'm saying, I wouldn't have made it without my grandmama, because some people get too caught up into religion. It's a nice neighborhood with a lot of demonic shit going on. It be some Carrie shit going on in it. Look. That's why motherfuckers be like, I can't believe that. Like the news pop on. You be like, dang, they got a yellow tag around that big ass house. That kid done got rid of their. You be like, that kid done got rid of their parent. What an ungrateful child. And that's a pastor's child. Them people were good people. Man, you be surprised at what go on in these nice neighborhoods and these houses with these people. These people be possessed. And it don't be the kids all the time. Sometimes these kids, that's why, to this day, no, I don't rather be in no damn hood. Shit. Why? Don't say that. You don't want to be in the hood, though. No, 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 no. No, and there's places in North Carolina that you move to the hood and don't know unless you go there and observe. No, I moved. I didn't go there first. I moved away and I didn't go to the place to check it out first. I looked on the internet like a fool, and I don't be doing fool shit like that. Honey, I looked on the internet, it looked good. So I was like, I'm not gonna spend no money and fly out there. Man, I moved to the motherfucking hood. Hell no, you don't want. It take too much work to clean it up. But you know what? When I moved to that place, it was meant for me to be there. Because guess what? I needed that experience because I'm spoiled. Like, sometimes I've taken it for granted having, like, I have a certain type of, I raise my kids in a certain standard of living. Like, I wouldn't raise them in any home or any place. Like, I had a certain standard of living where I raised them and we eat dinner at a certain, all that. But that's all good and I'm grateful for that. But if, like the Spirit said, if I don't ever experience the hood, what if I think I'm too good to live in the hood and I didn't grow up in the hood, but my people be at the hood sometimes. Like, they be on their own land, in the woods, in their own property. They real proper. Like, my grandmama, she had like diamonds and pearls, like real jewelry and shit. Like, very proper. Go to church with the gloves on, Southern Baptist. Beautiful. But my grandmama, when they get on her nerves, she'll shoot up in the air and be like, look, y'all niggas need to lay that, when she don't get her way and them boys, my uncles and them start acting up, my grandmama get hood. And so did my mom. My mama get hood on you. And they not from the hood. I done seen some hood people act more low-key than my people do. I done seen hood people the hood people easier to deal with. Look. I can handle the hood folk better than I can them damn niggas that I grew up with. Yes. Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm not used to living in it, but I needed that experience because how can you tell somebody something like by me seeing how these people lived, I can't believe that it made me have more compassion for them because look, I couldn't have imagined growing up. It breaks my heart. Like I was actually, and I've been doing this all my life. I've been going over there feeding everybody, the elderly, the children. I've been just doing it, but I have an organization that I do it now. I ain't got no big organization, but I do it out of Maya's temple. I be doing the work. Like, that's why I be so busy sometimes. I can't even get up here, but I need to get up here more because I guess I need to get my subscribers up, blah, blah, blah. I need to do more this and that. I do. I'm going to balance it out, but I'm trying to develop some stuff too. I have so much compassion for these people, and when I moved to that area and they put me through some shit, like they be taking my part fucking with me because I don't get high, which I don't give a fuck about no drugs. I won't give a fuck what you do. I just don't have no desire to do nothing. I done try weed and shit. I just don't have no desire. I don't even have no desire to drink. And that's not because I'm so good at I just don't have the desire. I mean, I've drank everything, alcohol. I've smoked the herb or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I tried a pill here and there. Not that I burnt myself out with it, but I don't like to be controlled by anything, but I've tried things. I'm not no angel, but I just don't have no desire, but I don't judge people. I don't think I'm better. I don't think I'm better than you because I don't have habits like that. It's just that I'm crazy. I don't like to be controlled by nothing anyway. Like, that's just me. I get a natural high. Which I used to like to drink, but I don't even like that no more. I get a natural high from taking my shoes off. I get a natural high from nature. For the last several years, when I started really going out in nature and grounding and stuff, I'm telling you, I was a fucked up person though. Like, I am not no Okay, I'm glad you found me too. I love you. I feel like we are spiritual soul tribe. I really do. I really do. And you know what? I'm gonna get up here more because I know people need to hear. You know, even if there ain't a lot of people, I ain't up here trying to get. No, I'm just keeping it. 100. I would if I can find my way, I would 100. I'm telling you, I don't care if nobody sit here and use this against me. I think I was suicidal. Well, no, I know I was suicidal as a teenager. I hated my life. I was like 16 years old. I did not want to live no more. I was like, look, I don't like myself. I don't like my life. Don't nobody love me. If I would have did that then, which I ain't really know how, but I just like, I don't want to be here no more. I just felt like I was weird. I didn't fit in. Nobody liked me. The kids were so mean to school, but I knew how to stand up for myself, but I wasn't having sex like the other girls was real early, which them girls were molesting and shit. We all was a compromise. But I didn't even judge them. I was always a protector of other girls and women. I won't never know one to try to look. I was never nobody, and that ain't even making me no angel neither, because everybody can change, and when you know better, you do better. So I ain't trying to put myself on no pedestal. But I used to tell my friends, one of my friends got pregnant when she was in like the 5th or 6th grade. And I was telling her, you don't have to go and mess with them boys. Can come home with me, because I don't think they mean you no good. You know what them niggas told me? They was like, shut up and go home. Go read your Bible and go do your homework, you little nerd. And I used to fight them boys, like, because I would be fighting for my protection and stuff like that. I was like, they not going to overpower me and shit like the Patriot. Them boys were bad. So they didn't like me because I wasn't putting out. So that would make, I was a cute little girl, but and then they picked on me because my mama wouldn't let me wear pants. We were holding this Pentecostal hold. I don't know why in the hell I was wearing dress. I used to fight all the guys. I had to fight all the time. But this is how I used to do it. I used to hide behind the door after they picked on me all day in school. Now I clothesline them and stuff. I had this tall boy. He was big and tall. And then this fat boy, I used to get him with the water balloons because I know he was fat and he couldn't chase me at the last day of school. So I just, boom, pop him with them water balloons and run. And I had my mama be out there at a certain time. I jump in the car and go because I know he couldn't catch it. That was me. I was bad, though. I was a bad little girl, but I played that role. See, this is the thing I had to not take into this era. Me putting on a front. And me being able to pretend, because I could act real good and pretend, boy, I make him. Look, I remember my ex, he thought I was over him, but I really wasn't. I really wasn't over my ex. Look, let me tell you, women be hurt. We some of us know how to put on a good front, but when look at that, like that lady, she putting on a good front, and I know people don't like her, and I know she grew up in the hood and she's ghetto. But she hurt, so she ain't gonna make no good choice about who she get with, like Cardi B. But she really thought she was gonna have a marriage, I think, with Offset and stuff like that. So she put on a good front. But when you really love somebody, you'll be done moved on, and you move on with some old bullshit. But look, you ain't over that man. You ain't over that man now that you done had kids and y'all done been together. That's the one you love. You don't love that other man like that. You love that man that hurt you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hurt people do hurt people, but there everybody like, oh, she a slut and all that. Look, she told you she outside, now she getting him tat for tat, and that's not right. Because when you get in that energy, nobody wins. And the kids going to be able to view this and look at this and look back on this. That's why it's best to take the time out to heal, and you'll make better decisions. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't go back. You can't go back. And some stuff, you know what I'm saying, you can try to fix it and clean it up and stuff like that, but yeah, hurt people and stuff like that. That's right. But I wasn't over my ex for a long time, but I pretended like I was, and he thought I was. But I wanted him to feel what he did to me. Like, I just wanted, I didn't move on and go sleep with the world, but I just acted like I was getting married and I was doing so good, and I wasn't even happy. Like, I wasn't not happy. I just didn't know how to. I needed him to say, I fucked up so bad until I met your mercy and da. That's what I wanted, but it don't work like that. People don't do that. And I expected, I realized that I was looking for a brother, I was looking for a savior, I expected too much out of him. He had his own issues, like he was looking for me to save him, and I was looking for him to save me. He was looking for, I guess, ISIS or the Mother Mary, and I was looking for a big brother or something like that. And that's not his responsibility to be my big brother and my dad and my husband and all that. And that ain't my responsibility to be his mama and his wife and his nurturer. It's too much. We expected too much out of each other, you know. We had we had unreal expectations and too much competition, which I wasn't trying to compete. But I guess I might have made him feel like I was better than him or something like that, and he had to compete with me. Or maybe he just was insecure. I don't know. Maybe he thought I came from because I was from, like, I guess he always said I was from a good family or the cream of the crop, and then he was from, like, the inner city, so I guess he felt like I was better than him, but I really wasn't. Like, when he got to know my people, he even said it. He said, yeah, your people, your mama and them act like they from. I said, I told you these people was crazy, so I don't know why you act like you were winning. I done told you we needed to move away, motherfucker. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I told you the deal. You the one want to stay around and try to get to know my family, and I done told you they were crazy. Not all of them, but the group that we dealing with every day. Yeah. I didn't love. No, we looking for love. Yeah, from others. I didn't know how to love I didn't even know what love was. I didn't know how to love myself, much less at 19 years old love a husband. Yeah, and I was younger than he was. Like, he was like 25, which that's not too old. Like, it's not old enough to look at him weird, but I was so young. I mean, it wasn't big. It's not a big gap, but I was too young to know. Like, I didn't know, and he didn't know. He knew how to teach me business stuff, but not to be a loving, because he didn't know how to love and nurture either. And you know, he had them Aries placements and stuff, so that make it even harder. I'm the nurturer. I nurture the best I could because I'm the water and Libra energy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always trying to be satisfied. Yeah, I was always trying to satisfy my partner and be loyal and stick by him and be loved. Maybe I was overly jealous and stuff too when I first got with him. I really didn't like him like that. He was a good looking guy, but I really didn't like him. But really what made me like him is my mother. I should have known better. Went to school with his mother and they were best friends. Cause I'm a family, like, on that bullshit. Like, that's how I was back then. I was like, oh, this must be the one. Because his mother and my mother were best friends. Man, that was a long fucking time ago. They done grew up now and got old and set in their ways a little bit. They don't want the same women that went to school together. And my mama, knowing my mama, she was running the friendship, and his mama real quiet, so she probably was looking like, yeah, this bitch was trying to control me in high school. Let me stop. Yeah, because my mother's an Aries Leo sign energy. So with a Gemini energy, Venus, she was telling her what to do more than likely. Because I know my mother-in-law, she rests in power. My mother-in-law real laid back. She don't say much. She'll go along. She'll go, oh Lord, do they get along? Because that's the opposite polarity. So my ex-husband had a Aries sun and I have a Libra moon. We did good making money. Oh my God. I have not found that again. We could manifest some businesses and some money overnight. We was good business partners, but we did not get along. We was good business partners and we made babies, and you know, it was okay in the bedroom most of the time. It was fun. But as far as getting along, yeah, because that's the opposite polarity. That's the opposite. You know, Libra is the opposite. I wish I would have known this zodiac like I know him. We got along good for business. We've had a lot of businesses and we made some kids and we had some fun, but we made it look good. We could take a little bit. Me and him could take a little bit of money and make a lot and make it into something big, and people be so jealous of us back then. You know that they won't used to know. I don't know what's wrong with them. The black community don't do good with young married couples. Even my family members were jealous, and we were just trying to. We weren't rich. we had that Libra Aries, and I got that Jupiter, and I got a Jupiter in Aries shit. So and I'm with an Aries, I'm gonna make something pop. I ain't been able to. So the last something close to that I had was with a Leo. It's something about them Leos and them damn Aries placements. If I come together with them, we can do. It don't have to be no like lover type thing either. Yeah, it's I can. The women Leos. My mother's a Leo son, and then I had family members that's Leo son. They all right, but they be on that kind of like competition stuff, like with you, sort of. When they young. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about me, but when I was younger and even now sometimes, and I don't pay it on mine now because I'm getting older myself. Them older women, they used to get. I had this nurse tell me like I know how her husband is. Like I want her husband gonna tell me tomorrow. If you see my husband out, I don't want your husband. I had a husband then. I didn't even want the one I had because he was fucking up. What I want yours for? Somebody, if I see a nurse, she got more education and money than I had. Gonna tell me that if I see her husband out, please don't. What? I wouldn't have told no woman that in a million years. Come on, I didn't even. What the fuck? I don't know. My mother is a Leo. My mother is not just a Leo. She got a Aries. My mother is an Aries son. I mean a Leo, but I get along well with some Leos, but I don't know. They don't the older ones they just don't trust me. What it is? They just don't trust me because I had a family and I be trying to prove my see. That's the shit I had to heal. That's the shit I had to heal because I was always trying to get the approval of my Leo mother. My Leo mother, that's a Leo sun and an Aries moon. I was always trying to get the approval that I want. I always had to seem like, and it ain't even that she a bad person. She probably went through that with my grandmother. She went through a lot being down there in the area. So I have compassion. Like I used to be like, why? I understand. They was fucked up. They passed that shit down to them, and then she passed it down to me. My grandmother didn't even have a mother. They killed all them. How in the hell my great-grandmother died in her 30s, and her mother probably didn't live long? Because they owned that land. They was getting rid of them. They had to survive. And they taught them to be against each other. The daughter against the mother. The sister against... My grandmother and her sisters had a whole war going on. Some of them, not all of them. But she had one sister that seemed like she was trying to take her out with roots in it. Because my grandmother was always talking about, I found this in my yard. And I believe it was for the land because somehow my grandmother got left the land. And the other ones, I don't think they got it. But maybe that was my grandmother. I don't know. I don't know how she got it. But one of them sisters, well, she was playing with that damn voodoo. Because every time I turn around. So what do you have going on with the Leos? Every Leo I know is the most lying motherfucker. Lying. I had a female tell me she Leo. They be cute. They fun though. My mom, I'm intrigued with Leo women. I'm intrigued with them. I think I wanted to be a Leo so bad because I've been around Leo so much until I think I know their traits and stuff. Like I can mimic my mom because I've been around her. But the Leo woman, they intriguing. My mama was beautiful. She was beautiful. My cousin that was beautiful. They always pretty and sexy and full of sexual energy. Seem like, and they got the nice. They look good. They got the nice, well proportioned out. And they drive the men crazy. The Leo woman, and the opposite of that is the Aquarius. That's the energy we in now. We used to be in that Leo energy. Like I root. They too arrogant though. They can be too arrogant, and one it's all about me, myself, and I. The men, the Leo men, they always say they good in the bedroom. The Leo men, but honey, that ego, it's always about serving them, and we gonna do this because you building my kingdom. Them Leo men a trip too, but hey, I like me some Leo men, but I don't know. It would have to be a special particular one that's been done they shout, because I can't deal with that serve me ego shit. I can't do it. Oh, I bet she did. My mama used to call. Look, everything about them. Yeah, my daddy said my mama used to. My daddy was. Look, my daddy had it so bad for my mama. Until he used to sit there on the job and cry to the supervisor. You know them Leos don't like that. They look at that as weak. They look at that as weak when you crying over. He said when she walked through that job and he seen her walk by, he said I don't know. He said he liked the. He said he when he seen that the curvature. He said the perfect dimensions. He said he liked to fell out. My mama was a bad chick though. She ain't need no surgery or nothing. She was naturally like that. He talking about, honey, when I seen your mama, it was over for me. He talking about that was it. Yeah, I bet she caused car crashes. Yeah, they do. My mama was, and she ain't want. I think my mama really didn't like men like that. But then again, maybe she did. Maybe she just had so much trauma to get through. She didn't find the right one or something. Because she said that she always wanted somebody like my aunt had that was one to be taken care of. But she don't seem like the type of woman that you could take care of, because she was always trying to take care of herself. And she never wanted a man to really pay her bills like that. Like, she never wanted that. I think she thought that if they did that for her, then they would like hold it over her head or something. But a beautiful woman like that independent, she didn't even really care if she got child support. I was like, nigga, you better get this damn money. This nigga making all this money. I need to get me a car, damn it. I mean, you ain't rich, like you ain't lacing me like that, boo. I mean, come on, let's get a raise, me baby. He's making like a lot of money. Like, we need a raise. Shit. Talking about I ain't gonna bother him. I'm like, what? No, you don't. No, you don't, sweetie. It's things that I'm supposed to be getting. What happened to the military? Aren't I a baby of a... Listen, this some bullshit. You know my daddy got a Bronze Star in Vietnam. I'm supposed to be getting a fucking check. I got a fucking lazy eye. I ain't never got a check in my goddamn life. I should have been getting a check any goddamn way. You know, I went up there to them motherfuckers and tried to say I was blind. They wouldn't give me shit. Oh, God, this is a long... I'm like, fuck this. Fuck this shit. I know that Vietnam did something to me. Shit, motherfucker need to give me a check. I went out there to them motherfuckers and tried to act like I was blind. They would not give me shit. Hell no. And God forbid I try to play crazy. Look, I went and talked to one of them people one time. It was a long... I was like, because I was trying to get out of some driving shit. Them motherfuckers gonna... I went and talked to the therapist. That lady gonna tell me she going on maternity leave. And when she come back, she will not be seeing me. Look, that lady asked me, do I be talking about... I told the lady I be talking to my ancestors. I told her I be talking to my ancestors. She talking about, what do they be saying to you? I said, they be telling me I need to protect myself because if people trying to hurt me. That lady looked like she was scared. No, they don't kill. I knew they weren't gonna give me shit anyway. Oh, I knew it. I ain't never tried to. If I need some help, I'm gonna get it though. Shit, I'm gonna try to get it, but I ain't knocking nobody. Shit, I think you lucky if you get assistance and getting, because it's hard to get that shit. I ain't never really tried it like that though. I ain't never really tried. If I need help, I'll try to give it. I always work, but that ain't even good. I like having my own business. I've had my own business and I've done okay, but I want a business that's like, is like where I'm actually like a corporation, and I got my own freaking bank, and I'm Severing, and it's like a family empire I'm building, and it's where I got, stock and investors, all that. I want it where it lasts for generations. I don't want to just be playing. I want to build something up like an empire and all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of I'm tired of playing. I wanna build a system. You know what I'm saying? A system that lasts, not beyond me. Yes, I mean, I don't want to just build something for me where, oh, I'm all right and I got it and you ain't got it and my family good. Look at your family, y'all. No, I want to build it up and show other people how to do it. No, it's not about me. It's about the collective. It's time out for that. I am my sisters and my brothers' keeper. I'm not just out here for women. I don't just have compassion for women. I have compassion for the men because I know they in a mess. It's a mess. Like this. They in a mess. Like it's all been a setup for all of us. You know what I'm saying? We are one. We can't just, oh, I'm just for women. Fuck the men. We can't throw them away either. No, that's not right. That's not right. It's definitely not right. We gotta have love for each other. We do. Just like me. I told my family member, I said, I have a right to hate men. But if I don't hate men and I don't hate my own men, you don't have no right to dislike the women because you younger than me. You ain't been through as much as I've been through with the men. So you don't got no reason to be hating a woman because if you've been through if you'd have been through what I've been through, like, I got a story similar to that lady on the Color Purple. Like, all my life I had to fight. I had to fight my cousins. I had to fight my brother. It ain't easy for no woman. All I lived around was men. And I still have compassion. Now, I ain't gonna let nobody fuck with me or harm me or grate me or assault me. I'm gonna protect myself because I know, some people can be violent and stuff like that. But no, I don't have no hate for nobody. I have compassion and stuff. We do need each other. We do. We really do. How we gonna make it without man, we need we really do. I mean, the more we realize that, the more we realize that we need to heal ourselves, get some mental. If we can't get no mental health, we need to be the mental health therapist to ourselves. Cause they got this free AI. Let me tell you what it is. I don't want nobody to get obsessed with this stuff though. See, they go overboard and start using stuff and obsessing with it. But shit, you could probably tell this. I don't know. I was telling somebody in my family, I said, yeah, people gonna be getting therapy from this AI. They're gonna be like, look, I'm thinking about having sex with a dog and blah, 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 and all this shit. And then what do I need to do to get my mind right? And I don't want to do this, or kids, or another woman, or the same sex. Because you can tell them probably stuff they're going to be scared to tell the damn therapist. They're going to be talking to their AI. Because it's some sick stuff. Everything that go through your mind is not you. Everything that you think about is not, you don't entertain every thought. Because it's not you. And there's so many frequencies going on now. That's why you got to know yourself. Now, if you've been molested and stuff like that, you going to get desires and stuff until you heal. And then even after you heal, that stuff might try to come back and play with you during these retrogrades. Like a man, if he been, as a kid, these retrogrades going to bring that stuff. Like right now, this Saturn going to bring some stuff back that you thought you done overcame. The Saturn going to knock on your door and say, are you sure? Are you sure you healed? Are you sure you're ready to move on? Are you sure you okay? Are you sure you're sorry? Are you sure you don't fix that in yourself? Are you sure you can't be triggered like that no more? Saturn in retrograde in Pisces is going to keep asking you, are you sure you're ready to go to heaven or hell? Because you're going to either get caught up in heaven or you're going to fall deeper into hell. Yeah. We definitely need each other. And we got to have unconditional love, not conditioned love based on conditions, Unconditional, even though we can't be around each other all the time. And we got to branch off and separate to a certain degree. But, you ain't got to burn no bridges, just throw the baby out with the bathwater. And we got to be able to, when we meet people or even just now, the people that we done let cross, we got to be able to put boundaries down and let them know, like, this is too far. This is it. This is all I can take. You've been offending me. I don't like this way this relationship going. It seems like my energy being drained. This is what I need. This is what I need you to do. If this don't happen, then I don't think we can. Well, you got to be careful, though. Because you can't talk to everybody like that because they might snap off and do something to you. Now, they like these women with these men. And these men with these women is crazy too now. Shit. It ain't just the men. You can't tell everybody you getting ready to leave them. That's why a lot of these people ain't here no more. Because they be like, I'm getting ready to leave you and you can go to hell and I got somebody else. I never done that. That's why I'm still here today. I be like Becky when it come to stuff like that. Cause they done told me, look, I done talked to the Asian women. I done talked to the elite white women. Them women that white man told me, that professor, he said, one thing about y'all black women, and this ain't always good, but he was trying to make me feel good. I study psychology. He said, y'all let a motherfucker know what y'all gonna do. He said, them bitches, you never know how they gonna move. I said to myself, well, damn, it sound like they got some goddamn sense. That's what I said to myself when I was sitting there just like, oh, really? Well, thank you. Is that a compliment? He said, Becky don't let you know when she coming and when she gonna stab you in the back. None of that. Damn right. I said, shit, let me take one for me. Listen to this. This motherfucker commended me for being a damn cackling fool. Oh, okay. And I be listening. See, I listen to the white girl told me on the job, and this Becky, see, that one on the internet that black man was praising, talking about she looks so good and her man better be. I'm like, that's a plain Jane looking one right there. Baby, you must not been around a lot of Luna or white people because they got some real pretty ones out here that's elite. That's the one that go to the tanning booth and it look like they work out all the damn time. They get on that stepping machine. They got everything in all the right places and they tan. They don't never be pale, the ones with the money. And their hair, they got enough money where if it ain't even the real blonde color, you can't tell. Because they go to that salon and pay all that money to make that look natural. Yes. And even if they got surgery, their surgery is not like where they, like LaQuisha do, go out here and get a booty bigger than the tree. They get little bitty. Let me tell you, they might wear their little extensions though, but it be blending in with their hair. And they get their little breast implants. It might be where they got a C cup or whatever. They ain't gonna go out here and get no big boom and they ain't had little breasts. They just gonna get a couple of cup sizes up. And just like I seen them on the beach in Miami. And they was like, girl, this ain't even. And they talked to me like that because I know how to talk to people. Honey, I learned effective communication in college. I didn't know how to communicate properly. So I went to school to learn how to properly communicate. And I took psychology so I could learn how people think in this world. And I took sociology too. I took sociology so I could learn how systems work and how they, set up systems and things like that. I took my classes and I learned and I when I did public speaking, I would get up there and speak before the class and learn how to, dictate my work. I took classes because I didn't know. I didn't even know how men thought, so I had to study them. I did not know. I did not have a clue. I didn't have a clue about what they like and how they like for you to act and how they think. I had to learn. I didn't know this stuff, but see, I strengthened my weaknesses and I learned and I studied. It takes time. You got to put some work in, and I got to know myself. Also, they will not get no big booty, like I said, bigger than a tree. They'll get a little hump up there where they look natural and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Where you really can't. You be like, okay, she got on them yoga pants, and I'm a woman. I ain't no woman that gonna be having a girlfriend, but I notice things. I notice dimensions and stuff like that. Okay, well, Becky is got a little bit of breast, and Becky is curvy a little bit back there, but it ain't too much. It's just enough. It'd be just enough, just like the ones I seen on the beach with their husband. Then she said, my husband paid for this. My husband paid, girl. I was like, what? She said, yeah. I already knew what time. I just been acting like I was in. And they talk to you. You talk like you got. You'll be surprised how people treat you when you act a certain way. And I'm not nasty. And I don't think I'm better. And I don't be trying to act like I'm gonna kiss nobody's ass neither. I don't. I be myself. Like when I went on that cruise, this black boy looked like Future was like, boy, you know who to hang with, don't you? No, it ain't that I know who to hang with. I go with the vibe. And they invited me to go along with them. They were buying my drinks and treating me like a queen. So, hey, what the manosphere say? I go where what they say? I go where I'm appreciated, not tolerated. Shit. And I ain't had to sleep with nobody. I ain't had to do nothing or compromise myself or sacrifice nothing. And them same people invited me to their yacht right now. They all got, their yachts and stuff like that. And yeah, I know how to treat. Look, I'm telling you, I be rocking with it. I rock with the Asian, not just not the men, the women. The women, the Asian women. I got a friend from India that invite me to her house. We be going out to eat, be going shopping. She take me to the Indian stores. And Indians don't even like black people. She'll take me to the stores and show me the jewelry that they buy. They don't buy the 14 karat. They buy that thin 18 karat jewelry, but it's real pretty and exotic. Then I be rolling with the Africans when I was working at the hospitals and stuff. The African girls bought me hair from Africa. Not just Mexican women, but Guatemalans be cooking for me when I was living in Durham, cooking me tamales and making me coconut water because they talking about I work too much and let me use their carb on my carpet. Dominic. So it's how you act and how you treat people too. And I be learning from these folks. The Asian woman told me, she said, they go in their country, it be ugly women. They are prostituting themselves. She said not all of them. But some of them girls are prostituting themselves and get surgery on their face. Then they get them a rich old American man. When they come over here, they treat them so good. I guess they rub his feet and never tell him no. Because that's why they like them, because they don't never say no when the men want to do something. And they rub their feet and treat them good, but they'll be going with the pool boy the whole time. But they treat the man so good, when they want to leave him, after they get they not passport, but after they get their green card, after a few years, they'll leave. But they treat the man so good until they can come back anytime they want to, because I guess we don't go to the levels to do the stuff that they do. These men ain't used to that kind of, I guess, submissive treatment or whatever. We ain't about to do that stuff. So she said we be on the same thing y'all be on. We just not confrontational like that, but we be on the same thing. She said we just more laid back with it. In San Francisco, it was always all kind of people. I never care, either cool or you right. Yeah, because I was like not all the time there. I don't went to a public school, but one time my mama put me in a Christian academy. I was like the only black girl in the class. And me and that boy that showed me his ping and I ran from him in a Christian academy. Them kids were bad. Them was rich. I wasn't rich. I ain't even gonna sit here and say I was rich. I was not rich. They was rich. I was in there with them. Them kids, some of them kids' parents got $1 million churches right now. They all bad kids, but their parents was like, see, let me tell you what I learned. I tried to put my mama onto this. I was like, listen, you need to get you a church. Because them people they making, look, I was always a trip. I told her this, I said, you need to get out of that church you in and get your own church, because them people got money. I said, I go to school with kids and they telling me their parents and they telling the truth. They dads and stuff is millionaires on them churches. You need to get you a church and establish it as a business and I sing and my brother played the drums and we'll get a piano. My uncle played the piano, blah, blah, blah. I said, and I do Sunday school and stuff like that. I said, you need to get you a church because this ain't working out. You being a member ain't working. We need our own church. She didn't listen to me. I said, this is a business. I knew that, so I peeped that. I always been a business with a business eye. I said, you need to get not just for the money, but I'm like, if you doing all this stuff as a servant, and a member, you could be doing this with your own damn church. Because you trying to run that woman church. Won't you get your own church? We can run our own stuff. She said, nah. I said, oh, you want to be a follower. Okay. I said, well, you got me up here in this school. I'm seeing how these people roll. These people got their own churches. They running their own. You need to run your own church and stop trying to run other people. They ain't gonna right. I told her that. She ain't like that, but she ain't listen though. I said, well, I tell you what I'm going to do then. I'm tired of your mess. I'm getting me a church then. You come become my member since you be one of my servants. I was just too straightforward though. I was sometimes. I probably needed to chill out. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, shoot, I don't want to be no follower. I want to leave. Yeah. Yeah, but, that's her choice. I had to respect that. She didn't want to do it, and she had a right not to want to. I can't tell nobody what to do. I just can do my own thing. Yep. But yeah, they said that when they leave them in, they can come right back. She said that they be on the same thing we be on, but they just know how to move and stuff because they've been taught. I think that they had them back in the day as the first sex slave or whatever. When they came out of them mountains, you remember how they say the Moors civilized them and stuff like that? They made them into their harems, but they wouldn't raise them up to being their wives. And now, look at it now. So the kids that the Moors had with the white women that were servants and slaves, the kids were raised up in nobility, and that's what overthrew, from my understanding, listening to Sir the Duke of Tears, that's what overthrew the Moors was the children that they had by the lunar harems, or they wouldn't raise them up, so the kids got upset because they was good, and the daddy had the black mothers or whatever, but they didn't raise them women up in society, so the kids overthrew the Moors because of their mothers and stuff, their kids, and it seems like that might be happening now. Well, not really, because the women now, they really put on a pedestal. You notice how they put the white woman on a pedestal. A lot of men say that they look better. A lot of men say they look better than us. They say it. I mean, I be like trying to get, I don't sugarcoat nothing. I don't, when a man say something like in my family, I don't be like, oh, you hurt my feelings. I want to hear what you got to say. They saying that so maybe it's got something to do with that too, because they used to couldn't be. I thought about it like this. They used to wouldn't marry them. They would just be harems, and they would have that royal bloodline black wife, and that would be their stepmother, and that woman was to be their harem. But now they say that's why the Italians look like that in the Greek, and that's why a lot of people look like they look that brown, that the Asians and the not the Asians but the Moors and the Italians look like that, because they call a mole, that's a Moor that had a baby with their mother, like their mothers was the harems or something like that, with the Italians and stuff like that. And maybe that's why they so racist against black people over there in Italy and stuff, because they say they mothers was the harems. A lot, some of their ancestors were the harems that had the baby with the Moors, and they couldn't raise them up in nobility. So now you look at it, it's like the white woman is really at the top as far as the most desired woman. And that's the beauty standard. So I guess when he took down the Moorish temple, he said they put it where that was the beauty standard some kind of way. And then the black nobility is behind it, because that's the one that's really ruling, is the ones in the background, the black nobility that look like us but are not like us. What about this movie, The Last King of Scotland? Sir the Duke of Tears made a point about that. He said, how in the world could he be the last king of Scotland and he was over there in Africa ruling? Because he was a real black nobility, the ones that been running everything behind the scene. Because that's what even Putin showed pictures of the original people were, black looking people over there. It's no such thing as a goddess. It's not. How you know that? Where your proof at? Because if I wanted to be, I can create that for myself. You can't even tell me that, because you can't control. I mean, how can you say this might be a troll? No such thing as a goddess. Okay, well, if that's what you want to believe, I don't got no argument with you, honey. You are able to believe what you want to believe, and it's not gonna affect me what you believe, and it ain't gonna affect you what I believe. You know what I'm saying? We create our own realities. Okay, so God said there is none. What God? Which God? What God? I ain't no dust. I ain't no, you might be. You might be some dust. I ain't no dust. Here come the trolls. I ain't no dust in there. Well, I do come from the earth, but this is just my avatar. Yeah, this avatar is made from stardust and soil. You got a point there. This avatar is, but I'm more than just this body. Okay. Who sent their son? Who sent their son? So how would I find out what kind of horror? What you gonna find out the horror way? I'm not gonna find out no horror way. I don't believe in religion. That was the horror way for me. When I believed in they indoctrinated religions, baby. Right, that jealous, mass murderous guy that killed women and children. And they used it for the doctrine of discovery to take over this land, the indigenous land. Oh, wow. Yeah, I already found out about how harsh it was. Cause when I was in religion, I was damning everybody to hell. And I done found out. I done been to hell already. I done been to hell already. Yeah, I done found out. Cause that's all I used to do, was think I was better than anybody else. Because if they didn't believe what I believe, that's right. That's right. John 10:34-36 say. What Psalms 82:8 say? Tell us about that part. Laugh out loud, right? Right. Well, shoot. I done did that. I done been there and done that. If you don't believe what I believe, then you going to hell. Yeah, Bible thump. I was a Bible thumper for a long time. I was thumping that Bible and damning everybody to hell if they didn't believe what I believe. That ain't the way, honey. That ain't the way. People got a right to believe, but they ain't got to believe what I believe. Long as they believe what's good for them and they growing and getting to a place where they need to get at, it ain't my belief. I ain't gotta believe. Jesus. Okay. Well, they took that. They played with that book too. They played with them books and stuff, and it's been plagiarized and taken from ancient texts. But it's a good book. But you just gotta know how to use it. There ain't nothing wrong with it. It's good. You know scriptures. What religion are you? Tell them. That right. The letter J didn't even exist. Right. You can't tell them nothing. You can't tell them nothing. They're gonna believe what they want to believe. But he was there when they wrote it. He was at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. He know everything, so you can't tell him nothing. What happened at the Council of Nicaea? You tell me that. Tell me what happened in 325 AD. What happened then? What happened? No, what happened in 325 AD? With Constantine and them, when they tried to keep, when they rewrote everything and killed all the scribes and the sages. And tell me, I want you, since you know about this, tell me about the genocide they did to keep the truth out of the book. Yeah, we asking questions. Talking about some mockery. What? We just asking you questions. You getting out here telling us about who we gotta believe in and what ain't real. And it ain't no such thing as a goddess. Well, I don't debate. I don't debate about religion because I don't do religion, honey. I don't do religion. I use that Bible. I use Psalms and all that for spells. I use it as a spell book. And I use the Bible as an astrology book and a reference back to the ancient stuff about Isis and Heru and Osiris and that. That's where it come from. Jesus, Isis, Israel, Isis, Ra, and the Elohim, the tribes of Sheba. Yeah, I don't use it like you use it. I don't think it's the word of God. I don't think it's the word of God. I think it was written by high-level Masons. Because who was King James? Since you know so much about the Bible and all the scriptures, who was King James? Because King James, look it up. It's right there on Amazon. He wrote the Satanic book too. The one that published the King James versions of the Bible wrote the Satanic book too. He was a wizard. So, I mean, Yeah, you gotta know the whole 360. You can't just know one side. I don't gotta text no receipts. Go look up the King James, that satanic book. That's all you gotta do. I ain't texting you no some receipts. God, what am I text you for in this information? Go on Chat GPT. Go on Google. It's right on DeepSeek. Go look up King James, what he wrote. He was a wizard. No, he wrote a satanic book. They used that book. He wrote a book, a satanic book, King James. You don't believe that the people that wrote the Bible were high-level Masons? You don't believe that book is a whole bunch of stuff that's been piled together? Revelation done already happened. Revelation done already happened. That's talking about Tiamat. When it's talking about that dragon, that's talking about the Tiamat. And when Enlil, the God you serve, Yahweh, Jehovah, when he destroyed the Tiamat. Well, he really didn't destroy Tiamat because, you know, Tiamat is remnants of Tiamat is all over in us and in the stars and everything. So it really wasn't destroyed. Yeah, the demonology book. That's a fact, right? Right. He wrote about Well, that's your God. That ain't my God. No. Well, I wish you the best. Go read that demonology book, then come back and talk to me. Go read that demonology book, how you channel them, how you talk to them, what you talk to them demons about. Go read that. Go read, you reading the Bible, go read King James demonology book. Or go read that Aleister Crowley book. Cause that's probably similar. Aleister Crowley probably got some of his stuff from the King James demonology book. Let me stop. Let me stop trolling. Lord. Yeah, he was gay. That's what he trying to tell you. He was a queen. And he slept with his mother. Most of them men, that's why they put in that book how much they hate women. Because they was homosexuals. You got to be. You got to be a pastor. You got to be in the church. Why you think all them Catholic priests and all them people, they got to marry, in all them religions, the background of it, they got to marry a little boy, a child. Yes. No, we're going to go to the root of it, the homosexuality, and how they got to mess with children and all that, okay? Shoot. All the same thing. How you be saved from hell? How you get saved from hell is by doing your shadow work and healing yourself, getting to know who you truly are, and going back to nature and getting away from religion. That's how you heal. That's how you save yourself from hell. Oh, I control my demons. My demons work for me. No, I'm a big goddess, mother. I'm a big goddess to you. You messing with the play stuff. I'm messing with the real deal, buddy. I ain't little nothing, but it's fine. Okay. And my little folk, okay. Well, we'll see what we'll see how it go. No, I got a whole army. I got a whole freaking army, baby. I got a whole freaking army. And whatever you say to me, you got to be held accountable for it. You better know who you talking to. You better know who you talking to. Because see, you playing. I'm with the real deal. Holyfield. You playing. I'm not playing no games. I ain't scared of demons. I'm not scared of the dark. I'm not even scared. I don't have nightmares. I consider my nightmares to be me meeting myself in other realms. I'm not in no ego. I left ego alone when I got out of religion. Cause I don't think that what I believe in is law. Yeah, they got it all figured out. They trolling. I don't believe that I got it all figured. I don't believe I'm in ego because if somebody tell me they believe in something, I respect what you believe in. I'm not gonna damn you to hell. But the reason I'm coming at you because how you came at me. You telling me that it's not this and it's not that and this is not true. You trying to put your beliefs off on me. That's not right. That's not right. We can have a conversation and you can believe what you want to believe and I can believe what I want to believe. That don't mean that I'm wrong and you right and I'm right and you wrong. It's some truth. It's pieces of the truth even in the Bible. Like I don't throw the Bible away. Like I said, I use it. I use it as a tool though. I still use my Bible. What Noble Jew Ali said, don't throw your Bibles away because you're going to need that to judge them people. Sure don't. I'm not throwing my Bible away. Nope, I use it, honey. Oh, I've been saved a long time. I saved myself a long time ago. Thank you, though. I saved myself a long time ago, and I let that ego go a long time ago and that pride. Yep, that's a bad thing to be in. And I don't think I'm right all the time either. Like, somebody can tell me something. I can learn something even from a dummy. Even a broke clock is right twice a day. Yo. Even a broke clock is right twice a day. I think you care and you think you helping us or whatever. I think you might have the right intentions or you might be trolling. I don't know. But I know whatever energy you putting out at me, it's gonna return back to you. Yeah, you can't tell nobody what to believe. You don't know nothing about them crusades. I'll preach. Come on now, Ultra Instinct. Yeah, and them missionaries were mercenaries. And what about them raping and taking out women and children? When they went on my land, they took out the women and the children first. Cause the men was away trying to fight them off. They took out the women and the children first. And they was doing the doctrine of discovery. Was that God? Was that your God that told them to take out my clan mothers, the indigenous mothers of the land, and the children? That was your God? Cause they didn't believe that they was going to hell? Huh? Yeah, you don't come in like that. You really don't. You don't. It's a way that we could have talked without all this Bible thumping stuff about what do you say, believe. That's all it takes. I saved myself. I saved myself from religion and being indoctrinated a long time ago. I sure did. Yeah. Let me know when you go read that demonology book what you find out, though. Talking about pride. This sound like a kid, too. Wow. Amazing. I guess it's time for us to go now. We done been out here long enough. What you think? Ultra Instinct. Talking about look. That's some hating for your little goddess and her little where your little following at then? Oh what? Wow. Definitely childish. Yeah. That's wow. Dog. Wonder who that was. Dang. Yeah, had to be bored to come over here like that. Had to be. Crazy. Yeah, Agent Smith. What I wonder what we say to trigger him. I don't know what we said. That was funny. Our little following, little guy. That was funny. Look, and you know I ain't in my ego. And you know I ain't got no pride. Cause look, that if I was in my ego and pride, I would have got, oh my God. If I was up here for popularity, I'd be like, oh my God. Wow, well, where they following at then? If I'm so little, where they following at? I'm trying to look up your page. Where your follow? Where your big following at? Since I got a little following. These people are trip. I must have been touching. Look, I must have been touching on something, right? I done raffled. Agent Smith. It might have been a troll or something. A bot. We were talking about some stuff. Yeah, smack the nerve. They probably been listening the whole time. Come on, ain't nobody just hopped up here like that. I wonder what we struck a nerve about. Oh, it might have been about let me think. Let's go back. Let's look. I like the research. Let me see. I got a few minutes. I'm trying to get to this place before it closed, but I'll go in a minute. Let's see. When they first came over here, what in the world are we talking about? We said something about it was all kind of people. You was talking about it was all kind of people in San Francisco. And we was talking about that no such thing as a goddess. Oh, and then they come up here with no such thing as. It pissed them off because I said on MaSunGoddess. Oh, we was saying something about a Leo, and then we said something about dealing with. Oh, we was talking about the last king of Scotland, and how the black nobility was the ones behind all this stuff, and how the black people was the ones that came over here first. They wanted to get us off of that subject. Talking about Idi Amin. You said you ain't seen it. Hey, you need to look at that. Because you know who in there? Kerry Washington. And when you look in Google, they'll lie and say that he wasn't the last king of Scotland. The original black nobility, the real nobility were black people. Even Putin even said that. Oh, and it might have been offensive what I said about how the Moors and stuff. You know that people don't want people to know that. About how the Moors was the ones that had the harems, and now they the beauty standard and stuff. And I get it, like if we was the beauty standard and then they was down bottom, it would kind of make sense for the karmic thing. And now, you know, everybody trying to look like them, and they at the top. They get married to the top of the line, like the cream of the crop, men and black men, like the men. Even if they don't make it to marry Chad, they can get a black man with some money, you know, whether he's in the industry, whatever. Even if he ain't in the music industry or whatever, even if she ain't a perfect white woman, or even she got, you know, even like Kim Kardashian, them, she can get somebody that's like the black man will marry them, even if they're not like, they don't use the standards like Brett Chad use. If they can't get a Chad, they can get a brother with some paper. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it a buck. And I ain't mad at him. That movie good. I might look at that movie before Monday again. Cause man, I don't even want to tell you about it. Kerry Washington is his wife in that movie. It's free on what? Tubi and let me ask my son right quick. What's the one we be using? Hold on, I can't think of it. Aaron. What did we be on looking at movies? there. So I'm gonna tell him. I want to tell you in the back chat, but I don't know how to get to the back chat. He said to tell you in the back chat. Yeah, the last King of Scotland is, whew, it's rough, but it's good. She plays his wife, and she messed with this guy that he bring over there from Scotland, boy. Whew. That's not nobody to be cheating on. Yeah, it's good. The last King of Scotland. It's got my guy in there. I have a look. I'm gonna tell you, I'm weird. I got a crush. I always had a crush on him. That man, Forrest Whitaker. I always had a crush on him. I just love him. I love the way he acts. Most women probably would think, oh, he ain't. I think he is. He is attractive to me. I like him. And he got like two more brothers that act. And sometimes you can't tell them apart. It's 3 of them. I be trying to look at all his movies. I'm weird like that. I like the way he act. He get into that scene and he just give it his like. He is such a straight. He is a good actor. He got 2 brothers. Look, let me look them up. I'm gonna tell you. I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell you who his 2 brothers is. They look just like him. One of them a little younger looking, but matter of fact, my family member told me the other night it's another brother. I thought it was just him and the other brother. It's 3 of them. All of them act. You know he born on the same day as me. I was like, that's probably my daggone soulmate. I probably needed to meet him. Look, I done met the other one. He tried to kidnap me. The one from Britain. I was scared of that man. I was like, no, sir. I was up in at the Good Life party alone. And I made a mistake and I touched the back of his head. He sent his security to try to talk about I'm his cousin and he want me to go in the back. No, I'm telling you, I was not no groupie, but ain't nobody gonna make me no groupie. Cause look, I like money too, and I like good looking men. Now it won't Forrest Whitaker. Now if it was Forrest Whitaker, I might would have waited. You ain't gonna believe me when I tell you who tried to kidnap me. And look, it was that man that everybody thinks so fine that Angie Stone turned down too. Yeah, I was looking good. I can put myself together now. I can clean up. But I had a husband. And my husband was already mad at me because he didn't go with me to that thing. But I didn't take my husband with me because I know I didn't trust. It was too many female cousins and women around. I don't want my husband. I ain't want him to be around all them women because I know what time it was. I ain't trust him like that, and I definitely didn't trust him like that. So I was trying to keep everything separated. But I know I knew how to maintain myself around rich men. I done been around men with money, and I ain't gonna give up no draws for no one night stand. And a few dollars, and I know I got a whole marriage. That man ain't gonna be. Look, I already know the deal. Okay, if I go out with a famous man for one night, what's that's gonna do for me? And they probably don't want to use protection. Now he probably would. He seemed like he care about himself. I will say that. What's his name? Ibris or whatever. Yeah, he seemed like he's smart. I ain't even gonna front. He seemed like he probably care. He from Britain or whatever. But I was not gonna do that because my cousins was watching me too. And they was already acting like they were jealous because this girl, I think she was an exotic dancer. I was really like, I'd be cool with people. People just like me. I guess that Libra moon or whatever. Don't you know this girl took me? I didn't even go to VIP. Don't you know she took me up to VIP with her? And guess what my Libra ass did? I got all my little hating ass cousins up there with me. Yeah, him. But I didn't go with the security. I went up to the look. Let me tell you how it go. Then this girl, she was a very pretty girl. She looked like an exotic dancer. She just grabbed me like I was her sister. We met in the bathroom and I just started talking and whatever. She said, come on, go with me. Don't you know she took me up to VIP? Guess who was up in VIP? This is no lie. I have got witnesses to prove this. They don't verify this. My cousins on Facebook. When I went up to VIP, I said, can my cousins come up here? I brought them up there. That's where all the rich people was in the Charlotte Hornets. That's what the name of the team was then. The Charlotte Hornets. Lord, my fat ass was up there eating chicken wings and drinking Hennessy and Coke. I know I couldn't leave with no men anyway. I am married. Not saying I'm no angel, but I was being watched by them hating ass people, cousins anyway. So here come this ball player. I'm on the phone with my son. My son said, oh my God, he is a forward for the Charlotte Hornets. He was telling me the position he played, and I had my son on speaker, blah, blah, blah. My son said, you know who that is? I said, no, because I don't really look at sports like that. But it was some serious ball players. Look, and I thought that was luck. But I turned them down, though. I turned them down because I ain't with that. But look, I said to myself later on, I said, shit. If I could have got pregnant by one of them NBA ball players, it would have made up for all that damn alimony and child support I ain't get. I ain't about shit sometimes. I admit it, I ain't about shit sometimes. I don't know nothing about no sports either, but I ain't mess with them. But if that had been anybody else, they would have been all in their face, and that ain't the first time that happened to me. Look, no, I'm serious. I was being loyal and all that. And I was in Chapel Hill. Look, I lived in Chapel Hill. I worked at that hospital and all that. Don't you know? I thought I was at a bar. Don't you know? I done pulled some more NBA ball players. I'm like, what is it? Like I know I'm cute, but damn, this man was with a whole bunch of women. He left them women, and he came over there with me, and I was with a friend. Don't you know that man wanted me to? That man liked me so much. It was a bunch of NBA ball players there, but this was a white guy, and I done found him. Yeah, he was white. I be scared though. I'm not gonna lie. I have seen some attractive looking ones, but I don't want to be dealing with no Ku Klux Klan. And I know that boy was kind of obsessed with me because when I would call him I would just see if he would answer the phone. Don't you know he'd be on the court playing ball and he'll answer the phone and ask me was I coming over to his dorm. I said, if I get this white boy some of this daggone cookies, he's going to lose his mind. And his dad and them not about to be looking for me in no truck trying to hang me. Because I ain't going through that. No, I ain't. I mean, I be thinking like that. Like, I don't just think about, well, I'm going to get me a white boy and blah, blah. No, hell no. I know that boy was signed. He was signed with it. Listen, I done found him, not where I contacted him. Yeah, he was going to be strung out because he know what he told me. This is what made me scared of him. He said, oh, God, you just the real thing. This is what he told me when he seen me. He had a whole bunch of women. He was already signed with the NBA. Matter of fact, I found him recently. He done played and retired by now. This boy doing something else. But this boy told me, he said, I ain't never had no chocolate before. And I definitely want you to be my first bite. I said, what? Honey, I was scared because I was like, I don't want to get that boy strung out over me like that. You know, I know what I'm working with, and that boy gets strung out like that, I'm going to have some problems with them white folks, and I know I'm a little crazy, and I ain't about to be letting nobody chase me around and they play with me like that. I'm gonna take me. I'm gonna do my damn thing. Like, I'm not gonna be no victim. You know what I'm saying? They gonna lock me up or something. I might can't get no. I be thinking ahead like that. Cause I'm gonna do my thing. You gonna know I've been there. Even if they get me, they gonna be like, oh yeah, this nigga bitch. Yeah, she was rough. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta see it. Cause I done had situations where I was working down there and I was friends with some elite. That's why I'm be telling you I work with some elite people. The guy that I was best friends with on the job. See, I work with surgeons too. See, I was so good. I carried myself real well. And that's why I'm glad I moved around and I went to school and learned how to communicate. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna lie, I didn't know how to communicate with people. And I was real shy and scared to talk and stuff like that. I'm being real with you. So I didn't know how to communicate real good. So I went and took them classes of speaking and psychology and stuff, and I had the knack for it. But the school made me, I could understand the work real, I could catch on, and I got good I'm good with reading comprehension. That's what helped me, because I can read and I can comprehend what I read. That's the main thing with your kids. I be trying to tell people, I be teaching. I don't do it full time, but I be doing like the homeschool thing where I teach them like 4th through 8th grade too. But if you can get them to comprehend what they read and latch on like that, and they can pronounce them words and understand them, they got it. But anyway, yeah, I said if I get that boy he already acting strung out and I ain't mess with him. Little white boy sign with him, he gonna be like, Daddy, I got me a black woman and I'm in love. And let me tell you, the man that I worked with, he was gay. That man was so nice to me. The reason we got along because we had placements. He was a Capricorn, I was a Cancer. That's the opposite polarity. And I can cook real good, so I used to cook for him. We used to go to the store. It won't no thing where he liked me either. He didn't like me. He wanted to use me to probably get other black men. Cause back then, I didn't realize how much attention I was attracting when I take my clothes off and put on my street clothes at work. And I be wearing them nice hairstyles and stuff. But I'm a down-to-earth person, so I really don't be thinking I look as good as I look. I'm very down-to-earth. People be like, oh, you so fine. I be thinking they lying to me sometimes, just trying to get him, get in the cookies. Or I be thinking they just, just boosting me up. And I don't be thinking on that. I don't be thinking on that. People say they like that I'm a nice looking person, but I don't be thinking I'm pretty. I ain't never been, I've been a tomboy, but I know how to clean up and stuff like that too. I ain't afraid to get my hands dirty. I'm real down to earth. So he be telling me like they be getting jealous of me because I had to catch the bus. We don't care about that shit like y'all do. We like down there. Yeah, I get down to earth and I get my hands dirty because when I was working with my husband detailing and stuff, his friends would tell him she don't mind getting out there helping you do them cars, because he had a contract with Timberland. He had a contract. It was going good and stuff for that hurricane or whatever. So I would get out there and help him, and then I go and we'll go out at night and they'll see me out. They be like, boy, she know how to clean up. No, they like that. So they his friends, which he always try to have like high level friends like lawyers, and they be like, you got a nice looking woman there. Like, she really is cool. They like that kind of stuff. So my friend on the job was gay. He never been with a woman. He always had a man, but this is what he told me. He done took me to his house. He done took me to his house out there, way out there in the woods. They had like a 2-story cabin. Don't you know he said his daddy was over the KKK, like the Grand Dragon or something? I'm like, well, bitch, if he catch me here, where my weapon at? Like, he talking about, no, he going out of town. But I didn't go in the house. I might did. Might did go in that house. I might did go in that house. But I was like, this motherfucker see me in here, he gonna be like you. He said, yeah, he rather for me to be with a white man than be with a black woman, marry a black woman. I said, what? Your father hate black people that bad? He said, yeah, he rather for me to be with a white man than marry a white man than a black woman. Ain't that something? So I was like, oh, hell. But this one, he was so cool. We was cool. We was very cool. We was so cool until he gave me a car. I never had nobody in my life to give me a freaking car. I always had to get, like, my brother, the women and my mom and them, they get him cars. Me, I've always had to get my own stuff. Like, I never had. This man gave me a car because I worked my ass off. He seen me like, which I couldn't drive. It cost too much to drive and park at the hospital. But I would catch the bus and I work my ass off. Sometimes I'll stay over and work like I was doing that before that job. So that was easy to me. I worked like 12 shifts. Sometimes I stay over 2 shifts. And when nobody else want to go in and help them with them exams, because sometimes we had to do exams and it'd be crazy in that emergency room. Them people be bleeding to death and they be sick, and people. Let me tell you what they did. One of the nurses talking about, I can't do this because this lady I ain't going to sit here and do no HIPAA violation. But she had some kind of disease that, back then, like it's a STD that you can't get rid of. So she was bleeding real bad. So they didn't want to go in there. Look, I go in there to do the exam. The doctor, he in there, he got a shield on. I said, damn, you get ready to go. Look, they be liking me because I'm a comedian too. I be like, well, damn, you get ready going out of Space Angel with that big shit. So I went in, I done put on my stuff. I put my head thing on my head, put the things on my shoes, you know, the shield to cover myself and all that. I went in there, I had to collect specimens. I had to help him collect specimens. And I had to get a urine sample and all that. So I went in there right cool and did that. He was scared. So I went in there. He told me, you sure made that job easy on me. I wasn't scared. Yeah. That it's crazy, man. You know what? Your mom is tough. You got to be a tough person to do that work. That work is stressful. It's a lot. It's crazy work. Yeah, I did it for a while. I mean, I'm glad I had people, and I even worked in the brain trauma. Not there, but at another location, and the people would see me out and say, you know, when I was eating with a straw, you was very compassionate and kind to me, and I'm so grateful. You was a shining star that was a light to me in a low time in my life, and I was glad to hear that because I'm like, I mean, I could imagine had I had went to work acting like I was mad with it, like I be going through hell, like I be going through marital issues and. Most of the time it be my mother and my husband, the kids acting up. I mean, I be going through all kind of bills, things. But when I went through the job, when I went through those doors, I left all that at home. And I'm like, I'm here for these patients. And I can't bring my stuff. I've always been that way. And it's worked out for me. I've been very, very professional. I had one lady that lived by me. I got into it with my husband. I don't know what he was doing. He was always doing some shit. But didn't want nobody to. He always be like, I don't want to be in public and see people see you acting. But he would always try to get me out of body. And he told me not long ago, we ain't together now. But this man told me this, and this is some sick shit. He said, oh, yeah, you gotta appreciate it. It does make a difference. Real love. Yeah, I'm a very nurturing I have very good bedside manner. Very great bedside manner when it comes to patient care and stuff like that. And I did it for a while, and I don't have no regret. I showed them the love that I would have showed my family member. And I worked, and I've been so blessed. I don't say blessed because that's sprinkled with blood, but I've been so blessed to be able to work in pediatrics, geriatrics, long-term care, burn unit. I know I have so much skill. You know what I'm saying? I'm grateful of what I got taught and everything like that. I don't take it for granted, but it's just that I am trying to establish something that's not, in that system where we can go back to nature and stuff. And I got tired. I just got tired. It's a lot of energy, and I got tired of seeing, just seeing what was really going on. You got to do what you got to do. I had to pay the bills. I had to feed my kids, man, take care of them. But after they got grown and stuff like that, I was like, look, it's time for me to chill. Like, I can't do this no more. It's too much. But, yeah, he gave me a car, though. And them women at that job, even the men, and I believe it was some men that was married. But you know how they be having beards. They be married, but they be gay. Like I seen that a lot, which that's their business. I ain't trying. But this one gay guy, he acted gay, but he had a wife. He was mad with me. He should have gave me that car. And I don't know how they know he gave it to me, but they so nosy. And them women, oh man. Don't you know them white women thought that man was sleeping with me and thought I was going to turn him back straight? And that was not the case. Talking about that, he said, don't you know they thinking that you done got to me and I want to be with a black. I said, this is sad. That's when I realized how jealous them women are. They just as jealous as black women. They really jealous of a decent acting like you. They talking about we act ghetto. Well, they better be glad because the way I carry myself on the job, because I can get ghetto. Now, I'm a very diverse person, but I know how to act. I know how to act in what environment I'm in. I know how to carry myself. I know how not to be loud and this and that. But, honey, I'm an actor, too. I know how to put on. I'm myself. I'm every woman, so I can get ghetto when I need to, but I wouldn't do that in a professional environment. But when they see you know how to carry yourself and you look decent, that's a threat. Because I sure was a threat. Because let me tell you, he said, don't you know they scared that me and you gonna hook up? And I was wondering, did his dad get wind of that? Yeah, I was wondering. Oh, I don't even mess. I lived in one. I don't even mess with them. Yeah, they. Yeah, I always say I don't want to be living around no trailer park trash. And one time I ended up living around trailer. Look, you be manifesting your. It's something about me. It's something about me and then living. Look, I be living around people that I would not see what it is. It be my karma sometimes, and it be good for me too. I be living around people that sometimes that I would never interact with, and that's good because I got to be able to deal with different people from different walks of life. I could be an asshole, and I just sit in and lock myself in and just go to certain supermarkets. Look, I'm gonna tell you. I just go to certain supermarkets, and I know not to go to the certain ones because I don't want to deal with no whole lot of riffraff. So I'll go to certain supermarkets. I'm comfortable at home. I know what supermarkets to go to. I go to Lidl. I go to Aldi. I go to a certain food line. If it get too riffraff, I ain't even going there. I drive all the way on the other side of town to avoid drama. And sometimes I'm not supposed to avoid that shit. No, I'm telling you, I do. Let me tell you, I was in fear of live because I always said I don't want to be. For some reason, I had some kind of something about that because I guess I grew up. I grew up in my grandmother's house on the land, but my mama would, she bought her own trailer, and we did live in a trailer park for a while. So I was like, I'm not gonna live in a trailer park and blah blah blah. I ended up living in a trailer park for a few years. I sure did, around nothing but trailer park white people. Not only that, when I went on this job and I told them I couldn't work all them shifts and stuff, on this job I was a supervisor. They brought in this trailer park like girl to work with me, and I was like, oh wow. But the thing was, I don't care about it. I don't think I'm better than nobody. I don't. The problem I have is the ignorance of how they talk. See, this is what I know because I've studied psychology and sociology, and I've dealt with trailer park people. When I lived in a trailer park with my mom, this little boy used to call me names, and I had to beat him for calling me calling me the N-word. I done beat this little boy a few times. I beat him so bad till he stopped doing that to me. See, I don't take that kind of stuff. And I know that people in the trailer park, a lot of times, they're the ones that's ignorant and think that they're better than black people, and they're the ones that'll say stuff that they shouldn't be saying. So that's why I don't want to deal with that, because I know the ignorance. See, with the elite ones, they jealous and hating on you too, but they're gonna do their stuff sneaky and secretive. You got to know how to play the game like a drug dealer in the street to deal with them, because they're gonna come sneaky, like stab you in the back. So you got to cross all your T's. See, working in the medical field has taught me to be able to watch my back real good, because it's just like it being in the streets. Yeah. So that's why I don't want to deal with that type of ignorance, because I remember one time I was out there in the trailer park and they had like a bonfire or some shit, and I noticed that the guy was saying the N-word like it was cool, but he didn't say it with an ER. He said it with an A, which I don't agree with that either. See, I'm from the old school, but my son had like that's normal for them to say stuff like that. But I was like, oh hell no, I checked them on it, and I was like, no, you don't say that. You don't have no right to be saying nothing that start with no N. You did not. You don't earn that. I don't care how cool it is. So that's why then they would tell me that I stay to myself too much. But I told them, well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I'm gonna keep staying to myself because I know how I am. I'm not gonna let nobody. I used to be that way a little bit, but I used to be easy on my own people, and I would be hard on other cultures. But now I'm fair with everybody. I just gonna check you from the gate. I'm not showing no partiality. Yeah, I used to be about all that black power and all that black power stuff and all this. Listen, everybody can get it. It's not I'm not showing no partiality. I'm not being biased towards this one and that one. Yeah, I love people that look like me, but some people that look like me full of shit too, and they need to be sat down, and they need to be put to an end too. Just like this scamming that's going on with Dr. Umar and all this shit, all this, you need to support black people. Fuck the black people that ain't about shit, okay? If you gonna give me a white person or a cracker that's about some shit, and I can exchange that cracker that's about shit for that nigga that ain't about shit, I think I'll take a cracker with some damn cream cheese, okay? Okay, I'm just keeping it 100. I'm tired. I'm tired of sticking by ignorant people that want to use people, and they so mean. They can be the Lion King from they can be the thing from the Lion King towards each other, but when it come to other people, they so gentle and caring, and the lion from the Wizard of Oz. I'm done with that. Yeah, it ain't really about it. It is, but it ain't. Because, you know, they got agents that look just like us that ain't about nothing. It's people that look just like us that's our enemy in the community. It is. Now, if you're a black person or you I say indigenous or a melanated person that's about something and you got your mind right and we on the same wavelength, that's wonderful. But if not, you can kiss my ass. You can kiss my ass. I'm tired. That's why I'm tired of them Democrats and them politicians always trying to pander to us to get the vote. But then when they get in there, they helping the other people from the other country telling us to kiss our ass. And I'm about tired. Now, I got some cool people that I'm cool with, man, from everywhere. Spanish people, all that. But, you know, it's done got to the point now, I can't even, I know they nicer in Mexico. Because I know some people that's went to Mexico and they not eating this GMO food. But some of these Spanish people that's over here, they hate black people and they some assholes. I can't even go in a supermarket by myself now. It's a certain supermarket that I go in. It's not safe for me to go in. Sure ain't. It's not safe. I got to take men in there with me because they ain't going to act like that with the men in there. Yeah, it don't make no sense. Don't be mad we ain't got nothing to do with what the government doing. Why you mad with black people because of what Trump and Obama the one did y'all worse than Trump? Because Obama policies were worse than Trump's, but they want to sit there and act like Trump is doing something bad. But Obama the one separated them from their children. And all these people that come over here, they mad with us. But why do you why? Like, the government shouldn't be able to bring... I know the government is telling them that we are bad as African Americans, and they see this stuff on TV, and they think we all bad people, and they act like they hate us, but without us, they wouldn't be able to come over here. We was over here going through it, and we never left our country. Like, we still here. We don't leave and go other places. We've been here banging it out. I know it's some bullshit with a lot of our people. I know a lot of our people need to get their stuff together, but you got to respect the fact that we don't go to other people's countries and take over. We stay right here. Even though we don't do much, but we stay right here and take this bullshit, which is not good, but we don't leave. You said you don't fuck with no what? I'm over it. It's all a pony show. Yeah, it's all a pony show. You know what I'm saying? And I think that I'm so into my I'm so getting into my North Node of Scorpio until I'm letting I know I need things in this material world, but at the same time, I'm not so obsessed. I'm not so overly obsessed with it and stuff like I would be had I not been working on my spiritual side. Because you know what, I'm realizing that it's all within me, honey, and I don't need all the stuff I thought I needed. You hear me? I don't need all the things that I thought I needed. I don't. I really don't. I don't need all the things that I thought I really needed. I really don't. You know, we get so caught up into this system where you got to do this, you got to go to school and get this. That shit ain't none of that's the truth. Look at it there. It's no American dream. The dream is within you. What you bring out through your creativity and create your own heaven on earth. That's the dream. Whatever life you decide to create for yourself. And it's really in us being surveying, growing our own food. We can't even go to the supermarket and get a decent meal. We can't even go to the supermarket and get something that gets some nutrients. I gotta take all these freaking vitamins for this avatar. Vitamin D3, because the sun, they say that ain't real. You need magnesium. You know that's for your you know how serious it is not to have vitamin D3, and then you gotta have K2 with it for it to absorb in your system. And you need to have magnesium. You need to have copper. You need to have potassium. Okay, and you probably need to take a little bit of vitamin C. You can't get that from the food. They trying to get, and why we ain't banging on these motherfuckers from trying to kill us? They've been poisoning us for decades since they took us away from the farm and put up this processed food in these old supermarkets they got. Why are we not doing something about all this poison in the food? And then they poison in the air and they put in frequency. Why is this allowed to go on? Why have we? What's going on? The man up there on the short talking about the hamburger, he bought some Angus beef and it ain't even no real, cause you know real ground beef is stringy. He said he don't know what that mess is. What are we eating? What in the hell's going on? What? So it's done got this out of hand and we can't do shit about it? What's going on? And the fruit ain't even, they talking about you need to eat fruits and vegetables. That shit ain't even real. It's not even real. The fruits and the... And then they say, somebody said the cereal got paint thinner in it. Well, what the hell can we eat? What the hell can we eat? What, well, the local farm, we got to go to local farmers. Y'all have to just go to local farmers. Start growing our own shit again. Sad. And all these autistic children. We ain't had that. Well, we were. Now I know something was wrong with some of us, but we ain't had no. They ain't diagnosed with no autism. We went outside and played and came back in, ate, went to bed, and went to school. Farmers market. Yeah, me too. I've been trying to get my watermelon. Look, I ain't eating no seedless watermelon. Farmers market to get that. I can't even get no decent watermelon from the supermarket. I'm about to start getting all my stuff from the farmers market some kind of way. I'm not gonna be able to get it from the. And look, we gotta learn how to go back to preserving our food without refrigeration too, because you know we did that for thousands of years. We don't need no refrigerator. We gotta learn this and we gotta learn how to purify the water and stuff and get this PFAS out of our bodies for the next generation. I looked up there on DeepSeek to find I found a way for under $100 to make the kitchen water safe to get the PFAS chemicals out of it, but I had to it's pipes you have to use. And it's not that hard to install. It's carbon, it's charcoal you can buy charcoal activated pipes and stuff like that, and copper pipes that'll put certain sediments in your water, and you can test the water to make sure that it's pure. And it's supposed to get a lot of the stuff out, even PFAS. Yeah, you can start with your kitchen sink water. Yeah, I ain't eating no seedless. I don't like no seedless grapes. I don't like no seedless what. This should be again. Putin said if they was feeding his people what they were feeding us, they'd be in prison. And then you know what? You gotta go out of the country a little while for your body to heal. You know that? You gotta get out of here a little bit for your body to heal. I'm telling you. And the food be cheap. I mean, the flight might be a little bit, but the food, and then you might can't. Yeah, and then the living conditions be. I mean, your rent probably be like for a 3-bedroom for a month. Probably won't be but a few $100s. You hear me? You might shoot. You gotta leave to purify your body. It is. I've been checking. I'm telling you. Sometimes you just need to get. Sometimes you just gotta get out of here for a little bit, not leave for good. You know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Even if you can't stay gone no month or a few months, you need to you just need to try, cause we might have to leave here for a little while. What do we gotta leave? Cause it's gonna get. They say about 2030, 2020. This shit gonna be hell over here. I ain't saying I really don't want. I don't want to leave my country. But what if it's that bad? Well, we don't need to be here though. Like we got to go for a little while. Exodus out of here for a little while. You got to think about that. You know, you got to be prepared. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's good to start preparing some digitals in case you gotta get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Cause we even though we be like, oh, I ain't going nowhere. The hell with them. If they get heated enough, we getting out of here. I know I am. We getting the fuck out of here. We might gotta go. This shit look like it's turning into the damn. They trying to turn this whole damn thing into some Gotham shit. I don't know. But I be having that feeling like these people like waiting to wake up or something. Like I be having that feeling. I be feeling it since I've been here for the last few years. And even when I was back home, I was at the movie theater with the kids and my family members. And I was just telling everybody like, this don't feel safe no more. This was before, and they thought I was crazy, but I get the downloads before it happens. I was like, this don't even feel safe. Like, we really need to leave right now. They was like, what's wrong with you? You tripping. I think this one might have been before COVID. Or something. Not long after that, somebody done shot up the movie theater. My people was like, oh boy, you be feeling it, don't you? And then I feel like I be feeling like it's just so I be feeling like for women it's so unsafe. Like, not that I'm in fear, because I'm a person that's independent and I like to go and travel. I don't even feel like it's good for me to travel. Sometimes I'll go like out of the country. I might go to Bahamas or somewhere by myself, or I might go to I might get in the car and drive I'll drive like up north by myself from North Carolina. I might drive to Philly. I might drive to New York. I don't feel like that's good to do no more. It's just it's something that I feel like it's not safe like that. Like I used to feel okay doing it, but I don't necessarily feel like that anymore. I don't really feel like it's you got to be very careful in a group. Like, you got to stay in a group setting and be very vigilant now. Like, even as a woman, you know what I'm saying? It's not, we're going to have to group up. Like, you know, because it look like the men, you know, unless it's the men in your family, a lot of women, they're going to have to learn self-defense. The little girls is too. They're going to have to learn self-defense. We got to learn how to use these weapons. Not just standing up, but like Michi X said, laying down and stuff. Like, we're going to have to learn how to be like really sharp shooters and learn how to defend ourselves with knives, machetes, being able to gouge a motherfucker eye out, all that. It look like I be feeling it like they waiting, like, yeah. And you know the first thing they'll do if they have is rape the women and the children. Yeah. I be telling my women, I'm like, y'all better learn how to defend yourselves and group up, because that's the first thing they're going to do. Okay, I gotta go too. You been with me all day. I love you for that. Look, we gonna have to link up. You hear me? I love you. Thank you. I have enjoyed you. You found me on Michi. Look, yeah. I'm glad. I love Michi. Michi be keeping it real. She'll cuss them people out in a minute, but I know she get tired of trying to, you know what I'm saying? Michi real. And I be trying to support school too. I'm trying to help him support his school because he's doing a great job with them kids. Look, I'm a real person and you seem like a real person. Let's link up. I'm going to be up here soon. All right, dear. I'll be back on Michi thing too. Yeah, hit me up. And leave a message or something up here. I'm about to end this. All right, dear. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye. Unconditional love to you and bliss, protection, healing, oneness, and ascension, dear. Bye-bye.